Hey YouTube, Sizzy here.
Hey guys, Zizaran here.
Hey everyone, so I was literally just about to go to bed.
Hi, Zizaran here. Zizaran here with Zizaran here. Zizaran here with Zizaran here. Hi, Zizaran here. And welcome to my channel. Wow, that looks like my girlfriend. Sharks is the best one. Go away! Leave! I believe in Sharknado, and you should too. Vote Sharknado to go away! That says a lot. What? Excellent Gauntlet will be hell on Earth? Yes. Yes, it will. Oh my god! Nothing prepared me for that! So creative. Oh! Oh! We made so much money! Oh! Oh. Scripted! Scripted! That's our card! That's our community card! We made this! That is... Oh my... This is the undisputed best axe in the game! For Duelist, for Banquet! Fucking Banquet! Holy shit! Banquet. Hello, beautiful people of the world! How are you doing?
Amanal 123 just resubscribed for 74 months. Hi.
I'm really good, actually. I am really good. Are you beautiful people? I went to like play area with my kids this morning. That's why I'm starting so late. It's like called the W5. It's like just loads of cool things for the kids to see. So I've been at that all morning, and then they stayed behind, so well, they're on the way home now. Yammer the Mage Blood card into nothing. Ugh. Titan Quest 2 playtest has reached capacity. Oh damn. Hey Sar. I did play a little bit off stream last night. I have a recording to show you. Well, actually, before I show you the recording, I have 76 divines now. So I sold the Uber Shaper Belt, the perfectly rolled Uber Shaper Belt for 8 divines. And then I got a Watcher's Eye. This is the one I dropped from Uber Elder, I think. But anyway, all it had was damaging ailments, deal 15% damage faster. Not important. Only 1 divine or something. Not very expensive. But I re-rolled it with a Watcher's Beast, and I got dot multi at the same time. So now it's a 2-stat. So I put it up for 40D, but before it could get listed, somebody messaged me and offered 50D for it. And I just listed it for 40. So I was like, yeah, I'll take 50D for it. So that was nice. Very good. What do I do? I think it sounds like you want to be naked. So yeah, we have some money. I am going to watch the last Epoch podcast. I also ordered food. Did you get the news about last Epoch yet? What news? Oh, never mind. Tell me. What should I guess? Tell me. No, tell me. Now you have to tell me. I don't like secrets when I know about them. You have to tell me. It really bothers me. Second of April, XTD. It's not delayed? I doubt it. I know that they haven't decided yet. How do you know? What do you mean? I talked to the devs. They're talking to me a lot about it. They asked me for advice. That's why I made that poll on Twitter. Anyway, let's watch it. I also have food coming soon, so I'll watch while eating. That means I can eat slowly too, because this is 2 hours. My advice is wait 2 weeks. I hope they don't delay. I hope DDD understands about upstairs being the villain. I know DDD are not going to delay, for sure. I think a week early, they're not ready for that. I don't think I'm going to post this as a react. It's 2 hours, so we'll watch it and talk, so.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to
Hi, Gazi.
my interview with Last Epoch devs Mike and Carve. It's been a while since I saw you, Carve. That's what, ExileCon, I think?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to see you again.
Mike looks
And
great.
Mike,
He's lost
we've,
a lot of
had a
weight.
couple of interviews in the past already. Welcome aboard, everybody. So how you doing, Mike?
Doing great. Feeling good. It's I always love doing these, so I'm excited to see what we get some spicy questions in here, and we've got some good stuff to share.
For sure, for sure. And Carve, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. Pretty excited. We got some good stuff to talk about.
Yeah.
So.
Photon sent me
Mike
some
looks
images
great.
here in the Discord here that we're going to be showing. Quite excited to show these, actually.
Sir underscore
that's probably more
just
images to be
resubscribed for 8
coming later
months.
that we just
Rainbow's
didn't wanna
chatter misinfo my fault.
Oh no, you're good. Like they might not delay. I don't know for sure. I have been talking to them about it. I don't know. They haven't decided yet, as far as I know. Jonathan forgot to say. Oh, my food's almost here. I guess we should wait then so I can eat while watching it. It looks all the I was in a call with the devs once, and Mike, when he doesn't smile, looks so scary and focused. It's so funny because he's like, he looks so friendly otherwise, but when he's super focused, he looks like he's gonna kill you. He's just like, it's so funny. He's like the nicest guy. Nobody outside of streamers wants a delay. That's not true. That's just simply not true. Especially a lot of people that even only want to play Last Epoch want a delay. You guys are the ones pushing for it. You just tagged a guy that's not a streamer. What do you mean? The core Last Epoch players do not want it to delay. Only the stupid ones, though, right? Because the alternative, let's say that it doesn't delay, right? Let's say that it doesn't delay and that the PoE 2 season entirely kills this Last Epoch season, then this is the last Epoch season or update ever, right? And they're like, okay, we didn't make enough money 2 seasons in a row. It's over. No more Last Epoch updates, which obviously would upset core Last Epoch players, as you yourself called them. Isn't delaying a bitch move, though? TTD delayed for World of Warcraft and Cyberpunk. What do you mean? Well, unless TTD gives up on their vision, that won't happen. You're a crazy person. This ruthless vision? This is
Pog
Ruthless
underscore
Vision?
back
Oh, you
just
mean like
resubscribed for 24
PoE2
months.
is like really
Stealing love.
slow? Like PoE2 is really slow with like no movement ability and feels like playing Ruthless? Like this slow build we're watching here? You wanted to be faster than this? Like this is not fast enough, or? Showcase a one mirror build, good ones is? I mean, I played SSF and I went pretty fast. It's also, you're acting like nobody played it when it's like by far the most, PoE2 is by far the most popular ARPG right now, right? So it's like, the stuff you're saying just doesn't make sense, you know? Diablo 4 Ace? There's just no indication of that at all, Cracktick. We don't have public player numbers for that. Like, the only indication of Diablo 4 numbers we have is Twitch, and even a day or two after launch, Diablo 4 Twitch dies. We just, like, Blizzard aren't public with their numbers. My food's almost here. Their campfire at 4,000 viewers? Yeah. Literally, like, my podcast with the last Epoch devs had more viewers than the entire D4 update, well, announcement. Let me just get my food real quick. Twitch is just filled with PO2 of all the major PO2 content creators, my bad. But we played 1,000 hours of it. It's 8 since an update. What do you mean? Like Leroy, I'm happy to have an actual discussion with you, but like, it's really difficult when you're just making stuff up and arguing in bad faith, right? Like, I was being pretty gracious with, I was comparing the launch day or the actual fireside chat of Diablo 4, right? I'm talking about the launch day of Diablo 4 versus the launches of PoE and stuff, right? Like, there's no point in comparing now, 3 months after PoE launches, with, I don't know what you're comparing it with, actually. Like, I don't really understand what you're comparing it with. Because you're saying, like, PoE2 is dead, but, like, there's no one watching Path of Exile 1 or Diablo 4 either, you know? Like, the only reason people went back to PoE 1 is because of the event. Like, it's important to compare launches, not like random dates that like just look good for you numbers wise. Like, for example, even now, even though Diablo 4 had a launch way more recently, Path of Exile 2, even with like none of the main streamers, have more people than watching Diablo 4. Hey Foxy. Does it not get exhausting having the same argument with dummies every day? I mean, they're not dumb just for having an idea. I mean, I didn't like that he was arguing so much in bad faith, but Like, you don't really get anywhere by calling somebody a retard. You get somewhere by talking to someone, and then maybe they'll be like, you know what? I hadn't thought of it like that. That's a good point. Do you think this very first patch is going to be the one to solve it all? No, I mean, like, personally, Leroy, I'm more excited for Last Epoch than PoE 2. Because, yeah, I agree. There are a lot of problems, and it's less about that. I think there is going to be a lot of stuff coming in this PoE 2 patch, but I don't know if they can solve the endgame in this patch, right? Like, they need to slow down PoE 2 a lot, right? They need to remove a lot of player power. They need to remove a lot of player power, slow it down, and make like that the boss fights are more about like what's the word I use for it? When you're like trying to outlast each other, like a decay battle. But there's a word I use for it that doesn't sound as dumb. Whittling down. Attrition. A war of attrition, right? That would be like my favorite way that boss fights should be. That's just my opinion. That's not necessarily right. There are some people that think it's really cool to just go into a boss, one-shot it, and then click the loot, and then you just... Oh, I got good loot! Right? There are some people that think that's awesome. Personally, my ideal boss fight scenario is when it is a war of attrition, and that you can maybe make 3 mistakes or 4 mistakes. You know, on the 5th, you're like, you know what? It's either I die on the next mistake or, like, you know, it's over. But yeah, it'll be interesting. I do agree with you. I don't think PoE 2 is going to fix it this patch, but it is currently still a behemoth compared to Last Epoch. So I do think it's a lot healthier for Last Epoch to move out of the way by 2 weeks, because it's if it was the other way around, if Last Epoch was 2 days after Last Epoch or PoE 2, it would be a lot better too. The problem is that it's in front, and people aren't going to play 2 days of Last Epoch, 1 week of PoE, and then go back to PoE or Last Epoch. People don't do that. As well as it is also the second bad thing is that there are a lot of people, probably people in chat that will admit they are this group of people, that they have not bought Last Epoch, right? It's $35. That is a big purchase for a lot of people right now. They have not bought Last Epoch, and they probably would consider buying it, but they're not going to buy it when they already have PoE 2 and it comes out 2 days later, right? Then they're like, well, I'm not going to buy it. I might buy it later if there's something happening later, but they're not going to buy it now, right? Whereas if it comes out 3 weeks later or 2 weeks later, then they probably are going to buy it. And there's a lot of those people. That's why it does suck for the people that only want to play Last Epoch. It does suck randomly waiting another 2 weeks, but it is so important that they get to monetarily capitalize on all the hard work they've done. Have the Last Epoch devs said they're hard for cash? No, that's just me speculating. Because, but I also do have a lot of like inside knowledge into game companies and stuff, right? I also do consulting for game companies, and I know that this is not sustainable. Like I do work with a lot of companies, and I work with game companies. Like, this is not sustainable. That I know for a fact. I've not talked to them about it, but I do know that. It is not sustainable. That all-time peak is mostly thanks to Twitch? Yeah. I feel like GGG is making a bullying move. I think it's more of a desperation than they can't afford to wait. I know you're friendly with the devs. Did they reach out to GGG and ask them when the patch was coming? I can't talk too much about this stuff. But like this one did get impacted by PoE 2. The reason this dropped off so hard is because of PoE 1 having a patch. So that I'm very concerned for like the future, and I want both games to do well, and people are saying like only streamers care about this, and obviously streamers are directly financially invested. It's obviously directly financially better for streamers that the launches aren't on 2 days apart, but it's also even more directly important for streamers that both games stick around long term, right? Your lighting, camera, and room setup looks so good. Thank you. That actually means a lot to me. The only thing I was better, I wish I know it can be fixed, but I don't personally 100% know how to fix that it doesn't glare as much, the light on my displays. And I wish I was better at audio. I feel like so fucking dumb with audio, man. I actually got a sponsorship opportunity. For those that don't know, I like to run both all of my sponsors by stream. Does anyone know anything about Rig microphones? They want me to use their microphone for a month and pay me for it. I'm tempted to like ask them to send me one first and try it. If you're willing to learn, then audio's not an issue. I should just fly you out, Rocky. Actually, can I fly you out? Yeah, Rig. R-I-G. I might just, I think what I'll do is I'll say before I accept the sponsorship, I will ask them to send me the microphone, let me test it for a day, and if you guys don't hate it, I'd probably do it. Is the bottom right display? Yeah, it is. Anyway, let's watch the video while I eat. What's your current mic? It's a SMB7 Shure, which is pretty much best in slot, but it's not necessarily best in slot for me because I am dumb. Is it a microphone? So I think that's the idea. I think the idea is that it's a cheaper microphone. We can talk later. Okay, cool. Yeah, maybe I should just fly Iraqi out. To give a class on stream. So a stream sounds fantastic to me. It can definitely be better. It can, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I already have a best in slot microphone. So it does seem a bit dumb, but whatever. We'll see. I really wish I knew more about audio. It's so hard. It's so hard. Like, so the problem right now is volume warning. No, I'm too tired to yell. But like, if I yell and it peaks and stuff, I haven't set up the compressor well enough. And I think it's mostly, I don't sound like I have a lisp anymore, right? Like, how's the de-esser configured right now? Because I don't really remember. How does it sound when I say S's? Snick. No hiss. Lispy? I do sound lispy? Oh my god. Wait, so I'm not supposed to sound lispy. I don't have a lisp. Sounds like you're saying S's. Sounds like Mike Tyson. Tyson. Smart hish. Well, we have something, a de-esser. It's basically supposed to make the S's less sharp, but when it's not configured correctly, it makes you sound like you have a lisp. Tyson. Mike Tyson. And like, I don't really know how to configure it. So it's annoying. It frustrates me. You don't want your S to be too sharp? Like, here, where's the de-esser? What happens now when I just turn it off? S. Like, now it's off entirely, I think. Unless I need to do both of them. Zizaran. Snick! It's in bypass mode already. It's better? It's all in OBS. Wait, do we have something in OBS for this, though? I don't know. I don't even know my own audio anymore, dude. Oh! Oh, I have loads of settings here in OBS. What's this? I don't understand. I'm not gonna touch it. I don't like it. I hate audio. Anti-lisp setting. No, I don't have a lisp. It's actually very sensitive to me because I grew up with a speech impediment. Not with S, but I can say ar, which is obviously a pretty severe speech impediment. It's way better. I've always thought you had a lisp. I never imagined it was your microphone. Ah. I don't lisp. Because you dropped the DSP, it started being an ass, so it's now in bypass mode. But yeah, I am very happy about how my the only thing I wish, this is actually a tip when I used to play D&D with Destiny. I wish I had colored lights instead of, like, right now I just have these are, I don't know. It probably does show, but like I have a warmer yellow here and a whiter light here. So like it's supposed to split the face. I think that looks a lot better with like blue and purple. So I wish these lights were colored. And that does look really well. Took a lot. Man, I remember I used to have these huge fucking studio lights. Can we watch the video? Yes, but I do talk a lot. So if you just want to watch the video, I would recommend. I'll link it in chat for you if you don't want to watch me yapping. Here it is. Because I yap a lot. I'm in a really yappy mood. I have been taking vitamins every fucking day religiously. I feel fucking amazing. I think I was just severely deficient. I'm also going to get a phone call at some point from my doctor because I just had bloods taken and they want to talk to me about the results, which is always a good thing. That's always good. They only want to talk to you when it's good things. What vitamins? Men's Health multivitamins. Multivitamins. So I'm probably dying. I have a week left. Yeah, I like it, Pickles. I'm also taking tons of pills right now. I'm taking, I do not have medical advice. I take creatine. I take magnesium. I take this sounds like a mushroom. Maybe it is. Something husk. I don't know how to pronounce the first word. Psyllium? Psyllium husk? But it is actually making a very big difference for me. No, not mycelium. How much do you drink if you take creatine? What do you mean? Wait, does creatine dehydrate me? Because I'm feeling really fucking dehydrated every day. Oh, that would explain it. Well, I was reading, so I've been having really big issues with my brain. Also, I've also gotten sunlight. I've been trying to go for walks in the sun. But I've been having really big issues with my brain where I felt like borderline retarded. Like I literally was just struggling to remember. Like if I looked, you know, like those like CAPTCHA codes and stuff, I would have to look 3 times and stuff. I cannot like remember anything past like 0.3 seconds. So I don't know. I read some medical journals that are friendly to me and I started taking magnesium and that helped a lot. And my doctor said it was good. Like I double check everything I take with my doctor, obviously. What is the sunlight you speak of? Yeah, that's the weed. I took weed. It was awful. Weed is so bad. It is shockingly awful. I took an edible like a while ago, like 6 months ago or something. Could not remember anything past 3 seconds. But yeah, anyway, it doesn't really matter what you guys say. I double check with my doctor anyway. It's like yeah. You just have no tolerance? Well, I was also told that the cookie was weak, so I ate 2. And I do not remember that entire day. It was awful. Anyway, let's watch.
Dump immediately here, so yeah.
All right, that's fair.
It was a really bad experience.
All right, well,
I don't remember.
we have about...
I watched the movie called The Menu, and I saw a trailer for it, and I was like, oh, we should watch this. And they were like, are you kidding? I was like, no, what do you mean? It's like, well, we saw this when you were high. And I was like, oh, okay. So, hectic. I don't understand why people like weed. Hi, Dreadful. Who is Carvarosco? Carvarosco is, he used to be a Path of Exile streamer, and then 11-hour Games hired him, so he is on their development team. Dreadful, you're just in time for breakfast. I'm gonna eat pretty slowly because we have 2 hours to get through, and it's better for my stomach if I eat slowly. I'm gonna try to eat far away from the microphone as well, so you guys can't hear eating sounds, because when I go, if I hear eating sounds, I want to literally commit murder. So anyway, let's watch.
1 or 2
That's the
hours
audio.
to basically put you guys on the in the furnace. So I'm just gonna go straight into this, and you guys have been spammed. I've been spammed. Everyone's talking about it. I'm gonna get rid of the elephant in the room, and that is obviously the
Thank you.
scheduling. 2 days after you guys are launching, PoE 2's coming out. What's the take here? Like, what's the how do I read this room? Because everyone's kind of upset about it.
Yeah, we're disappointed along with everyone else on this, and we're just focusing on our season 2 right now, and just building the hype and excitement for what we've got coming out. That's our big focus right now.
That sounds good.
Yeah, we got good stuff coming in, so it's worthy to get excited for. So
Yeah, I'm
obviously
not
disappointed, but yeah.
Oh, of course. I mean, I've been trying my best not to spill the beans on the CT stuff, but the stuff I've seen
Is
is
this really decent, Key?
very exciting.
Thank you.
Well, let's go into
It's
what
hard
we're
not
gonna...
to say anything, though, isn't it?
Hi,
Is it the
everybody.
video?
Well,
Hard not to say anything, though, isn't it?
I know. I'm just sitting here with a grin on my face. People asking questions. What about this? What about that? And I'm like, I know exactly the answer to that. Well, we haven't gotten access to everything, which I think is good. And I've been trying not to explore too much of the in-depth stuff. So online.
I don't know, it's not great. I'm not a big fan of streamer access. I think they need it. But I hope they don't need it for long. How do you feel about it, Dreadful? Also, do you have access? Obviously, I can have access, but it's anti-marketing in my opinion. I think when you can move away from it, you should. Because in games like this, where it's all about figuring it out, whenever people have already played and killed the bosses and stuff, or done the content on a test server, it's far less exciting when it actually comes out. And you're like, yeah, you're watching the race of who can do it first, but you know that the person that's going to do it first has already done it 25 times on the test server before anyone could practice. That's very, very anti-hype for a lot of us. Right? If needed, do it, but then you're locked out from races and stuff that gives an edge. Sure, but what if I get to practice it, right? I get to practice it for 2 months, and then I'm locked out of the race, but I'm coaching Karn on how to do it. Right? It does sully the race. I'm very anti-PTR. I am not delusional. I do think they currently need it, and it helps them a lot. But I don't think that's something that should be there long-term. In my opinion. Yeah, Mike does look a bit like Bajira. Can you turn on subtitles? Racing is ego stroking, has nothing to do with new content. I'm not sure if I'm understanding your comment, but I mean, I'm probably not alone that it is more exciting when people don't know. I'm probably not the only one that thinks it's exciting when people are discovering things and you don't open up the fucking launch with every streamer posting 20 videos of here are the best builds, here are the best content, here's how you maximize everything. I don't think that's fun. No, Dadish. Like, you're allowed to disagree, but I personally...
A lot of things will still be kind of fresh for me, which is going to be very fun. So this interview, we're going to be focusing on basically class rework and balance. So those are the main overlaying themes of this interview. So that's the questions we're going to be following up for the rest of this interview is going to be with that theme.
So good.
And I'm going to start off with number 1 in my little list here, which is about meta shakeups and how you guys are intending to tackling balance in general, both in terms of timelines, such as, only having changes on every launch or mid-seasonal changes, and also asking if the idea is to nerf outliers at the top, or rather exclusively bringing underperforming builds up on par.
Yeah, it's it's a combination approach of basically everything you've got there. So we really want to take those builds that are crazy outliers, because there's a few of them that are a little wacky what they can do, and bringing those down to the realms of reality. And but we are raising the floor on a lot of builds right now. So there's a lot of new stuff coming in that's going to make a lot of builds that were not working, not having a great time. You get to Endgame, you're trying to push through some of the more difficult content. So bringing the floor up on a lot of builds is really important at the same time. Getting everything into that like 80%, 80 to 100% range is I think it's the goal in general, yeah. And we're not really interested in the mid-season changes yet. So we are still focusing on that, getting things near the start of the season as much as possible.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
when we asked the community, don't even remember when it was, about mid-season changes, they were pretty against it, for a good reason. It's like, imagine playing some.
How do you guys feel about it? I do think when something's really egregious, if it's like a straight up bug, something not like working as intended, not like suicide totems in PoE where it was just like numbers. I think when something's really fucked, they should change it.
Something really fun, and then it just gets nuked out of orbit because it was just too good. So we generally try to avoid that as much as possible.
Why do they shorten Carve's name? Is it racism? It's because whenever Gazi was trying to spell it, things kept appearing because it's a spell. So he was like Carvarusku, and then like a broom appeared. And he got scared, and he was like carve, and that worked, and nothing appeared. So it's just he's worried about the spellcasting.
And then only like do it like buggy interactions and whatnot. So yeah.
That's
but
fair.
what comes to the nerfing like overperformers versus just buffing everything else, Dispatch, the floor is gonna come up because we have new stuff that's gonna give you new power. So obviously the maximum amount of power you can get is gonna go up, and then the gearing, like the plateau of how quickly you start having issues upgrading your gear, is gonna last longer because there's gonna be so much new stuff to help you craft.
I am a little bit sad that Carve works for 11-hour games because I'm a little bit worried about the complexity of the game. Because I wouldn't be surprised if just suddenly they're like, yeah, next patch we're going to space. You have to construct a rocket ship, and you have to do the calculations manually while you're fighting monsters. Because Carve is like too smart, so it's like it's a little bit worrying. It's a little bit worrying when Carve works there. He's a little bit too smart.
And obviously, let's say random numbers. Let's say you have 1,000 builds, and out of those 1,000 builds, there's like 10 that are like just like 1,000 times better than everything else. It's a lot easier to nerf those down while buffing the rest a bit versus trying to bring everything up, because that would also buff the overperformers. Because when the games get as complicated as we have, if you buff something, it's most likely going to affect something else too. Because we have like stuff like triggering other abilities, and if you buff an item that is used in like 10 builds, then every build is going to get a buff and so on. So
that's fair. I remember former class lead design Adam Jackson for Diablo 4. He used a hand gesture and basically said they want to have builds within this frame, and they want to bring builds above this line down to this frame, and builds beneath it up to that frame, and have basically everything existent exist within this parameter of build performance. And we have other games like PoE, for example.
It's Zaki. Hi, Zaki.
Who are perfectly fine with builds basically just being really bad, and then they want to try to have a kind of a healthy frame in this hand gesture moment here with a couple of outliers every meta shakeups that are performing a bit better. What is the approach of that kind of theme moving forward with Last Epoch? Are you okay with builds being underperforming, or do you want all of the builds to exist within this parameter?
I mean, I think it's a good way of describing it, and I think in a perfect world, everything would be in that range. Where like there are certain things that need to be more stronger, and there are certain things that need to be weaker in order for like you to make you feel like when you're making good decisions in the game, and you're like, hey, I figured out a way to make my build stronger. Something has to be weaker for that to be true, and so there's never nothing. Getting everything to the exact same level is a fool's errand, and it's never going to work. It's never going to happen, and we don't want to. But yes, getting everything into a closer range where like the lower performing ones are still viable is ideal.
All right, chat. You gotta enjoy my streams while you got them. I was given 6 weeks to live. No, huh. So my folic acid is low, my uric acid is low, which is apparently really abnormal. Usually it's high, and that's like an indication of disease. They don't really know what it means that it's low. My vitamin D and low, or D and B are low while I'm taking supplements, which is wild. So I have to take different tablets for 4 months. Crazy. Not the urine, no, uric with a C. So I need more purine in my food. I'll send that message to my wife so she can see that. But that's fascinating. That's impressive. Yeah. Crazy. Prediction on when he falls over. I'm dead, chat. Tree harder. Final warning. No more weird anti-vax stuff in my chat. No, I don't want any recommendations from you. You can be in my chat, but no anti-vax stuff in my chat. It's fucking wild. It's the single best invention the human species invented. I don't care what you do in your own time, but any anti-vax stuff, gone out of my chat. Don't want any of it, ever. There's literally fucking measles outbreak in America. You guys are dying in droves because of it. You can have fun with that on your own. We're sensible here. That's not anti-vax? Okay. Well, anyway, it's not a discussion I want in my chat, okay? We can... I don't want it. We're talking about last Epoch. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Reno Myri, thank you for the prime. No, you're good. You're good. And I know it's not coming from a bad place, but it's... I don't want it. Let's continue watching.
We know we're never going to have, like, if someone wants to try and take some build that is... I get in trouble when I say this because I say some ridiculous build and someone's like, I'm going to make it work. But there's always certain things that are just so ridiculous that you're just not going to make them... It's just not going to happen.
Ren, thank you for the prime.
That's fair. Yep. All right, so we're going to move on to the next question, which is kind of a big one, and it's about defenses. The first one we're going to cover is balanced approach comparing health versus ward. And we've been existing in this pendulum swinging back and forth. We had this huge life meta, and then it swung back to ward meta. Then we was back to life meta, and then we're back in ward again. So what's the approach of available toolkits and balancing the differences between health and ward moving forward from here?
Yeah, we might just end discussing this topic for the rest of the podcast.
Yeah.
If we, you're right. Ward has been really good and it's been really bad. And on launch, it was really good. And then we brought it down a bit. Not enough, so there's going to be more changes.
I'm going to go wash my hands real quick. I'm going to play ads while we're doing it too. For those that don't know, yeah, he's been working there for a while. I play 3 minutes of ads per hour. So, go get a drink or something. I'll be right back. We're back. Where did he used to work? He used to be a streamer. He used to be a streamer. I also went over with the doctor, like the supplements I'm taking. He said all of those sounded good, so that's good. Wait, is my weird? My stream elements multi-chat thing is super delayed. Also have the PD tier team. I think it still does. Okay, there now it's synced.
Slightly nerf warped, where it needs a nerf, but we're also buffing health. I think the first thing would be that int is just a very good stat to stack. You get all the great stuff, especially for our specific classes like acolytes and
look at the size of
mage.
these.
So we are reducing the ward retention you get from int from 4 to 2%, and then we're going to be targeting cases where skills or passives are just very good at generating ward out of like nowhere. I think we gave you a picture of one of the nodes for acolyte.
The putrid. I can bring it up.
Yeah, that one.
I have big hands.
Yeah, so that one specifically.
I was thinking that to rein in.
You get ward when you hit a target that is afflicted by Spirit Plague. So that is just whenever you hit something that has it.
Yeah, covers it up.
With 3 points, that's like 12 ward per hit, and with some cool skill interactions.
I think Mike tries to smile because he looks a bit intimidating when he doesn't. Annabelle steroids. It's creatine. I don't like steroids, right? You might want to be in the top left, by the way, for this interview. Okay, thank you.
You can get a lot of hits per second, especially because stuff like Bone Curse is considered a hit, so you get like double the effect there. So what we're doing is we are curtailing the power of like these absolutely insane amount of applications per second, but we're buffing the individual cases. So builds that aren't like
surely he isn't thinking about murder.
Are gonna be better.
You gain ward when hitting an enemy afflicted by Spirit Plague. You gain ward when hitting an enemy afflicted by Spirit Plague. What's Spirit Plague? I'm a little. What skill is that? I need like a refresher course on Lasty Pop. It's one of the curse skills. I don't think I've used it. The dot that proliferates. Is it like the ED? Yeah, okay. Okay, I know what it is. Yeah, I'm just bad with names. Dude, I bought peach iced tea. So if you're wondering why I'm so late this morning, I went to this like I can maybe show you. W5. We went here with my kids. And it's like they have loads of things. They have like a play area, and then they have like loads of like things where they can show cool science projects for kids. So I went there with my kids this morning. Liam like loved playing in there. It was so nice. So well, I was just building things for Liam to destroy. Like I would build things and then he would destroy it.
8236 just resubscribed for 14 months.
You stream for 1 hour and you're 9 minutes into the video. Can you please just stop pausing and watch it? No, it's you're a lot better. I'll link it for you, so you can just watch it without me. Like it is actually a video that's publicly available for you, so you can watch it on your own. Logan and thank you for the 75 months, and Trauma thank you for the 14 months. Is it weird that I want to go there? No, I mean it was super fun. Did they mega overcharge you for food? No, we didn't really eat there, but no, food there is pretty cheap. It's pretty cheap. They also like, yeah. 2 other real life friends of mine were gonna come with us, but they couldn't make it, and they actually, without us even asking for it, they were like, it says 6 here, but there's only 4 of you. Do you want a refund on the other 2? And we were like, yes, thanks. So that was nice.
We're abusing our worse.
Terraria.
So we got cases like this in a couple items. I think just a couple rings that have like
actually,
ward on hit and stuff like that.
Sorry, Oh my god, people that hate me pausing are gonna hate me more. I was just really excited because my son was too short to get up on one of the climbing things, and another kid helped him, and I was just like, that kid was raised right. That was so nice.
And then overall, Ward is just like way too easy to get from passives and skills. So we're moving a lot of that into items. So there's a couple new like I think affixes for Ward. So it takes more gear now to get that.
So basically, the power is moved more away from the
nice,
passive, the
Danish.
free access, and moved into gear progression to build it up. And just if everyone's clear, this one up here is the current version of Beauty Recovery, and the one down here is after the changes on the bottom here.
Yeah, so numbers going up. It's a big buff, right?
It's quite extensive, yes.
Unless you were hitting like 100 times a second. Then
Then it's
a nerf.
Up to a limited
As
times per second.
As for health,
Right.
health was basically all tied to gear in most cases. You get a decent amount of passives and whatnot, but then we have like these crazy items like the Stout Idol that has a double health. It has increased health and it has a flat health. So I think we removed the flat health from there.
Yep.
And then because it's now we're nerfing the health belts there. So what we ended up doing is we're buffing some of the health values on affixes. I think we introduced 1 or 2 new health affixes.
This is the first time.
Like hybrid affixes. One is Regen, so Regen is going to be pretty good.
I did want to watch it last night, but I was tired and I wanted to. Me and my wife watched Stargate.
Patch. Which previously haven't really been. It's only like couple very specific builds that were really good with Regen, but now it's going to be
like the Vessel of Strife, right, from Julra. Is it?
Yeah,
it's 2-1.
Yeah. Oh, that item might specifically have been nerfed a tiny bit to compensate.
God damn it.
Yep. And then we also increased the health gain per level. So I think it's currently 8 health you get whenever your character levels up. In Season 2, it's going to be 10. So you're just going to get more health just from levels as well from that.
And health potions are more effective now, too.
Okay. Do you guys think that this is going to be enough to get like a balance between the two so you don't...
Do you know, I think potions in every ARPG that isn't PoE 1 is so boring. I really like potions in PoE 1. I think they're awesome. Do you know, I think it's so boring in every fucking game except PoE 1. Like, yeah, they're a bit annoying on your hands, but you have instilling orbs for that. Like, I think in PoE 1 they're the worst. Really? I think potions are so boring in every game. I think they're done so well in PoE 1. Cleanse is awesome. Being in pain is great. I guess it's because I don't get hand pain. I have really strong wrists. Like, my ancestors killed people with their wrists, so I guess that's like transcended into like really good keyboard hands. And I like complexity. So I could see that I'm in the minority there. I just think, like, potions in every other game is just so boring and dated. Your ancestors hoed rocky soil? Yeah, true. That is from masturbating so much, sis? True. People are ready to eat 40% less damage to not use a mana pot in PoE 1. Yeah. Do you mean HP flask only? Well, that's the thing. I think, well, actually, yeah, I think HP flasks are done decent in PoE 1 too, but hey, Kronsky, good to see you. But utility flasks are really done well, and it's not done well it's done really bad in PoE 2. Like, I have a disdain for the, what are they called? Charm? I hate charms. I hate charms so much.
Don't feel like you're scuffed for playing life or the other ward instead. Do you feel like they're going to be pretty balanced with this, or how's the confidence in this?
You're going to see health builds especially in classes that are good with it, and you hopefully also see ward builds for those classes, especially like mage and acolyte, because they have a lot of support for that, so they should be good with it. As for like the ultimate, like I've seen a lot of talk about we should just cap ward to be like a percentage of your max health or something like that. I mean, we could do that, but it's just boring. It's just boring. We'd rather try to try to slowly balance it so they're both really good and cool. And maybe some hybrids where you do both and stuff like that. Because it's just fun trying to break the game with stuff like that. It's just fun.
Fair enough. I mean, I like the approach, especially like with removing the whole double life idols. It's so frustrating is a good way to put it. At least for COF, to try to find these double life idols because of how valuable they are for the defensive layers of your character. But speaking of defensive layers, there's another question we have, which is about the crazy differences in performance between different ailments. And the question is if this is going to be tackled in the new season with ailments specifically. I'm not talking about just taking the damage from ailments, but also applying those type of ailments. So is there something you could cover or leak for us here regarding this for season 2?
I mean, there's no leak. There's only teasers and knowledge, I guess. You'll be taking less damage from damage over time overall, just globally. Enemies will deal less damage to you now. I think it's like 15%.
Huge.
15,
What?
And
No.
then on top of that,
Okay.
corruption. You know, the corruption providing more damage to enemies. That is half as effective for dots. So if they, grant 200% more damage, they only get 100%.
Is Dreadful still here? Or is there any, like, Last Epoch mains here? Is that enough to fix the stupid spires literally instantaneously murdering your entire bloodline? I'm also more excited for Last Epoch than PoE2.
Damage for dots.
Okay, because I've been doing some rounds talking to some Last Epoch creators that mainly make content for Last Epoch, and Sagan Survives is a content creator that I was talking to that had a question specifically about damage over time that you take because of how reducing the dot damage taken in higher corruptions it has become such a mandatory stat. So the changes you were talking about, lowering the corruption impact on that specifically, is the solution to that problem. Am I understanding you correctly then?
Yeah, right. So we could just introduce more different mechanics for you to reduce dot damage, but then that puts more pressure on gear, which you already have a lot of pressure on gear for damage mitigation.
That's
because
true.
We're scaling like the damage and health of enemies with corruption like at the same time, so they end up doing more damage before they
Mike has really nice teeth.
die from your damage.
I wonder if he had braces.
So it's very heavily lopsided to just investing in the defense in the endgame in Last Epoch currently.
Fair enough.
As for some of the elements that players do, so specifically 2 elements tied to Sentinel. So Electrify, which is like the holy lightning damage over time, is getting a lot more support for Paladin now. I think you might have a couple pictures of that somewhere.
Yeah,
we do actually.
Yeah.
It was just so buried and like impossible to get things that scaled with it, and there was
had
very
like a couple
little
uniques. Yeah, it had like a couple uniques that were basically you had to use them. We're probably still gonna use some of them. I think we nerfed some of them a tiny bit because we made it just more accessible to actually scale. Electrify as a paladin now. So we introduced a new affix, which I think spawns both on helmets and body armors, which is just electrify chance with lightning skills. And then on the paladin passive tree, there's some more electrify support, as well as a new like an actual scaler. There's a new node that provides you more lightning damage over time based on your crit multi. So if you have like 300% crit multi from gear, so this is the crit multi on top of the base. So the base crit multi isn't calculated here. So if you have like 300% crit multi, that's I think 150% more lightning damage over time. So maybe there's some hybrid hit dot lightning builds out there. Who knows?
I think we've got a picture for that one too, actually.
Yeah, we do.
I think it's a problem with the VOD because like it's for me as well. It's not like a through Twitch thing. The VOD is.
Yes, I have.
No, yes.
That's weird.
Here's the electrify example.
Judgment of the Storm.
This is for the electrify support for paladins.
Yeah.
Which has a threshold node. A very important point out. It's a threshold node, which we kind of want to see more in Acolyte, by the way. Shock chance, lightning, res, shred, and electrified chance. And the threshold is you'll deal more lightning damage over time, multiplicative with other modifiers per 2% added crit multi above the base 200. So that's how you bypass the base.
I've seen there's a video, there's a guy that can basically delay his own voice IRL. Like he does like the, you know, what do you call it? Like when you do the puppet talk, but he does that, but he would like move his mouth and then start speaking, and people are like, what the fuck?
We added support crit multi above that is what's added.
Ventriloquism. Yeah, that's really funny.
And somebody in the chat asked if this affix is only for Sentinels, and yes. Sentinel, well, Paladin more specifically, because it's the ailment is like the holy themed, so that's why it's very heavily tied to just Sentinel and Paladin specifically.
Does that mean that the Electrify modifier would only show up on Sentinel specific items?
Yep.
Yes, that affix, the Electrify chance with lightning skills, is only for Sentinels. Just like you have like plus level of skills for individual skills for different classes on like body armor, relics, and chests.
So then I would assume that if you get the craft shards for that modifier, you can then put it on non-sentinel pieces as well. But you will never drop a non-sentinel piece that has that modifier on it.
Like you won't crafting it.
No, it has to always go on sentinel. You cannot get that mod on any class other than a sentinel.
Can't even craft it on it.
No,
yep.
no.
Same thing. Yeah, same thing for other like affixes like that.
Yeah.
And then the other ailment is something that people know exists, but it's basically just a the stat that you have for some builds, and that's Time Rot.
Yeah, the image for that too.
Yes, Time Rot is actually a ailment now that you can make pretty crazy. We didn't want to just make it like every other ailment.
Time Rot is kind of last epoch's answer to Decay, right? But that has more to it. Certainly, thank you. In Canada, certainly there with the 45 months, Canada for the 75, and Trauma with the 14. It's a Void Dot, yeah.
Which would be uncapped, which caused a lot of the problems with balance and just tech issues. We're not gonna probably go into too much with that, but that meant we had to have like unique scalars for it, basically, because like uncapped ailments, you get like pen, you get damage, you get duration, like how many you can apply as soon as possible. So since Time Rot is still capped at 12, we need to find basically more multipliers for it that allow you to scale the damage of it. So one of them is Time Rot chance with void skills, and this does not account for the chance on individual skills. So this is like the global stat. So if you have like Warbath, let's say, had like 100% chance, that wouldn't apply for this. So this is just globally from like passive skill trees, not skill trees, gear like idols, or in this case again body armor and helmet, because we made an affix for that. And then we have slow, because that's very thematic. Time Rot, it's a time based, right? So we have slow, and then we have the lowest of, I think it's attack, cast, and throwing speeds. So you have to invest in all of those three stats, and it picks the lowest as the multiplier. So there's you can get this to do some crazy damage now. Previously it was just basically a debuff for some abilities, like Erasing Strike does like more damage if enemy has 12 stacks of it, but now you can just make Time Rod actually do damage.
Yeah, Nikki.
It's pretty exciting.
No, for sure. I mean, this one's really, really interesting. You guys were talking about this in the previous interview with spreading out some of the power from the Sentinel in general to create more of a balanced approach to it, right? And this is one of those changes to allow the Time Rod to be more of a competitive damage approach, right? That's my understanding of it, at least.
When I grow up, I want to be Mike Smile.
You will be able to see. You will be seeing Time Rod builds in season 2. Yes, you will definitely be seeing them.
For sure. Let's move over to another question, and that is, well, actually, before we move over to the question, I do want to talk about damage over time and ailments. We've seen the Time Rot stuff, Electrify. Are there any other changes to existing dots like Frostbite or Poison, for example?
It looks too happy. I can't stop looking at it now.
I don't think we have any actual changes to any of those ailments, but as we create more items that support those ailments, they can...
It is.
Like, Bleed is...
Are you smiling,
has the most amount of support. from different ailments.
Fair
That's
bit, I
also
think.
because it's available for basically every single class in the game. We have the Electrify that is very tied to just being Paladin. We have Frostbite that is basically Mage, Primalist, and now we're slowly adding some of that into Rogue with some of the changes.
He's so happy.
Fair enough.
There isn't any actual ailment changes to them themselves.
All right.
No, the base functionality
Why
of those
is he
ailments
so
is staying the same,
happy?
but there are other things that can affect those coming.
Okay. It'll be exciting to see. Moving over to the next topic, it is monoliths, which is kind of like the main theme of the season, essentially the end game.
It's so funny because I was in like a voice call with him once, and he looked so serious. And I wonder if someone has told him at some point that he looks so serious when he's not smiling. So I wonder if that like really like made an impact on him, and now he just smiles a lot. Like he looked so serious. I was like, did I say something wrong? Oh shit. He got new veneer, so he smiles a lot. It's pretty common. Okay. What is veneers? Veneers is like a thing that goes on top of your teeth, right? Veneers. Cosmetic treatment. They cover only the front surface of your tooth. Right. Can you brush them? Plug and play dentures. Man, here, actually, hold on. Araki? Can you find a way to hide this? It really stresses me out. Because it's not accurate. It's not my postcode, but it's fucking close. Like, it's like the Google search, like, it shows results for, and then a postcode very close to mine. Like, it's close enough. So I'm like... I'm like, why is that at the top when I Google something? Very stressful.
Right. So Endgame is being heavily focused for this specific seasonal launch.
It's a
and
buzz for me.
Well, one of the small questions we can start with here is, will we have player agency control over manually using individual monoliths? Like examples could be like Scarabs or Deliors in PoE, for example. Is that something you guys are planning to do?
Yes.
Yes. Care to elaborate?
Oh my god, please don't add towers.
Do you want to take this? Or
Yeah, I can talk about it. So one of the
I was about
main
to say
key
that,
features
Nicholas.
of this patch and this whole season is woven echoes, and those are specific activities that you know what they're going to be. You can see what they're going to be. You physically place them into your woven echoes, and those are specific activities that you know what they're going to be. You can see what they're going to be. You physically place them into your timeline echo web, and you can make new paths opening up with them. You can connect nodes that you're like, oh, I don't want to go through this one. I want to go around it. You can make paths around it now.
Oh, that's so nice. That's what PoE2 needs.
And they are itemized, so they are things that you are going to be finding out in the world. And as you find them, you'll be able to be like, okay, now I've got one of these in my pocket. I can go do this.
That would make PoE2 so much better.
You can start it. It sits into the web, so it behaves. It respects the distance from the center modifiers and corruption modifiers, and all of those apply to it. So you can juice up some pretty sweet stuff there if you want. Not quite in the same. I probably shouldn't have used that word. Not in the same sense that you can use it in other systems.
Trust, yeah.
But yeah,
just my Can people still buy Last Epoch through me? I don't even know. Nexus is. Oh, yeah. If you want to, you can buy it through me. Then I get the kickback instead of Steam. Still get a Steam key. Okay, cool, Araki. Thank you.
There's a lot of customization that you can have with what content you're going to be tackling that you just didn't have before.
Yeah, to add there a bit maybe. We are not really keen on like super micromanagement stuff like Elden Rings or the old sextants in PoE or Scar.
Is trading a big part of Last Epoch? So Last Epoch has a different system than PoE. Even if you aren't in solo self-found, it has something called Solo Self-Found League. It's a Circle of Fortune, which is basically, let's say that me and Steel Mage want to play together. I could be Circle of Fortune and he could be the trading faction. We can still play together, but I get buffed drops. Like, I get more loot. And if you don't want to be the improved drop rate faction, you can be, what's the other thing called? You can basically be Merchants Guild, which you get a full-blown auction house, full-on itemized auction house. And if you're Circle of Fortune, like let's say that me and Manwood Hat, we're playing together and we're Circle of Fortune, we both have improved drop rates. If he finds something, he can be like, hey, yo, I actually found something that's huge for your build. And while you're playing together, let's say you're playing together regularly, you get crystals. So that let's say that he's playing together or he's playing with somebody else or alone and he finds something really big for me. Over time, we will have built up these crystals so he can be like, here, take this. Like, I'll give you this. So that like, if he finds something when you're not there, it's not just locked for you forever. He can actually trade it to you. And that you can do that retroactively too. So let's say that, and this has happened. Let's say that somebody in chat finds something and they know I'm desperate for it. We could just play together for a day and then we'd be able to trade that.
Perhaps on Delirium orbs like that. So we've been, it's actually very challenging to try to come up with systems that allow you to do that kind of choosing that doesn't devolve into this massive amount of preparation for every single area that
Pyre
you
is
go
a developer.
to. We have maybe I think we have a few of the Woven Echoes that
sounds horrible. Trade should be free. Well, I disagree. So gotta remember the items that you have to do that for are the ones that are from the buffed drop rate stuff. Trade on anything that isn't from the buffed drop rate stuff, that isn't Circle of Fortune, that you can trade freely. And if you just want to trade freely, you could be in the Merchants Guild. And there you have no restriction on trade. At all. The only restriction on the trading is if you are in the Circle of Fortune, which is the buffed drop rates. So just like if you don't want the buff drop rates and you want to trade freely, just go Merchants Guild instead. It's a really good system.
That will have an impact on other Woven Echo, like other
11-hour games.
Also sometimes in Woven Echoes when you do them. But we don't have crazy plans or adding dispatch, anything like that.
It has an auction house, or rather 15 different auction houses for each type of gear. It is the most miserable, awful auction house I've ever seen, and I hope they've improved it. I hope that's something that's coming this patch. I would rather pour glue in my eyes than interact with the auction house again. It was a really, really, really bad experience. I'm definitely going Circle of Fortune. It is the single worst trading experience I've ever had. The game really should warn you that the auction house is dog shit before you invest too much time in merchants. 100%. Circle of Fortune is like completely a dream. Worse than PoE? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. PoE is dreamy compared to the auction house. Like it's an instant auction house, instant buyout. So you just see an item. Why is it bad? There are 15 of them. So if you want to look at gloves, you have to go to the glove auction house. If you want to look at helmets, you have to go to the helmet auction house. If you want to look at belts, you have to go to the belt auction house. If you want to go to a ring, you have to go to the auction house ring. It's not bad enough that it's left ring and right ring, but like, it's pretty annoying. And there are different NPCs for each one. It's pretty frustrating. I'm molded. Even with this, it's so easy to gear using Merchant's Guild. Yeah. He used to be a PoE streamer. Now he works for 11-hour games. Circle of Fortune is dreamy. Is there a LE trade at least? I don't know. You do get more power though, especially on softcore from the auction house. You do get way more power. You can buy perfect items very fast. I literally am crossing everything and hoping that they do not have dupes. Did they have dupes last season? I can't remember. I feel like they did. $5 hours of a gold dupe. They did, but it's fixed. No more dupes since then. So easy for that to happen. I hope it's fully fixed for this launch. Correct, Ariel. Currently, I am hoping it'll move. I wish we could use both MG gear and change to Circle of Fortune. It's annoying to go MG gear and buy the gear I want. Change to Circle of Fortune. I need to farm all the gear again. I think that's fine. It needs to be that way. I think it's silly if it doesn't.
That you would think of like scarabs or tablets and towers in PoE 2 or stuff like that. We're very on the go in, have fun, you get out, then you go into the next one instead of setting up half an hour to go in and then do a bunch of stuff.
Fair enough. What you guys talked about in the teaser was showing the inventory tabs, right? Can we assume that these juicers, if you will be available in a separate tab, or will we have our inventory clogged up with these?
Every single Echo has a slot on the tab, yes.
Just to verify.
Yeah, they each have their own individual slots that they go into, and there's an option to have them go directly there automatically without having to sort them there manually. They just go in. They never touch your inventory if you don't want them to. But if you do want them to go into your inventory, you can.
Okay, so you can move them out if you want to. Okay.
Yeah.
I like that.
You can. I think it's shift right click. You can just spam those, and they will be dropped from the inventory to the ground if you want to. And obviously, you can just pick them up on your inventory and then press the button to slurp them in at the same time if you like that. But yeah, they will all be with you all the time. And I think it's also shared between the stash. So yeah. You'll just have.
We have seen towers and decided they
should be
sucked.
stash linked. So yeah, so all of your like non-solo softcore characters have them, and all of your non-solo hardcore characters have a separate set. They're not shared between those things. So everyone that shares a stash shares the.
Why is an agent of chaos?
I do have a follow-up.
Why is the shield not centered? That is really stressing me out now. It's in such a weird position. That is in such a weird position. Is he a serial killer? Is Mike a serial killer? It all makes sense now. I'm gonna ask. That's crazy. That's nuts. It's in the same position a doorstop would be. What did I miss? The shield on his door. It's not centered. It's very purposefully off-center. That's some serial killer shit. Maybe the door has a hole? Maybe.
I mean, it sounds great, and I love the idea of player agency. Same thing with the whole shards being automatic, couldn't assume crafting shards, that is, or you can choose to have them in your inventory.
Yeah, maybe he's gonna add the sword.
I have no idea who's psychopathic, like the psychopaths that would actually want to do that, but they exist. However, these things being itemized, if you will, to become an actual physical item, if you will, that kind of brings up the question whether or not are they tradable and giftable as well. No.
They're not tradable or giftable. However,
And the
because you
enchant.
can bring anyone into your echo web, you can just
That's crazy
start it in
timing.
your echo web and bring someone else with you, and they get the full benefits from it. So it's they're shareable in the sense that you can do them together in a party of people, but you can't physically just be like, here you go, you go take this one. They're not going to be for sale on the auction, on the bazaar. Yeah, they are locked. They're character or their account bound.
Okay.
But yeah,
Yeah, it's the same case for everything that is like an unmodifiable item, like runes, shards, stuff like that. We could go into a very deep rabbit hole discussing why that is, but there is a world where those might be tradable in the future, but it requires some big changes to how item factions work.
Okay.
But it is something that is technically possible, but it runs into some design problems. But yeah, maybe we'll talk about it at some point.
We'll get there. All right, moving over to the next part of the end game is the current state of bosses have a ward system that prevents them from essentially getting one shot and or kill too fast. There's obviously a lot of comments around the system, including things like Culling Strike, where you execute the monster at a certain life threshold, having a severely diminished value as a result of this, and it's considered more often a moment of frustration. So the question of this is, how is this system going to be changed in the new season, if at all?
Well, yeah. First of all, it
Oh, I
doesn't
see the
actually
goofy now.
like full one-shot prevention is not there. Like if you hit it hard enough that you can deal enough damage for all of its health and all of the ward bars all at the same time, it will just one-shot it. Like so that is technically possible to do. You can one-shot them if you have enough damage up front. It doesn't create like spots where it just like removes all damage off and then you have to start over.
Like I'm not a huge fan of like I'm glad that they technically are one-shottable. I think the best way to deal with that is balance. Like I think the game should be balanced enough. That at least the thing is with an ARPG, after enough time, I think it's hard to forever balance. I don't want Cast on Death gaming again. No, definitely not. I think it's hard to forever balance. I think balance on a game, you should focus for the first month of launch. In my opinion. I think band-aids are okay. Yeah, I don't know. I think launch is the most important, the first month of launch. It's a bit like Dungeon. Is anyone in chat play D&D? It's a bit like D&D, right? Like once you get past like level what, 12, 13, the game starts unraveling a little bit. Like it's very balanced for the first 13 levels. And then past that, it's like you are God. And I think that's okay here too. I think that you mostly need a balance for the first month of an ARPG. You know? I don't know. I would say so at least. That's a 5e problem? Yeah. It's fine if you don't play casters? Nah, that's not true. Barbarian level 15 is like fucking nuts. It is the reason it's kept at 12, yeah. 13 plus is nuts. Yeah, puzzle 14 only challenge is if enemies can one-shot or disable you, otherwise combat is a non-issue. Yeah. I think it's a bit same for
something like that.
RPGs.
But yeah, it's a hotly debated topic for sure. And it is providing we think a very important functionality to the end game system, but at the same time it is showing up in a lot of places that it doesn't need to. So we're removing it from almost the vast majority of cases that are that have it. It's not going to be there anymore. It's just going to be a straight health bar like normal. And then in the more significant, like really grandiose boss fights, those are going to still have a boss ward system, because and what it really does is it does help those builds that are maybe struggling to do quite as much damage to get those boss fights a little bit quicker.
So when you say that like there's a line where they're not needed, now they're needed. We don't have to go into the detail of it, but I guess the only question I have is, does this mean that the campaign bosses do not have this ward system anymore?
think it's on some campaign bosses, but it's nowhere close to as what you've used to seeing.
Okay.
So this is basically just to punish like high damage builds, right? Like the less damage you do, the more it'll be unaffected by this. Huh. I hope it'll work out that way.
Fair enough. I think that's a good change.
Yeah.
So-
Also
It
for
seems
the
very
kill.
sparingly now.
It's almost like, for those that don't know, in Path of Exile, there is a 4-second 90% damage reduction on every boss, right? So, for example, what used to happen when we were racing, this is actually, sadly, it is actually added just because of racers. So, what we would do is we would pop War Banner down and Lightning Trap, and we would insta-kill a boss the second it spawned, right? Because you get the 100% increased damage, and then Lightning Trap, you get free trap. So we would literally insta-kill a boss. What they did instead then to solve this problem, which has become a part everywhere in the game, is that for the 4 seconds or 2 seconds of the start of a fight, bosses have 90% damage reduction, right? So...
Sorry.
Yeah. Also for the kill threshold part of the
Same.
question, we think it's a good thing because it's very, very powerful. So it actually doing that is, yeah, it's a good thing that it's.
I do think it's a good thing,
reduces
though.
the power of that a bit.
Fair enough.
Yeah, kill threshold is really it's almost mandatory without a system like this. And even with it, it's still crazy powerful. But that's not like a bad thing to have that you need to slot in because basically every class does have access to it in some way or another.
That's true.
Yeah.
Another endgame question or monolith question is a rather big one covering corruption in general. So favor farming, which is also impacting item acquisition, experience gain, and LP item chances, for example. But most importantly, favor farming being such a big factor in how you progress your characters. It seems very heavily favored around a 1,000 corruption at the moment, in the current state of the game at least. So I guess the question comes down to what the intended corruption that EHG wants people to consider to be the actual end game for good and great or beyond builds.
Before Mike goes on a rant here, one thing that we didn't say about the boss ward is that it also just decays faster now.
Oh, that's even better. Thank you.
Carver and I debate this. We when we were prepping for this, we actually got into a bit of a debate on this topic ourselves. So it's something that is, we it's not always cut and dry on what the best idea is. And I think as long as there's like crazy, like extreme outlier builds, there's gonna be it's gonna be a bit of an issue. And bringing those extreme outlier builds down is probably the most important part of balancing this, I think.
So where would you say a good endgame build? What is the considered endgame corruption level from ESG standpoint? Then
I would say if you have a build,
you go ahead.
Sorry,
go
I
ahead.
can go. I'll go. Yeah.
You go.
If you, like Mike was about to say, it's very hard to quantify that because there's so many things that you can do with your builds. And if you make nothing but bad decisions with your builds, it probably shouldn't be able to do a certain amount of corruption. And we want there to be options for people to also make bad builds. Because if you can't make a bad build, you can't really make a good build because everything's the same.
Bro!
As for, let's say that you have a decent understanding of the game and how to make a build, if it can comfortably do like 300 corruption, I'd call it a successful build. The amount of, with so many topics right now in my mind right now. So when we're talking about the like the favor farming and whatnot, we already have diminishing returns starting from, I think, is it like 300 corruption, then 500 corruption, and then finally on the 1,000 mark, the benefits you get from each point of corruption for experience matters a lot less. Yeah. So and then there's the question of, okay, should at some point there be nothing anymore? And the only thing that matters anymore, like when corruption arises, the only thing that goes up is the difficulty. Because if we were to do that, now we are setting a very specific threshold that means viability for every single build in the game.
I think that is what I like so much about the Path of Exile system, that there is a cap. I do like that there is a delve, but I do think that the core system being like tier 16s, tier 17s, and that there is a cap, there is a most possible difficulty, so that like I think that's a good thing. I'm not a huge fan of the PoE 2 endgame, the last Epoch endgame. I'm not a big fan of infinite endgames. I think that's a cool thing to have as a side mechanic. I think it works really well for delve, but how often do you see me delve, right? Like I don't like delve. I think that type of procedurally generated content is just not for me. Tier 17 rogue Exile farming is kind of stupid still. I agree. But I like that. I like that type of content more. No Hero Siege. Me? No, I'm not playing it. This is Asipot. The PoE 2 endgame does have a set difficulty. Yeah, the difficulty is set, but it's like infinite spreading out. I really like the PoE 1 endgame. What's the point of it? Like, why are you pushing 2 to 3,000 corruption? It's just for it? Yeah. No, you're right. PoE 2 is not infinite in terms of difficulty. I don't know. Like, the PoE 2 endgame, I can't wait for them to actually have, like, a proper, their own endgame. Like, I really like the Atlas and, like, completing that. And there's a value to the limit there. But what's the point of the PoE endgame after you've done all bosses? Sure, but there you sort of go into that's sort of ARPGs, right? The point of anything in the game is just to try and play different builds, and you set different goals for different builds. Like you want to do all the bosses on this build, then you don't do all the bosses on the new build.
If it's at 500, there's a lot of viable builds. If it's at 1,000, suddenly there's a lot less viable builds. If it's at 2,000, so we'd rather not, I don't want to say not punish. We rather reward people for being able to do higher difficulty. But it's just a question, like there's a balance of how much should they be rewarded for, and that's why we do have the diminishing returns. Maybe those should be higher.
I think you're bumping on the presentation rather than the difficulty of the PoE 2 game. I wonder if they add some sort of terraforming orb that'll allow you to reach. I think just maps in PoE 1 is such a better design. And yeah, it's not about the difficulty, obviously. It's just, I think being able to curate and choose your own experience. I don't think you should be able to curate and choose everything. But like, the way we could choose it in Path of Exile 1, like you don't need infinite sustain, but like, whenever I get forced, personally, my own experience is whenever I get forced into doing like, the Val Forge map and stuff, I'm just not having fun, and I play video games to have fun, right? I've never been so miserable mapping in an ARPG as I was at the end of PoE 2. And it's like, it was fine in the start, it was fine the first 500 hours, right? When it's all new and exciting. But the more and more you get into it, especially once you run your 50th Mire or your 50th Val Forge or whatever, you're like, fuck me, I just want to delete my character. This is so unfun. And now, this is sort of why I'm more excited for Last Epoch than PoE 2 too, because the fact that they said now in towers we have to kill every rare to interact with the tower, that just fucking hit me in the chest like a gut punch. Because that's already, like, the fact that the entire rare mechanic is so fucking dumb to begin with. I really hate it. And I hate towers. They've now synced up my two least favorite mechanics and be like, yeah, now in towers, you have to kill every rare. And I'm like, what the fuck, bro? Why? Can we just not have that? Do you know what? Do you know what they could do that would make me infinitely happier right now? When you complete the map next to a tower, the tower is unlocked. That would already, as a band-aid, be happier. I'd already be happier. Like, that alone. Just like, oh yeah, you're next to it. It works now. That's how I thought it was when I first saw them. Yeah, I agree, but I think there's merit to being forced to run certain maps to a point, kind of like completing the Atlas in PoE 1. I don't mind doing it once. I'm not worried about the future though. I'm worried about it in the short term. Everybody said they needed a reason to run the tower, and now GGD gave them a reason. It would be fine if the layouts weren't dog shit. I just fundamentally really dislike the whole like kill every single rare. Do you know what? Do you know what does it really well? The destructive play idol. The destructive play idol is, by the way, chef's kiss exactly the way I like it. If you don't know how destructive play idol works, it can add 1, 2, or 3 additional map bosses when you're actually fighting the boss. And how does it choose whether it's 1, 2, or 3? It depends how much you full clear the map. So if you don't want to full clear the map, if you want to boss rush, yeah, you get 1 extra boss each time. If you're in a good map and you actually want to clear a lot of the map, you get 3 extra bosses. And I usually do full clear the map most of the time. It's perfect. It's so well balanced. It's really good. It's really good. Yeah, Silo, people full clear the map. Ah, it's so nice. I think they will add multiple map combination mechanics. They hinted at it in the last interview. Maybe they'll add orbs or tablets. Like I said, right? I'm not worried about path of... Like, I don't understand the doomers. I don't understand people saying PoE 1 is dead. I don't understand the people saying PoE 2 is dead and that they have no future. I'm only worried about it in the short term. I'm worried about, like, is point 2 going to be fun, right? Because that is up for debate. I don't know for a fact if point 2 is going to be fun. Because it might take them longer to fix. So, like, I don't think any other RPG can come close to what PoE 2 will be. But that doesn't help us right now. PoE 1 had a bunch of leagues that had issues. So, like, we are ARPG gamers. It's going to have leagues that are going to have issues too. We're basically always in a beta. But we'll take it what we can do. I agree with that, Rasmatas. Let's see. Yeah. Don't drink. I'm in Ramadan. I'm not drinking. It's iced tea. It's not alcohol. Wait, can you not drink anything at Ramadan? Like any liquid? None? Wait, how long does Ramadan last? Is it 8 hours? Sun up to sundown. Wait, so if you're in Norway, do you die? Are you fucked? Yes? Wait, actually, does it... Is it really great? Wait, when is Ramadan? Like, how often is it? Yearly? Is it always the same month? Oh, March? Okay, that's not too bad then, because the sun is in night. In darker countries, they use the homelands, sunrise and sundown. That makes sense. That makes sense. Wait, so like, genuinely asking, like, say it's Ramadan, and you're following it, you're religious, it's important to you, but you're like, you're really thirsty, you're dying. Would you have a sip, or would you just like, oh, that was it for me? You can have a drink then, but then you add one extra day to your Ramadan. Oh, okay. Yes, dying. Okay. All right. Okay. If you're unwell, you're permitted to break it and make it up later. Okay, cool. We pray. And pregnant women, people with conditions are exempt anyways. Right. Not supposed to do it, right? Cool. Oh, that's fascinating. Double give it to the next person. So it's supposed to be torture self-betterment? Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm not religious, so I don't really know much about it. I believe in
corruption
Chris.
Scaling should be faster than it is right now. There's a lot of questions around this. Just ignoring the balance, there's a lot of like pure design questions here that needs to be answered before you get and decided on before you can get proper decisions made there. And we have people like we debate this a lot internally. So yeah.
It's also about there's an important factor here about the time it takes to get that corruption as well. So at some point, if it is a like what paths you have to, how fast you can increase your corruption, and how long that actually takes of gameplay time. Because if you are, we want you to stay challenged. We want you to stay. That's the important thing, is that you are still being challenged as you're advancing the difficulty of content that you're like able to do. So you get more powerful, but you still get challenged because you still have more challenges to take on. And having that.
Do you like last Epoch crafting, Ziz? Yeah, a lot. I do like it a lot, yeah. I think it's pretty perfect. It has a lot of really good things to it. Subluxation, thank you for the sub. It's a bit too good too fast. I mean, they can add more drop only things for like. I'm a big fan of like the lower you are in the percentile of the item, right? So let's say 100% item is a perfect item, right? I don't think you should ever be able to deterministically get a 100th percentile item, in my opinion, right? For how I like playing ARPGs. You should never be able to get a 100th percentile item deterministically, ever. No matter how much currency you spend on it. It should always be RNG and very unlikely to get. The lower you are in percentile item, like 20, 40, 60%, whatever, they should be more and more deterministic, right? Anytime you're going above 60th percentile item, you should have less and less determinism or more and more luck and RNG. And yeah, in my opinion, what last Epoch needs the most is a Valorb. Valorb and Legendary Potential are the two coolest ARPG systems that exist, in my opinion. I think it needs a Valorb. You kind of never can get the 100th percentile item, yeah. Valorb is like my favorite mechanic. Valorb's so good. And in PoE 2, they're really, really good. Legendary Potential is so slept on, yeah. What's Legendary Potential? Oh my god. Let me show you. Do I have last Epoch patched? I need a toilet break soon. This is probably going to sell people on last Epoch. I didn't start with Dark Shrine Link. That's when I started streaming. It's insane to me that Wilson never brought it back. All my homies hate Wilson. After explaining this, I need a toilet break. My stomach's a bit fucked. I'm already sold on last Epoch. I just don't know what it does. Yeah, I'm booting up the game to explain it to you. It's extremely cool. It is the coolest ARPG system. This or Valorb. It's a hard choice for me between either. So here I have a tab with legendary potential. So for example, this is 3. Right? Perfect. Perfect. Okay. So this is a good example. So the Kestrel, this is a legendary item in last epoch. It can drop with between 0 and 4 legendary potential, right? And 4 is exceptionally rare. Now on the Kestrel, this is a low level item, right? You can see that it's a level 4 item. So this actually is an item that you could, and probably someone in chat has had a 4 legendary potential item, right? However, like an endgame item or a boss drop, okay, you're right, it is a unique item, not a legendary. You're right. That is an important distinction, but it is, yeah. It's a unique item with 3 legendary potential. So you could drop this with 4 legendary potential, and that is droppable. But let's say something that, if you're a Path of Exile player, something like the rarity of a Headhunter or a Mage Blood, like a really rare item, you are never going to drop a 4 LP. It's going to be like 1 in like 65 trillion items dropped chance, right? It's very rare. So it's basically the way it works is like common low level items are a higher chance to get way rarer than mirror, more likely to get high LP. So this one has 3 legendary potential. So what does it do and how does it work? So this is a exalted body armor, and you can see that this has a exalted stat on it. Actually, it has 2. So what I can do with the legendary potential is I can smash these 2 chests together. And since this is 3 legendary potential, it is going to take 3 out of the 4 mods. Are you in the middle of a Sanctum run? No, I don't have PoE open at all. Why? It has 3 legendary potential. Recom? No. So it's not instead of, it's on top of. So obviously, like I would want a better chest, but if I did it with this chest now, it might take let's say it might just take everything except the damage reflected. And it does not increase the level requirement. I pushed for that really hard. So I do talk to the devs a lot, and they're really receptive to feedback. I was like, you need to remove the level requirement, and they did. But yeah, so yeah, like, and if I had 4 legendary potential, you get the entire item. It's really cool. But yeah, it's excellent. Okay. I need to go bathroom, chat. Hopefully I shouldn't be more than 5 minutes, but my stomach's a bit fucked. That was like 6 kilos. Good stuff. MG was a mistake. MG ruined LE. Nah, I think it's pretty fixable. If they make it just one auction house, it's fine. They just needed to be one auction house. Then it's fine. I don't understand, why is it like 17? Because that's bad. That's terrible.
Curve feel good is really important.
That's fair.
yeah,
I mean, my next question was to talk about the time requirement.
It's taking me 2 hours to go through 30 minutes.
Corrupted ones. But before I touch that, I want to verify one question. In the current state of the game, the Aberoth, the big endgame pinnacle boss, is something you unlock at 300 corruption. Now we're being told that that fight is going to be made slightly easier, and the power creep, power scaling your character is going to go up a bit as well. Like the very ground is going to move up, the bar. With these things in mind, are we going to still see this first initial version of Aberoth being at 300 corruption? That's not changing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not changing, and it's still gonna be there isn't many like nerfs to it. It's still gonna be a challenging fight for a lot of people and builds that aren't like super optimized. It's still gonna be a difficult fight.
Yeah, bringing a homebrew build to Aberoth as you've just finished 300 corruption is going to be a very significant achievement to be able to do. Right now, most people are hitting 300, trying Aberoth, and being like, I'm nowhere near powerful enough. I've got to farm a bunch at 300, and I'm actually going significantly above 300 before I'm able to do Aberoth. And so you're still going to be probably still going in immediately after completing 300 and immediately unlocking it. If you're not on a heavily optimized build, it's still going to be very, very significant accomplishment to be able to complete it.
How many people in chat haven't played Last Epoch yet and are like curious about it? Like how many people are like, oh, I'm actually interested in Last Epoch, but I don't have it yet? Huh. Shut up, Noshi. Huh. Wow, it's a lot of people. PoE 2 will probably still be shit, so I will buy it and give it a chance. Remember, if you buy it, you can buy it through me at Exile Nexus, and you still get the same thing. You still get it on Steam. It's just I get the $3 or whatever instead of Gaben. Gaben! Don't tell Gaben.
Right away.
It's also a very interesting discussion that we originally had the Aberoth access. I think it was at 500 or 600 corruption. And we got a lot of feedback that it would be fun to be able to attempt the fight much earlier, even if the difficulty of the fight isn't quite correspondent to when you have access to it. So if Aberoth took
started with that,
I don't know, 600 corruption, it'd take you a bit longer to get to. You would have easier time fighting it, because if
Do I want to buy a yacht too? No, I don't want a yacht. I just want enough money that me and my kids don't have to worry about money. I don't need a yacht.
you can do 600 corruption, you're gonna have a lot easier time fighting Aberoth as well. But we wanted, and that's also why we provide you like 10 Harbinger eyes for testing, like attempting it. If you really want to push yourself and try to learn the fight already immediately at that point. So.
Okay, that's fair. So what about the time requirement on your?
What if your kids worry about yachts? That's their problem. Have you been on a yacht? No, I don't like being in water. I don't like the sea. I don't like cruise ships. I don't want to be on a cruise ship. Private plane is far more practical. I don't want that either. I like my goal before I die is to have a net worth of 3 million. That's like, if I've calculated correctly, you need roughly 3 million when you have 2 children for a life. But do you like sand? Yeah, sand is okay. I like your name. Early retirements. Yeah, 3 million with 2 kids is roughly what you need for a comfortable life. But it's coursing, it's everywhere. True. I feel like you should already be at 3 million. If I took like gambling sponsorships and like Raid Shadow Legends, but no, I just hit like 1. Gotta remember, I'm very careful with what sponsorships I take. And I pay, oh, and I pay everybody I work with fairly. So. Like, for example, like my YouTube, for example, right? Like Scrag gets half of my YouTube revenue. Except Steel. I pay Steel when he casts the Gauntlet. I have to forcibly send him money. We pay more. We pay our casters more than every other esports except League of Legends. Like, Devin was really surprised. Like, we pay everybody really fairly. Like, when we were paying other casters. He pays you in mage spots? Can you pay Steel to stream more? He's just having a holiday. Or compared to what? Compared to every other casting group. Expert Glazer. Just more per hour put in. Speedrunning marriage. Hey, but through the mage spot present, yeah.
Retirement has just subscribed.
Yeah, I think so. Are there retirements? Thank you for the tier 3 sub.
Kikis
Kikis, thank you for the 16
just
months.
resubscribed for 16 months. Cat sniffer.
Dodo doesn't pay their casters? Wait, really? The WoW event is going on and they get very well paid from what I had? Yeah, maybe. IRL events are different though. I'm talking about online casting. You do get paid more for IRL. We don't do... Well, now me and Steel does. But that's kind of different. Okay, let's watch more.
Very first character. There are catch-up mechanics in your ults, but the time requirement in moving from normal monos into the corrupted versions on your first character, what's the changes happening there, if any?
Trouble.
I think the only changes for that come from the Weaver tree. I don't think we have any other changes coming, but you can specialize your Weaver tree a bit so that you can get there faster. Not by much, but it's already pretty fast. If you just push one timeline with the mechanics that exist in game,
I did get access to the Titan Quest 2 playtest. I've heard it's very short. I don't know how short. I do want to try that someday soon. I am very addicted to Phrecia League right now. I'm enjoying it super much. My plan right now is play Phrecia until I'm done. Titan Quest. And then last Epoch practice, like warm up a bit because it's a while. And one of the videos, the last Epoch, they wanted to sponsor me to make like I can't remember exactly.
Humiliation!
Look at that. Anonymous tipped $10.73.
What was the video?
Anonymous bought last Epoch Ultimate Edition from.
Oh, thank you for buying last Epoch through me. What's the video they want me to make for last Epoch? Does it say somewhere here? Oh, it's like a new player video, like just why try last Epoch? Phrecia, the current Path of Exile 1 league. Thanks so much for buying last Epoch through me. I appreciate it. It's crazy that I get $11 almost when someone... Did you tip on top of that, or is that just buying it? Oh, you bought the Ultimate Edition. I was like, that's crazy. What's the Ultimate Edition? What do you get with that? More cosmetic points?
Glyph of Envy. And then you use the catch-up mechanic for the other timelines. It's surprisingly fast already. And speaking of the alts, we are adding couple new cool things for alts to be faster.
Well, thank you for buying it through me.
The normal timeline is now shared. So if you have a character in Empowered Monoliths and you make an alt character, you don't need to go through all of them anymore. You just go do one of the 90s, I believe.
Yeah.
And you go straight to Empowered again if you want to.
That is a massive
And then,
change.
yes. And then the other one is...
Can I buy it through you in Steam? You get a Steam key. When you buy it on Nexus, you still get a Steam key that you just redeem. It's like a program. It's directly through the developers. So when you buy it on Nexus, they generate a Steam key for you. You redeem it on Steam, and like it's just I get the middleman fee instead of Steam, but you still get a Steam key.
Items
Do not
to push
redeem
corruption
it!
faster. But let's say that you have that one character, 1,000 corruption.
Yeah.
It can feel a bit daunting to think, okay, if I have like this crazy gear prepared for my next character, and you just want to go, fight actual harder corner with that. It takes a while to get back to the 1,000. So one of the Woven Echoes allows you to catch up corruption from the highest corruption in the stash. So if you have one character with 1,000 corruption, and then you make the alt, once you complete that Woven Echo, it gets to that corruption that the builder character was.
It's also really big. These are good changes.
That's very big. That's very big, yes.
And that's something that you can farm on the first character. And
The monolith thing isn't a change, right? That was in already, wasn't it? Or am I correct? Like unlock empowered monoliths. I think that was in already. No, that's new. Oh. Shared is new. Oh, I must have just been told and forgot. Right.
and then use on the second character still because it's shared across the stash as well.
Nice.
The only play mode that doesn't have that is if you're playing solo character found, because it's a like actual full individual character and stash with nothing shared.
Yep.
But solo account found, and then just no challenges past that.
Yeah, it is stash shared. So yeah, everything, as long as the two characters have the same access to the same stash, then they will have this mechanic working with them.
It's fair. One of the questions we have in the list is the massive amount of extra content included in the new season, and the question was about if whether or not capping corruption scaling had been brought back to the table, but we kind of already covered that part, so I'm just going to skip that one. And instead bring up another question, which is from another last Epoch creator called Lizard_IRL.
I love
He was
Lizard.
talking about the idea of the expectant approach that ESG has to the game. The question goes as follows, and that is that a lot of us are rather interested in hearing this. It is to circle back to a commonly asked question from the past, and that is to ask what the expected DPS threshold EHG wants players to reach to handle X amount of corruption. So essentially what I'm trying to get at here is it seems like the expected endgame approach is to make the normal version of Aberoth be a fight most people can handle, or if not all people can handle this. So I guess the question to come down to actually get a proper question out of this rant, with me rambling on, is there a DPS threshold that you guys want people to achieve at, say, the Aberoth fights?
And the short answer is no. We don't have a really fixed DPS that we've gone and measured, like, oh, this character with this type of build can do this much DPS or anything like that. We don't strictly just measure DPS and compare that from build to build as a balancing metric, really, because there's lots of secondary effects that builds do, like abilities they have access to that can really change how they perform in different situations. So like if, as an example, I guess if a boss is applying slow to you and your build, because you've gone full glass cannon, full DPS, and you don't have a way to cleanse that slow, you can't really complete that fight effectively. Maybe you're like, okay, I have to go rethink my build a little bit, and I've got to take some DPS away, and suddenly a DP, so you have like a way to get cleansing into your build, and suddenly this build that has less DPS is actually better overall. And so, like, strictly just DPS doesn't tell the whole story. And it does, I guess it is something that we can use to like get a view of some parts of what the build can do, and it is probably the most important part of what a lot of builds can do. But once you get into really, really heavy late game, defenses and utility become more and more and more and more important. And so we don't really want to put a number out there to say like this is what we expect your DPS to be at any point. And we don't have good tools for our players to measure their DPS strictly as well. So it's especially character to character comparison.
There's still target dummies, isn't there?
Yeah.
Target dummies being in the game. Like, just a little side question to that: is there any ideas, or are you guys against the idea of adding like a DPS meter check on the target dummies? Is that something you guys would consider?
It gets suggested pretty frequently. It's not something we're interested in right now.
Okay. Moving on to talk about the portals, which I think is a really cool way or a nice way to provide a key sync, if you will. I think that having a currency sync of the different currencies is very important in ARPGs in general. And but it does bring up the question of how valuable running the actual dungeons will be, because the portal will just take you straight to the boss room. For example, Jewel, right? If you go through different doors, you get to choose, right? This door allows you the boss.
Yeah, I do think it is a good thing, but it does sort of write off the dungeon, doesn't it? It does. It does seem like a band-aid fix. Like, we haven't really found a good way to make the dungeon good. Let's just let people go to the boss. Which is fine. I think that's a fine band-aid fix. I do hope they find, like, a good thing eventually. I think having drop-only things from the dungeon, like, things that only drop, yeah, it buys time to fix them later. I really think the way to fix it is, like, things that exclusive drops.
Amount of extra exalted items. And this one says, well, now you're going to drop extra glyphs or whatever. So the question would be, are the portals going to give you a random set of these, or you're just bypassing and the boss will just give you less loot as a result of you skipping the dungeon?
No, the portal does give you, it picks a random door. And I mean, how often has anyone gone to a door and been like, I'm going to see what the other door actually has, and like go back through the maze to the other one and check it and be like, no, the first one was better. I'm going to go back that way again. Like, no one does that ever. You get to the door and you're like, yep, I'll take that one, whatever it is. I guess that's what I got. So yeah, we are the portal charm does pick one of them randomly.
Don't the dungeon bosses already have unique drops? Yeah. But I'm talking about the monsters in it, right? Like, giving people a reason to run the dungeons. Like, there's very clearly a reason to do the boss.
For you. So you do still get those mods, and so it doesn't affect the actual final outcome of your rewards for the dungeon.
So also important that it does that, because those modifiers are also buffing the boss.
Yes.
So
follow-up.
We actually had a bug. We had a bug where they weren't applying. So using a portal charm to go fight dungeon bosses was actually the optimal way if you just wanted to kill it, because it was easier because the mods weren't applying to it. So yeah.
And we are bringing like random things into the dungeons as well. So like there are you like a loot lizard can spawn in a dungeon, and like so there are things like that can happen in there as well.
So my follow-up questions is more than about.
I wonder, and I hope that they've changed loot lizards a little bit. They felt a little bit overpowering or arcadey almost. They were a little bit silly in the way that they just felt a little out of place. They were dropping way too much stuff. I don't know. It didn't. For me, loot lizards didn't feel good the way they were implemented. I would like to see them be a bit different. You know, I don't know if I like loot goblins as a concept now that I think about it. I think they feel a bit weird. I definitely prefer something like Seer over a loot lizard. They've scaled back the amount of them. Oh, that's good. I like Seer, or like a random dungeon opening up, or a portal opening up. I really don't like the idea of a loot lizard. This thing you have to chase down and slap like a piñata. I don't know. I don't love it, I think. I don't know.
The actual value of running it. When we have access to just skipping straight to the boss and we get the juice.
The duality of chat, yeah.
Difficulty added. What's the point of running the dungeon then?
I mean, maybe you don't have a portal charm yet?
You don't have a portal charm. Okay, because I mean, are there plans to adding more content inside these dungeons to make them more attractive for people to choose to run rather than skipping?
I was about to ask Gassy, how many times have you actually farmed the dungeon for the sole purpose of farming the dungeon and not whatever is at the end of the dungeon? The boss uniques or the you're going like way back. You're going like multiple years back now. If you're saying the Temporal Sanctum was good for like belts or boots or stuff like that, we're going way back then. But
I was about to say that, yes.
Yes. Eventually, but the dungeons need to feel way better from like user experience before we feel like it's worth making the reward so good. Because if something is really unfun to do, but it's the most rewarding, people are going to do it, and they're going to really hate playing the game.
I love that.
So
good job.
The user experience needs to be good before.
I don't mind the like time shifting mechanic. I think that's cool, but it's sometimes so annoying. Like, it needs to be a little bit more optimal. Like, it's too much backtracking and like weird stuff.
Stuff like that will happen.
And
So
there is a bunch of tech you're going to see in season 2 for the tombs, especially, that I think we're going to be looking to leverage for dungeons in the future. So yeah, there are a lot of things we want to do. I feel like the dungeon system is there's a lot of untapped potential there for interesting content, for fun content, for rewarding content, all these things to happen. But the quality of that experience isn't at a point where we want to really incentivize people to be heavily interacting with it. Like, we like some light interaction there because I think it's fun the first few times, especially, and then your 80th time through the temporal sanctum, and you're like, this dead end again.
Yeah,
So.
no, I know that feeling all too well. Especially when you play builds that want it, Vessel's Drive, Jeweler's Obsession, Mountain Helmet, etc. for the different dungeons, right? But let's move on to class reworks. We've already teased a little bit with Electrify, Time Rod, Judgment of the Storm. We're going to talk a little bit more about the Sentinel rework. And what I want to do is take a moment to take the cool things aside, such as being able to wield a two-handed weapon and a shield, for example. That's a cool thing. We'll take that aside. So what's the approach to the season in making melee a more attractive playstyle compared to the current meta of killing entire screens, actually, of monsters just from afar?
Yeah, I mean...
Do you want to start? Yeah, okay.
Do you know... It's such a difficult issue for ARPGs because you have to force it, right? Like, why did we stop using swords and knives, and why did we start using guns? It's just better to be far away from something you're killing instead of close to it. What's up? Oh, perfect. You want it? Yeah, throw me one. She doesn't want to give it up. Thank you. Nice.
You can go ahead if you got something for this, yeah?
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously we could make melee every single skill literally hit the entire screen, but is it melee then? Not really, right? So it's like an age-old question in RPGs, or in games in general. How do you do that?
To be fair, melee is really good at PoE right now.
There's a lot of things you can do there. They're very difficult and time-consuming and whatnot.
I think a lot of the stuff we're trying to do with melee is making the feel of their abilities.
Melee? Melee's carried by tinctures? No. Slams can't use tinctures, can they? Can they? Can't remember. Slams are really strong right now, like Earth Shatter and stuff. And in PoE 2, melee does really well. Like, it's winning every race right now. They can. Oh. I think melee's always going to need that, though. It's always going to need something to carry it. What's that? It's delicious. I don't know why they're called lift bars. They're really good. It's like a Twinkie, sponge cake kind of thing.
Feel a lot better. Yeah. So getting more responsiveness in, getting better VFX, getting better SFX, things like that, having enemy reactions, and a lot of those things. A lot of the having.
If you like dough, if you ever like gingerbread dough, cookie dough, imagine just eating a bar of dough. It's not dough, but it tastes like dough. You get the experience of eating dough, but as a bar. Wait. I agree with Cardin though that making melee have Omega, Giga AoE, or insane projectiles like Lightning Strike. That's also a band-aid fix. What is this misinformation campaign about Lightning Strike? Lightning Strike is the most successful melee skill. I don't know why people say melee when it comes to Lightning Strike. Because if I'm here, the enemy is here, that's when you do optimal damage. You're never going to stand a screen away doing damage with Lightning Strike. You literally want to stand on top of the boss when you're playing Lightning Strike. So I don't know why there's this weird misinformation campaign about Lightning Strike being melee. It is extremely melee. It's the same melee as Blade Vortex. Yeah, they just see the colors and they're like, oh, it's extremely. For boss, yes, but for a map, you clear the whole screen. You do that with most melee skills, though. You kind of have to do that with most melee skills, or it's going to feel awful. Right? Like, if you literally have to, like, auto-attack things down, it's never going to feel good in an RPG. It feels like melee when you play it.
Having better fit and finish on those abilities makes just playing them a lot more fun. And getting the power balance in there as far as how fast you can kill things
Earth Shatter,
is
Bone Shatter.
kind of a different conversation, but maybe
Glacial
that's more
Hammer.
what people are interested in knowing is like, kind of just kill stuff faster as melee. And we are adding a ton of different ways to kill things faster in melee, I guess, especially in Sentinel right now. That's the big focus. And like we're getting, abilities. There's lots of the abilities that we designed specifically to make you more efficient on melee focused classes. So like even just down to the base functionality of lunge, where
Heal Strike's a good
you're
example.
targeting an enemy and it gets you right up close really fast. It is one of the fastest moving abilities. It is, it's a very efficient movement ability at engaging into close range combat. And leaning.
Try No Rest for the Wicked, a way better melee experience, but that does come at the cost of slower gameplay. I don't think you can have that type of melee in a zippy ARPG. Most of us probably agree with that, right? You cannot have a literally like, this is my strike and this is the enemy I'm hitting. You can't have that in a zippy ARPG. You can't, right? That's always going to feel cancerous. If like every spell is going like, and you're like, okay, that enemy dead and that enemy dead and that enemy dead, like then you just want a slower ARPG, which is fine. And yeah, No Rest for the Wicked does that really well, but they are mutually exclusive, right? That's why Warrior and Maces is fundamentally flawed in PoE2. They've done it not too bad, though. They're just winning the races for a reason. I do think they're onto something. I'm going to quickly go get some water. I'm completely out, and I'm doing a lot of yapping. I'll play ads now, so go get a drink with me or something. And I'm going to go get some water. I've started drinking cordial. Well, I think it's cordial. It's even less sugar than my fucking sugar water. Oh my god, soon I'll just be drinking water, chat. I lost so much weight giving up Coke. I'll be right back. Cocaine? No, I don't do drugs. I am drugs. It's all over, chat. It's all over. It is all over. So I asked my wife if she could pick me up some snacks. She bought me a fucking full bag of this shit, which I love them, but they expire in a month. I was hoping she would buy me like 5. This is like 5 kilos worth of fucking... And it would be fine if it was something like Skittles or something. So wait, what's the trade chat drama in Hardcore Trade Chat? Put them in the freezer? No, that's Quitter Tot. They were breach runs and 2 mirrors dropped. Okay. I mean, if it's just randoms running, then it's whoever picks them up first wins. If it's like a close group of friends, they just split it and just like give everybody an equal share. Danworks mirrors got yoinked. It was free breach XP, big drops to owner. Oh, then he deserves the mirrors. No questions asked. Who took the mirrors? Who took the mirrors? Nobody knows? I don't know. Oh, that's shitty. Because we're only 6 people, nobody has shadow play? Oh. Oh, that sucks. So there's an imposter. That sucks though, because stuff like that just like he's never gonna help anyone again. He's never gonna help anyone again. That's super shitty. That person should step on a Lego for all eternity. That sucks. Dunwork's a really nice guy too. Oh, that sucks. That person will get karma. It's not such a thing. Isn't there a setting that makes loot good? No, not on the bridge friends.
Into that as much as possible, I think, is the important part.
Hi, Lolo.
It's also very difficult to have like a global something globally for melee that doesn't bleed into non-melee. So like if you have, let's say that you have a enemies near you deal less damage, well then every single ranged build will just go into melee range of enemies because now they do less damage to it. So it's very difficult to do something, especially for classes like we don't have a class that is just melee. Every class can do other things. For example, Sentinel, well, you have minions, you can do throwing, you can do spells. So it's very difficult to buff the one side without accidentally bleeding into others. Obviously, we are looking into ways to do that, but it's very, very difficult to find something that works very well.
So and this also comes into like boss, like enemy attacks as well. With having like someone like the things that are attacking you being having abilities that they can use only on enemies that are at long range, and then incentivizing characters that are not melee characters to stay at long range through their own trees. So it's this tension that they have of, okay, if I'm going to stay at range, I'm going to get hit with these abilities that melee won't get hit with, or that it's easier to dodge in melee because of the shape of the ability or something like that.
Yeah, we have a lot of cone-shaped, like, triangles. So if you're close to the boss, you just take a small sidestep and you're out of it. Whereas if you're far away from it, you have a very big distance you have to go through. I think a good example is the Aberos, like the triple, the slam. It hits front and then the sides. If you're right next to it, it's very easy to dodge. If you're very far away from it, it's pretty hard to take away from it. So yeah.
I had a question from another LE content creator, Perry the Pig, was talking about beyond the melee playstyle with the introduction of Uber Arbor. The question was about having tools for melee players to utilize when it comes to positional important fights such as endgame pinnacles, like the new Aberoth fight.
Mike is so happy.
You're saying that with the way the abilities are designed, it is beneficial to be in melee range, which is more lucrative or beneficial for melee players in general, that they don't seem to have the need for any specific new tools to mitigate damage. Is that what I'm understanding?
We'd like we're always exploring ways to actually do that, but a lot of it comes from enemy ability design. Yes, there's a lot
Like,
to do.
I really like the design idea of Fortify. I really dislike the design idea of Proxy Shield, because Proxy Shield ends up hurting melee as well. Proxy Shield, in my opinion, is really, really bad design. Fortify is good. I would rather have the best idea, in my opinion, is that have different behavior on enemies. This is harder, obviously it takes more time, but like different behavior on enemies, whether you're in melee range or in ranged range.
That's yeah.
So Mike, you mentioned there being tools added to making it more effective in terms of the power scaling in melee, because you talked about SFX, VFX.
Mana Siphoner is very
good. But there's a difference between the build feeling good and then being put into the game, and now it's being compared to builds that are clearing significantly faster, especially in the game that is incentivizing very heavily on favor farming, which means clear speed matters a lot. Minion build suffers from this as well when in terms of clear efficiency. You mentioned there being abilities or introductions of tools that were the toolkit for melee players to utilize to increase the efficiency. Is this something we see in Season 2, and if so, what?
Specific examples for Season 2, I don't have anything off the top of my head that I can share right now.
Okay.
I think it comes down to, I think a lot of it right now is going to be like small balance changes, and I say small that'll have big impacts. There's things like I don't have a good hard example of something we're actually doing, but as an example, something we could do hypothetically is like even just taking a second off the cooldown of something like lunge, or giving less pressure on an item slot that has increased cooldown recovery on it or something like that. Like there's little things we can do that either hit like wide range of
I've been gone for a while, but I was talking to Exile last night, and he seems unenthused about PoE2 right now. What I miss? Well, he's playing well, right? Like he's in like limit. He's in the race. For melee enjoyers, reverse mana siphon. He didn't seem very happy about the game as a whole right now. Well, a lot of people aren't. A lot of people aren't. It has a lot of issues that need to be fixed. PoE2. And I think it's not going to be a game for everybody. But like, the player count speaks for itself. The player count is like ridiculously high considering how long it's been since a content update. So that does mean a lot.
A wide range of builds or not. So we can maybe have maybe there's like an item slot where like cooldown recovery exists, and there's another we put something else on there that's really good for like long range characters, and so they no longer want to get that cooldown recovery, so then their movement abilities are slower. So there's that, like sometimes it's like the pressure gets put on these abilities and the balance from like really far away sometimes even. And
I wonder, let me check something real quick. I wonder if I try Titan Quest today, how big is it to download? Oh, I've downloaded it already. Maybe I do that after this. Did I try Titan Quest today? 'Cause I've heard like you just need a few hours to try the demo.
I don't think we're actually that far away from having melee feel really good to play in a broader sense. And I think that a lot of the changes that we're bringing to.
Are you ever going back to Dwarven Realms? Yeah, I'll play it around releases. I played Dwarven Realms pretty recently. I did a day of Dwarven Realms pretty recently. Did I do 2 days? I can't remember.
Especially things like Volatile Reversal and Forge Guard. The changes there is so huge, and we still got that to get into.
Yeah. Speaking of all speaking of all the cool things, Gazi, how hard would it be for you to just capture if I actually show my screen? I'm in a CT build right now, and I've been stripping
I'll make it work.
I have been stripping stuff so I don't leak anything crazy, but we could just, show you some of the
start it up, and I'll see if it screws it up, and I'll fix it. I'll sort it.
Don't tell anyone else, okay? It's just
sure. We'll all be quiet. We're not gonna say anything. Yeah. Let's see if I can.
Yeah, because Volatile Reversal specifically is like it's a traversal ability that doesn't regard a target like lunge, and isn't it doesn't regard shield like shield rush. I mean, sure, you can spec shield rush to not regard that, but it is a mobility skill for Sentinel, which is gonna help. And it has some other cool stuff now, because we totally reworked what the reversal is. So yeah.
That's fair. If you turn off your camera and then start the stream, I think that'll actually add up perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, we can try that.
Or just start the stream and I'll see if I can just add.
Yeah, let's see. What if I just do this first? Oh, beautiful sound.
I need to do this. I need to. Yeah, it's gonna screw it up completely. Let me just add that. Give me a sec.
You might want to just go full screen. I think maybe.
Yeah.
Probably easier. Yeah.
Moment. That's the wrong one. Window.
So this isn't worth playing now before the update. So my current plan is I'm going to play a few more days of Phrecia. Then I'm going to try Titan Quest, which is apparently less than a day thing. It's a very small demo. And then I'm going to start playing Last Epoch and practicing, warming up, maybe figuring out some new build based on the patch notes.
Yeah.
I don't know if the patch notes are out yet or anything. But yeah.
Sure.
So yeah, I'd say so. Did you say that No Rest for the Wicked is getting a larger update soon too? Yeah, I'm very keen on playing that.
Quick, before someone stops us.
I'm very keen on playing that.
I had to like take all of my idols out so I don't, leak anything.
Okay, your screen is now full screen.
And then I
An hour? Just an hour? Okay, I think we're watching the interview and then we're playing Titan Quest today.
Some of my items to not to just be the base set items, because so you can Anyways, okay, so Volta Reversal is now a combo ability that first it jumps forward in time and then we use it again.
V Rising is getting an update soon too. I am extremely keen for a Volta V Rising server. I'm extremely keen. I will be doing a V Rising server. It'll be either a solo server or a duo server. It'll be a solo or duo server. Next. It's up to Steel Mage. It's up to Steel Mage whether it's a solo or a duo server.
It goes back and it does some melee attack on both cases. I think I'm just gonna
like 50, 60,
so I can show you the default. So the first, and then if I do second, it just slams backwards where I was. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool, and you can do some interesting stuff with it. For example, Devouring Orb has some cool new tech here, where you can consume all other orbs. So do I actually have it here? So if I just cast Devouring Orb here. Normally, if you cast another one, it's just there, but now it consumes the other one, and it does more damage, and it's bigger as a result. So one of the cool things here is that you can bring them with you, with the, and that means that you can like pile them up into like this one big pile of stuff, and then it does a lot more damage.
Yeah. Does that work?
And there's other interesting stuff. Like you can actually make it not be a traversal skill.
Am I blind?
It still has a cooldown, but
I'm confused.
Not you into like this one with you with the.
But it didn't follow twice.
That means that you can like pile them up into like this one big pile of stuff, and then it does a lot more damage.
Yeah.
And there's other interesting stuff. Like you can actually make it not be a traversal skill. It still has a cooldown, but then you can use other abilities if you want. And there's just a bunch of interesting stuff here. So the skill design, the base function, you have the first and the second one. So you have the ability to go back in time. So we can do stuff in that time period. For example, we can just provide you Frenzy when you're between the first and the second. But if you want to, you can just remove the second combo altogether. So now you can actually just have it as a proper traversal skill that doesn't go backward ever.
That fuck. I really hate the whole like remembering where I started it at and the location. This makes it so much better. So much better. Ah, I like this a lot.
And that removes the possibility of staying with the frenzies, for example.
Yes, because you no longer have the ability to go backwards.
Exactly.
So what I like a lot is, that's my little devouring orbs. I put them back, and then we'll just
That is fun.
There's some cool stuff there.
Why is this
what
such a
else?
slow traversal skill though? Wait,
devouring
what?
orbs. I
Slow,
put
it's
them
a
back.
blink. What do you mean slow?
That's my little devouring orbs. I put them back, and then we'll just
Doesn't look so.
there's
It's
some cool stuff there.
just a teleport.
What else?
Yeah.
We have so many changes here. Oh yeah, Sigils of Hope is no longer sigils. It's now symbols of hope.
Symbols
for
of hope.
some reason. Yeah. And we completely changed the base functionality of it. So previously, you had basically three ways, since we introduced the unique, but for the vast majority of the time of the skill was you cast it, it costs a lot of mana, and you have a duration for the sigil that give you some buffs. So now they just automatically generate over time, and then when you actually use the button.
To be fair though, any delay on movement skills, like for example, in my opinion, the single best change the Path of Exile did was Flame Dash being instant. Like the way movement abilities work, that if you haven't used one lately, they're instant. It's based on your cast speed and stuff, and there's a weird system behind it. But like if you're in your hideout right now and you use Flame Dash, it's instant cast, and that feels chef's kiss. So good. There's a really good thing there.
You get a defensive buff, and it consumes them, and then you wait them to get again. So
okay.
Titan Quest 2.
You see here, I have 5. It shows.
What was I gonna say? So last Epoch is getting WASD now, right? But spells and attacks and everything, I don't think WASD feels good because of WASD. I think WASD feels good because you can move while using them. Like the two things that WASD feel good in is PoE 2 and V Rising, and in both of those, you can, with the majority of abilities, move while attacking. I think that is super integral to that feeling good. I tried WSD in Dragonkin, and like WSD without like it's needed. I think it's super necessary, and I think they should do that too. Even if it's a little bit, I don't mind like a 80% reduction in move speed penalty, but being able to continuously control your character and move towards something while you're using WSD makes it feel way better.
5 on the icon here because I used when I had 5, and now they just come back.
Start ramping up, yeah.
Yeah, and you can like influence how fast they come back. I think here. And there's some other changes in the skill tree here, but the skill tree, like the overlay here, looks pretty much the same. But there's been some changes. Like for example, the Divine Flare. I think you can kind of maybe even make it an actual build now. You remove the defensive part of it, but now you don't have to generate the sigils anymore to then use Divine Flare. Now they are just generated, and then you just use Divine Flare instead. So it also saves you mana like that a lot. Other cool things. Vengeance, the first skill you get. I think the skill tree has changed a bit. Yeah, okay. So you can now convert it to Void, which is kind of cool.
Oh.
We got a nice little scaler here that gives you a Fistpen with your extra overcap physical resistance. And I think if you convert this also applies to the other ones. So if you convert it to fire, it goes to fire. If you convert it to void, I think you have fire conversion somewhere. Yeah, so you have that too. You can turn your iron blades that nobody really used before into forge weapons now. And the iron blades can also be kind of useful. And there's some other stuff like buffing your erasing strike here. You're smashing your face against Abby with your vengeance to get your damage mitigation from vengeance, and then you smack it with erasing strike and do more damage.
Yeah, don't
What
let me
else?
stop you. Keep going.
What else? What else?
You can just
Oh,
hover over every node real quick. you know,
Javelin.
for a few
Okay.
seconds.
Here's big. This is a big one. So previously in the past, when you combined Siege Barrage with Divine Fury, the Divine Fury, which is just adds like new, the PoE.
Harv is
sorry,
going to get
D2
shit canned.
Lightning Fury. When you hit something, it just throws more stuff. So previously, these two did not work
Have you
together.
noticed how he muted Mike? He just he turned off Mike's camera and muted him and just like, Carve, keep going.
Well, that's changed. So now it does work. So
that
you
is
can
great.
you can throw a lot of lightning with javelin now.
That looks
that is
amazing.
fun.
Show me that one
It
more
looks
time.
pretty good. Yeah.
For the people in the back needs to see that again.
Yeah. It's pretty fun.
I want to play that.
That's
So it helps a
beautiful.
lot.
I'm playing that.
So now, yeah.
Spear scaling with Javelin is automatic, and as Forge Guard, you can now do Spear with a shield.
I'm not sure if I want to open my passive trees for you here.
Yeah, right. That's a minefield.
There's a lot of changes in there. So maybe we'll save that for future. Multi-strike can now
It just
shotgun.
looks great.
Yeah, it can shotgun now. So you have some really good single target with Bladestorm now, which is
That's beautiful.
It turned the skill into an actually really good skill now.
You're saying it was really bad, and now you actually made it good. Is that what you're saying?
It lacked on the single target. Like you couldn't invest into making it a really good for single target. You could do stuff like smite proc stuff like that, but now you can actually make the skill do really good damage on its own. What else?
Any Forge
There's
Strike
so much.
stuff?
I've got Void.
I think both Forge Strike and Smelter Spat are just better, basically.
Chat. By the way, if you're wondering why I'm laughing, so obviously, I sent Helena a Discord message about about what I'm missing and stuff. Here, I'm just gonna show you our conversation. This is how my wife tries to incentivize me living. She's like, babe, you're not allowed to leave me. Because I was like, love me while you have me. She was like, I'll write a Me Too tweet longer about you. I'm like, are you gonna Me Too me for dying? She says, I'm gonna say that you treat me horribly and hit me places that are visible to the public. You're forcing me to lose weight by locking food away if you leave me. And I'm like, why? I'll be dead. It'll make you work harder to live. But I'll be dead. Yeah, your memory will live on, tainted forever. Get yourself a Danish wife, chat. They're great. You will be immortal, but you wish you weren't. Oh shit, it's great.
Better.
Ring of Shields. Yeah, Ring of Shields. This node that nobody ever took. I think you might be able to do something with it because Ring of Shield is a minion skill. I don't think many people know that, but it's a minion skill, and it had this
damn video
fire damage for a time here, but nobody really used. But it might work now.
I love her.
We've done a lot of small changes around Judgment because one of the things with Volatile Reversal was that it was providing a lot of mana if you build it like that way. So there's the Judgment mana dump build that you had to use Volatile Reversal to get mana back. So we capped how much mana you can actually consume without nerfing the damage. So it doesn't empty your mana pool like crazy anymore, which is kind of nice. And also it just does more damage.
Well, that's a nice neat change. It's a lot of quality of life in that.
Yeah, Shield Throw no longer has a cooldown as a
everything.
baseline, which is kind of cool. It still has it so that you can only throw a shield at a time. So if your shield is still, ping-ponging between enemies, you can't throw another one. Okay. Well, now with 1 point, you can also remove that. So you can't just throw them as much as you want. Previously, this node, I think, regard going through a lot of points to even get there. And if you still want to play it with the cooldown, you can do that and do more damage. And then it also now can chain off you, so you can do more single target damage with it if you want. And you can combine it with you could just be like a hybrid of shield throw and then something else. Use it on the cooldown and whatnot instead of just spamming the one skill.
Mm-hmm.
So this is part of the throwing niche, so you're kind of setting into the Sentinel.
There's a lot of. I think Shield Bash just does more damage. Oh yeah, one thing that people have been asking for a long time is Rive with void conversion. You have that now.
Nice.
There's a lot of changes around here.
So a lot of people love spin to win. What are the changes for season 2 since we're opening up this can of worms? What's the changes to Warpath, if any?
I don't think there's too many changes on Warpath specifically. Some buffs here and there, I think, because Warpath is already good.
Yes.
Especially if you're playing that's a Void Knights with the echoes. And the masteries, I mean, just the changes to the passive trees are making it a lot better, regardless of how you play it, basically.
And you were not able to show the skill tree.
I'm probably already getting fired from showing this. You know, maybe I'll not get sued if I don't show them. But yeah, there's a lot of changes in the passive trees, and you'll definitely learn about them. So yeah.
Yeah, we're learning right now. Like, I'm not gonna stop you. Anything else you want to show us?
Maybe we just show the heart seeker like this too. It's
Yeah.
way cooler. Well, okay.
Yeah.
When I do this, I need to go check that I don't actually leak anything there. So I'm gonna close my screen now, and Mike can talk about heart seeker while I set up my character. No, I'm gonna hide it from YouTube.
Yeah, do that as well.
Just in case.
Are there? Oh, let's do that.
So 1 second. Let me hop onto a marksman real quick.
Here we go. You're off screen as well. Everything's set fine.
I have a lot of DMs in my Slack. A lot of red.
I bet. Thank you, by the way.
It is fine.
You know, one of my follow-up questions was about Sigil of Hope to get you talking about it, but you covered that already, so we're good.
Oh yeah, I have idols.
That would have been so funny if you went back to the cameras and instead of Mike smiling, he just looks fucking pissed for the rest of the podcast. He was like, "You were not supposed to do that," and he's just fucking angry for the rest of the podcast. I'm just spending the first hour just smiling and then just like fucking raging for the last half. That'd have been so funny. I'm just like, fuck this guy. Fucking firing him right after this fucking podcast.
Maybe when you're checking that, maybe we can have Mike elaborate a little bit on the part you said, Carver, where you said that Forge Guards is better. So I'm guessing my question would be Forge Guard and Manifest Armor. Maybe Mike could spill some beans on what Carver saw meaning when he said they're better.
I mean, so a lot of the stuff with Forge Guard mechanically, we were actually pretty happy with where it's sitting and feeling, and but because it did lose some damage numbers from Volatile Reversal, we have buffed up some. There's some like, hey, this number's higher, this number's bigger. So there's not a lot of like huge mechanical changes other than the one huge passive node that has a lot of implications around around the basically every ability that it has.
The big thing for Forge Guard is the two-hander and a shield.
Yeah,
it allows you to do some cool things.
Yep.
One thing that
you couldn't take the Manifest Armor node where it gave it a sword, like a weapon and a shield, that you can only ever use a one-handed weapon with that. Now you can use a two-handed weapon. You can have your Manifest Armor clone a two-handed weapon and a shield at the same time. So like, yeah, there's a Manifest Armor buff right there from that node. So a lot of these like knock-on effects and things where like if you're doing like forged weapons and you're trying to use like shield scaling stuff at the same time, it wasn't really viable because you wanted to have a two-handed weapon for manifest weapon spawning. So there's that node has such huge implications and ripples across all of Forge Guard that it's like there wasn't a lot that needed to change without having it touch basically every tree. And at the same time, we did bump up some numbers as well.
That's fair.
And at least two uniques that we made for this patch had to be slightly looked again because Forge Guards don't exist now. So yeah.
So one of the questions I had as a follow-up for the Forge Guard minion, specifically with Manifested Forge weapons, is that it feels very one-dimensional on the terms of the aspect of playing minion builds with Forge Guard mastery as a whole. So I guess the question I have, if there are any plans, whether they're for patch 1.2 or beyond, that will see Forge Guard minion play properly utilize the minions in a way that is more comparable to other masteries that also uses minions such as the acolytes.
Yeah, so. We really want to keep the minion the gameplay feel
I
of
really want to play
minions to
Spectral
be
Shield Throw.
unique and distinct from class to class. So like the obvious, the really easy ones to talk about is companions versus like primalist companions versus necromancer minions.
Yeah.
And there's a really obvious difference in the
Primalist
way you approach
companions
those.
are
The
so
companions
cool.
can be revived. You have far fewer of them. The necromancer minions are designed to be sacrificed literally with the ability to sacrifice.
Do you know, is it weird that I just want to play Primalist again? I like really, really vibe with Primalist. Like so hard.
And so like that's really easy to look at them differently. And then the Forge Guard minions, it's a tricky thing to nail down an identity for it, and we kind of look at them almost like an extension of the character a little bit, and because they're so heavily tied to your gear. And because they're so heavily tied to your gear, the one thing people expect from them is them to actually mimic the unique effects that your gear has. And I think that's the key missing mechanical piece for forged weapons, which they still will not do in season 2. I'm sorry.
I just had a really, really cool idea for Last Epoch, because obviously Last Epoch has expressed interest in like events, right? Like they would like me to do events for Last Epoch. What if, when they have enough time, because they've said they'll actually like custom code things. What if, whenever we add a new gauntlet to Last Epoch, whenever that starts rolling, we design a different gauntlet each time. That'll be like a drop. So that each event adds a new unique item to the pool, a different gauntlet. So eventually, like when you finish the gauntlet, it has like a chance to drop a different type of glove each time. That'd be so cool.
But we are looking to extract some of the essence out of those unique items that you want to capture for future stuff down the road.
Yeah, and just a random note. So there's this new ring that we added. I think it was in 1.1, maybe. Yes, Phantom Grip, that had some interesting bug on it. And since we fixed that bug, we just gave a flat, really big buff, both damage and defense to forged weapons. So if you were one of those people who were having like really crazy setup with the ring in the bug form, you probably got nerfed a bit. But for everyone else, forged weapons are better. Like if you didn't have like crazy setup,
are there any news on the Uber Abroth race? If it's delayed, I'll do one. If it's not, I won't. Basically. I already have sponsor lined up for doing it. So everything is ready for if they delay, basically. So we'll see.
In the bug, your forged weapon should be better. This match.
So
okay. Also, I'm ready. I'm in Heartseeker right now. If you time.
Let me know when the stream's up, and I'll put it up back up.
Oh, that'd be cool, Cloud.
It is up.
Me a second. You're full screen and ready to go.
Yeah, so this is a very interesting skill. Okay, so skill itself, the base functionality is as simply as you shoot an arrow to a target.
They have not said that.
It ignores everything on its way to whatever you were aiming, and then it hits that, and then it has a chance to hit it again. So basically, it goes through it, comes back and hits again. And one of the key mechanics of this is to increase the recurve chance, so you can hit the same target with one use of the ability many times. So if you guys remember Guided Arrow from D2, in its glory, when it was able to pierce
they didn't meet out
and hit the target multiple times, we basically just did that and added the skill tree.
Okay. They didn't answer it.
There's a very long, interesting discussion and a lot of design portion of this. One being how do we do the chance to hit the target multiple times? So in D2, you just have a pierce chance, right? And each percentage that you get is just way better than the previous. So if you go from 50% to 75% chance, and then you go from 75 to 100% chance, it's so much more powerful. So we didn't want to have this where it just every single point gets crazy good for multiple reasons. It makes it harder for us to provide the chance in gear and whatnot, because we have to be very careful to not allow you to hit like over 95% chance. We want there to be some volatility so that it's not always hitting 5 times every single time, or 6 times, or 7 times, or whatever.
Yeah,
So we
kinda
didn't,
like
we couldn't really go with a. You have, the first one, like every single time you just pierce once, and then you invest into another pierce chance or stuff like that. So what we ended up being is every single time it successfully recurves, the next one, the chance is just multiplied by a number that keeps going down. So if you start with, I wonder if we have an example here. So let's say that you have 200% chance. You're guaranteed on the first to hit again. And then that 200% chance gets multiplied by 0.8. I'm not going to do math on stream here. Sorry.
160.
Yeah.
1.6.
So you just keep going down until eventually it's no longer a guaranteed chance. And now you run into this point where you have this chance to get like a really nice chain of getting multiple hits, or it just fails. So there's that's where the volatility comes from. Okay. And then we did a lot of cool stuff on the skill tree. But before I go there, do you have any questions on that?
No, I think that sounds like a really cool way to create that volatility without it feeling bad.
Why delay? Because this is why they should delay. This happened with a very minor PoE 1 patch. I think this was Settlers, which was not like a massive patch by any means. Was 2 weeks after the last Epoch patch. And it made a lot of people not play last Epoch, and it made people quit last Epoch really fast. If they've done 7 months of work right now, and let's say that because of it being 2 days after, disagree? Okay, but you can't disagree with data. I don't care about your individual feelings. They don't matter. If they've just wasted 7 months working, that's incorrect, Yolazigna. You don't know what you're talking about. If this happens again, let's say that the next season peaks at 30,000 and drops off after 2 days, we're probably not seeing more last Epoch seasons. It's probably the last update you'll get. So it's a lot better for them to like delay 2 weeks and have a banger season. I don't know. I've just seen the same things you have. I'm not sure what will hurt more, releasing with PoE 2 or another delay. I don't think another delay is going to hurt them that much. It's also better to go last. People aren't going to play last Epoch for 2 days, then play PoE for a week or two, and then go back to last Epoch. It's always better to go last. Like, people have been waiting, like Bulldog said, people have been waiting for 9 months now, waiting an additional 2 weeks for them to, like, almost guarantee that this is a success is way better.
Bad.
They should do a poll on it. They have. Sort of. RPG drama equals too much content of community. Well, it's not about it being too much content, it's about it being too close together. Will you switch from last Epoch to PoE 2 after the 2 days? Yeah, most likely. It depends on what PoE announces. Like, they might announce Druid, they might announce a huge endgame change. I don't know. It's also it depends on a lot of things. It also makes anything, like any fuck up, more risky, right? And let's say that this season goes really well, right? 200,000 people are playing last Epoch on launch, and then there's a server issue. How forgiving do you think people are going to be with that when there's PoE happening at the same time? Do not delay last Epoch. You can't tell people to wait more just because you want to play early access PoE 2. For me, the PoE update is not more important at this point, and last Epoch is huge and I missed that game. And what if that causes it to be the literal last season of last Epoch you ever get? Do you think it's worth it? Like, you're just talking about your personal feelings. Like, why are you so selfish? Sorry, yo. No, I'm not. I'm talking about long term. I'm talking about long term. I am super incentivized to want this game to stay around for a long time. Ziz dooming hard. I literally do consulting for companies. I know loads about the back-end business of all of this shit. Like, I want long-term last Epoch to look like this. A fucking chainsaw? Yeah. I'm personally more excited for last Epoch than PoE 2, but it also depends on the PoE announcement, right? It depends on the PoE 2 announcement. They're very known for under-promising and over-delivering, so they might just come out with like a giga announcement. I mean, I think they should do a 2-week delay. If they're delaying, they should do a 2-week delay. It accomplishes so much. It's a good thing that both are being released at the same time. This way, the game with the most content has to be played. We don't have to play games based and release it just because we have nothing else to play. People are adorable. What was that take? Someone with no business background. PO2 isn't going to delay. They're the behemoth. A lot of people could argue that they should delay based out of niceness, but it is business at the end of the day. It's the only thing that matters. Two weeks makes perfect sense to me, yeah. I'm not completely informed on the last Epoch update, but if they mainly are focusing on Endgame, I'm not sure if they'll manage to turn things around in the long term. I think part of the why PoE did well is because they deliver Endgame and put a new twist to early and main games throughout the... No, I'm not too worried about that. Are you saying people will play PoE 2 for 2 weeks, then switch to last Epoch? 2 weeks isn't long enough. I would say a month. No. I think with the amount of content in PoE 2, yeah, 2 weeks is enough. Like, it's very... There's not that much content in it. Two weeks is fine. 2 weeks is definitely okay. You also get all the streamers. Ziz, you're just a PoE Andy. I mean, yeah, and you have brain damage. Like, what do you mean? Like, I literally just said I'm preferring last Epoch over PoE right now. What is this PoE Andy take? What do you think about the theory that Tencent is trying to devalue 11-hour games with the release date to buy them out easier? I think anyone that thinks that is literally retarded and has severe and utter brain damage. Literally, actually. Like, I actually wonder how they are even able to drink a glass of water, unironically. Because it's basically like it's almost like listening to, there's this streamer I know that does this. Like, he'll listen to somebody else say something smart, and then he'll like try to repeat it, but in a dumb context, so it just sounds really dumb. And what they're talking about is a hostile takeover in a tech world where a company has proprietary technology that they want for their company, right? Something they've copyrighted, or something like that, right? But there's nothing copyrighted. There's nothing in Last Epoch that another company couldn't just take anyway. So there would be no reason. First of all, they could just buy the entire company. Is this your opinion? It can happen. For what reason? What do you mean? It's like you're saying a pig can start flying. None of what you're saying is based on reality. First off, if they wanted to, Path of Exile could just take every concept from Last Epoch, like legendary potential, anything like that, and just take it, right? And like Tencent could just offer to buy out 11-hour games right now, like they did with Path of Exile. And they paid more for Path of Exile than they would for 11-hour games. None of your points have any basis in reality. Like, this is crazy. There's not a single benefit to devaluing the company to buy them out. Like, if what you're saying was true, and they made the game really bad to then buy it out, if it's really bad, then it'll have no players, it has no value. The value is from the people actually playing it and liking it. It's crazy you think you know everything? Well, this is what I do for a job. I do this professionally. I'm using logic. You feel free to point flaws at my logic and use words. But, like, there are people that are just saying things just to say things. That has no basis in reality. At all. Like, people are just saying, like, wow, I want to play. They aren't actually, like... Yeah, it's crazy. Do what professionally? Well, I do business consulting for companies. Don't give that last guy the time of day. Chat history? Who? Oh, the goose? I don't see anything particularly dumb in his chat history. I don't know. 79 messages and just constantly wanting to berate you. I didn't see that. I looked through it. I feel like you are right, but I don't like it. Yeah, that's fair. Says people just don't think business at all. That's why they can't understand you. They're only... Well, I don't think it's... No, I mean, I don't agree with the last part. But... Are streamers affected by the fact that both games are being released at the same time? Smaller streamers, yeah, definitely. But it's also, it shouldn't really matter because there's so many things. Because you have, it would be better for smaller ones, but you do have, like, even less than a month later, you have No Rest for the Wicked and Diablo 4. So, it's not like they're in for a content drought anyway. But yeah, a lot of people are definitely having an emotional response, like, I don't want to wait. I'm trying to think like what is good for the game long term. We're gonna do Titan Quest after the interview. We're just having a lot of debates and stuff. No, Rest is not in this competition. No, I agree. It's not a competitor for ARPG Pi, but it is going to be a good thing for a few days for viewership, right? Like it sucks for it really sucks for streamers in the like 100 to 500 viewer category when there is a 2 or 3 month gap of nothing. Because then you're really struggling to pay rent and that kind of stuff. Like I'm at the size where if there's no ARPG launch for a year, I'm still okay, right? So it's mostly like it'll hurt smaller streamers. It does really suck for them. Yeah, like I'm sure you've seen some like ARPG streamers get like 10 viewers on Variety, which obviously not very sustainable. But yeah, it's a tough decision. They're gonna have to figure out what's best for them. I definitely recommend like a 2-week delay is what would do them the best, and then you have the added benefit of going later. People don't switch back to something. Looking into it with the surface Google search, Tencent has financed 11 Hours Games, but it's not a publicly traded company, so hostile takeover is literally impossible. Yeah, the Tencent conspiracy theory stuff, that honestly, that makes me irate. Because it's like, I don't know if there's a word for that concept of like, knowing something smart, but then trying to shoehorn your idea into it in a place where it doesn't really work. It's just like crazy. I don't think I'm going to have to choose. Yeah, maybe it's delusional. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to have to choose. I think they'll delay. I would almost put money on them delaying. I would suggest a 3-week delay to have the team cover a holiday weekend. Oh, right. Yeah, I don't know anything about holidays. But I do think it's a lot better for the game, especially long term, to delay. Is this discussion all about not being able to play both games at the same time? No, it's mostly about the like financial incentive for Last Epoch to delay. Like that's the only thing that matters, right? Because from everything I know about this stuff, this is not particularly sustainable. So if that let's say that PoE2 causes it to have another bad launch of like, let's say that's like, God forbid, like 40K, that's like, that hurts. And I want ARPGs to have a really bright future, right? I'm very, very personally and incentivized to have the more ARPGs, the better. I think, yeah, I agree. I think it'll cost them more money to not delay. That's my take on it, but it's their decision at the end of the day. Wouldn't it be better to spread them out for Tencent to make more money? Yeah. But either way, it'll be interesting to see what they do. Best case scenario, let's just hope it's a banger. TDD should postpone and add more content. I mean, I do wish that even it was even a week later, but realistically, they are the larger one here, so they aren't going to delay. People are acting like their lives depend on what game to play, and everybody knows this is only a problem for streamers. I will play both games the next week, no big deal. I feel like I don't know if you're purposefully obtuse or just ignoring everything I'm saying, but like I said, if it financially hurts the game you love, like if you're a Last Epoch fan, and let's say that Last Epoch makes 20% of the money that they were going to make otherwise, then that directly impacts you. You're just not able to think more than a week ahead. That's the issue that I'm trying to point out to you. You're just not listening to me. Like, that does directly affect you personally if you like the game. Do you think 11-hour game is front-loading too much into a single update? I remember PoE early season was super simple. I remember PoE early seasons were super simple and content light in comparisons, but through they were able to build momentum. So, yes, I do think it's far, far more important. Whether it's a big update or a small, I think it's far more important that you have consistent, predictable updates. Yeah, but everybody already owns Last Epoch. They don't make any more money. Okay, just out of my chat, right? Yes, if you do not own Last Epoch and are considering buying it. I don't think you understand how many people like PoE brought in that like hasn't even checked it out. It's a lot of people. Like, it's a very large market still. And these are power users, by the way. Anyone that can hear me right now, you are a power user. Because the casual market is even more untapped. And what is really good for Last Epoch, here, I have a good picture for you. Because a lot of people think of it as like this like smaller niche thing. And it is compared to Path of Exile 2. But not everybody has seen this. This is very significant from a business point of view. Like, this is very significant. So there are a lot of people that are interested in it. I generally agree with your take, but do you think a 2-week delay will cause more income for them? If I know there are 2 interesting games coming, I would check both before buying any pack for one of them. I would say, like, I would say I'm so confident, I would say I know it'll cost more income for them. There is such a large amount of players, probably a lot of people here in chat will admit they're this type of player, that they have Path of Exile 2 already, and that's why they maybe are interested in ARPGs. They have PoE 2 already, and they are interested in Last Epoch, but if PoE 2 is coming out 2 days later, they are not buying Last Epoch. That's a lot of people. Like, the 2 days apart does hurt them a lot. Are there any downsides for Last Epoch when they decide to postpone 2 or 3 weeks? Yeah, like, best case scenario would just PoE not be releasing now, because like you do obviously you lose face. There's a pain in any campaigns, like they're doing a Twitch drops campaign, they have to move that. Any advertisement, like things are off, but yeah, generally will outweigh it. The Discord will be full of ragers, yeah. And like we've seen in chat, right? There's a lot of emotions. People are very, very like, people generally make one thing their entire personality. So the people that are like very, very obsessed with Last Epoch will not think like, hey, this is good for the game long term. They're just gonna be like, I'm upset, I don't get to play right now. And there's a shockingly large number that want to play both games. Example, I wanted to buy No Rest for the Wicked, but because the update is so close to Last Epoch and Path of Exile, I'm gonna skip. Yeah. Damage is making sense again. And the 2nd of April is a Wednesday during the week, so waiting 2 days for PoE. Exactly, right? Like, you're directly competing for people's weekend time. And if they postpone the launch and PoE 2 releases a rich expansion, a lot of content, people don't get to finish it in 2 weeks, do you think they'll stop playing PoE 2 and try Last Epoch? Yeah, I mean, initially I was suggesting a 3-week delay, but then you are also getting closer towards No Rest for the Wicked and Diablo 4. From everything we've seen, Diablo 4, at least this season, is not much competition, because even their fireside chat had less viewers than what I have for just like my interview with Last Epoch. So like this season of Diablo 4, even when I've been talking to like diehard Diablo 4 fans, there's probably some in chat right now, I haven't seen anyone that's saying like, oh yeah, this season's a banger, right? I'm sure there's at least one diehard Diablo 4 fan here that'll be like, yeah, it's a bit of a dud from what I'm seeing, right? I was in Diablo 4 chats and everyone was just kick W. So that sucks, but that is good for other ARPGs, right? it is good for other ARPGs. But yeah, I mean, a lot of things go into it. I'm very biased in the sense that I will really want more ARPGs to do really well long term. In the short term, it's going to be really good for me anyway. So, do you know Keck is lol in WoW? Keck bar lol. Yep. Yeah, we are not the target audience. That's true. I want D4 to do well too. But yeah. A lot of this, when's the PoE reveal? A lot of it depends on the PoE reveal. I don't think they're going to pound out a lot of content because it did sound, the reason, what I based that on is it sounded like they were on the fence of having a league mechanic at all. 27th, oof, 12 days away. It's a lifetime. Maybe all large streamers could get together and make it seem like last Epoch beat PoE 2 by not playing the PoE 2 update. So a lot of streamers are sponsored to play Path of Exile. A lot of streamers. So actually a lot of streamers are sponsored to play both. I'm not sponsored to play Path of Exile, by the way, because they assume that I'm going to play it for free anyway. Which is funny, and I am leaning towards Last Epoch. Like, I'm actually sponsored to play Last Epoch too, but like, even outside of that, I'm leaning towards Last Epoch, because it is a minor PoE 2 patch. It all depends on the announcement, the 27th. But yeah, it's a tough one. It'll be really interesting. It all depends on the 27th. How nice is SSF in Last Epoch? Chef's kiss. They have a special SSF mode where you have increased drops. Do you think if Chris was around, this would happen? I don't. I genuinely don't think they would have released this close apart if Chris was around. I genuinely don't. I genuinely don't. Chris retired. He doesn't work at the company anymore at all. How likely do you think PoE 2 coming out in a year is? I don't. Oh yeah, sorry. I was speaking, but then I forgot. So what I based that upon, that I don't think it's going to be like a mega patch. I do think it's going to be fairly substantial, but I don't expect a massive league mechanic. And the reason for that is in the previous podcast, they said they don't even know if there's going to be a league mechanic. Right? Now, I do think it is imperative that they have a league mechanic because they have such a large player base, probably some of you are among us right here, that don't understand how a reset could be fun. So if they're told you can continue playing with all your stuff, or for no reason, you can start over in a new economy, they're going to be like, why the fuck would I want to delete all my progress? Because that is something that needs to be taught. Like, I fucking hated the idea of resets in the start. And now I'm addicted. In every game I play, I prefer resets, and I wish MMOs had resets, right? So it's completely switched around. But there are a lot of people that don't understand why resets are a good thing, and they have to teach those players that resets are good, and you need a league mechanic to do that. It's the best part of Tarkov. Yeah, I agree. No acts or no league mechanic is not a big... I don't think... It'll definitely not be new acts. So we're getting Huntress. I do still think... I'd say there's a 20% chance we're getting Druid, but the name of the patch makes me suspect that we don't. Well, ARPG is the biggest competitor to PoE 2. PoE 1. And then Last Epoch. So right now, Path of Exile 1 is the best ARPG on the market. Last Epoch is the second best. And then PoE 2 is the third best. PoE 2 obviously has a heap of issues, but that makes sense. It's early access. I think a lot of people forget that it's early access. And I don't say that as like excuse. It just is, right? I think it's good that it's out and that we're able to give feedback on it, because can't imagine it launching without feedback. But that is important. But yeah, so I'm expecting that they've focused. So right now, nothing past like level 60 in Path of Exile 2 was balanced. I think that's the main focus for this patch. They're putting in Huntress, they're putting in Spears, probably Swords and Axes, loads of new skills. I would expect anywhere with 30 to 60 new skills, 30 to 60 new support gems. We're getting Huntress. Do you mean without Rasmatas? But yeah, there's a chance for getting Druid too. But yeah, I think we're getting a minor league mechanic. They might reintroduce a Path of Exile 1 patch. Maybe they're gonna give us like exiles, maybe they're gonna give us essences. They might give us a crafting based mechanic. They might do a rework to expedition, but that sounded like it was larger in scope. So Hunt is Einar. They could give us Bestiary and Einar, and maybe bake in some crafting to that. That actually, no, I think you're right. I think you're right. I changed my mind. That sounds, beast crafting sounds the most likely. I think it's very likely we're getting Bestiary, actually. That is very likely. Why is PoE 1 the best out of the others? Okay, I'm a huge PoE 1 fan. I have 25,000 hours in the game. I still play it off stream. Like right now when I end my streams, I'm playing another 6 to 10 hours of Path of Exile 1 off stream. It is such a fucking masterpiece. There are very, very few games that have enough content for someone like me. It's almost impossible to make games for somebody like me. Because this type of person with I'm basically a no-lifer. I somehow have a family. When did your family see you last? I spent time with my family at something called W5 this morning. It was nice. But like I'm such a degenerate. Like people like me would just consume games. And Path of Exile 1 is such a masterpiece. It has so much different endgame content. There's so many different builds. It's incredibly well thought out and balanced, and it just it makes you feel really good. It does so many things right. It is awesome. It truly is awesome. It is an absolute masterpiece. W5 is a cleaning agent here. So here it is, it's like a play thing for children where it teaches, like, you can listen to heart rates, you have play areas, you have like build areas, you have like tunnels for the children to crawl in, you have things you can build, you have robots. Yeah, it's like a science museum with a lot of other things. You have loads of interactive stuff. It's super fun. So I did that this morning. That's why I started streaming so late. Finish the video. I will link it in chat for those that don't want all the yapping, because I like running quite an interactive stream. So if you just want to watch the video, I linked it in chat there. I'll link it on YouTube too. Bring back synthesis. Yeah, I like synthesis. I just hope with Chris being gone, the PoE 1 continues being a success. Yeah, I hope so. I hope so too. But we'll see. It's got another 15 hours of stream to finish. But yeah. And I get a lot of people think that it's just like oh, this only impacts streamers and you just care about your revenue, but like, especially with like the sub-gift campaign last Epoch's doing, like, I'm not really worried about revenue. For me personally, I'm worried about it long term. Like, that is the important thing. I like thinking very long term with everything. It impacts me, so I know it doesn't only impact streamers. And somebody did point out they took time off work. It does really suck for people like you. It does really suck. But I try to be very logical. Is point 2 going to be the update where the other half of the company goes on a break and that's why they won't budge on release? I don't know. Why would you take time off work for a game? I mean, I can think of several reasons, but I don't know. Maybe it's the only thing that keeps you going during the day, and that you really like gaming, and you just work to be able to game, and then like I don't know. I'm not surprised. Like lots of people do. Like a lot of people don't have a lot of gaming time. Do you know? Like I don't know why gaming as a hobby gets shit on so much. It's still relatively new. Unhealthy, I guess. I mean, football is unhealthy, right? You could die. Someone could kick you in the face by accident. Unhealthy, but those same ones will be sitting on a couch watching TV for hours. Yeah. Been gaming for 45 years now. We're joined by an ancient one. Chat, show respect. I love my boomer viewers. All right, I'll continue watching. I love you, buddy. Sorry.
I like that.
Yeah, we did a lot of math and simulations, and just probably somebody could go dig it up from some of our chats. But yeah, it was fun.
You maybe show it in action a little bit once you're.
Yeah. Okay. So I have. Oh yeah, this is a base skill only, so I don't have much, but it's all. I have some gear that
cool.
hits me. So
that's very single targety though, right? That thing won't clear. You'll need something else to clear, right?
It goes through the enemy and goes back and it hits again.
That's nice.
So one of the main reasons for this skill is that
this way
we didn't have like a strong like a single target physical based skill. We have the detonate and arrow. We can't convert it to physical. So basically the only physical abilities are just flurry, puncture, and the multi-shot. And you can make multi-shot into a single target ability, but it's not really a single target ability by base. So that's what the Heartseeker is by its like basic design.
Is this Heartseeker with 0 points or 4 points in it?
You can clear with it. For example, if you take this node, so we were talking about the chances on how many times it goes through an enemy. So we actually pre-calculate this. So if you kill an enemy and you have this node, for every additional chance it would hit the enemy, additional time it would hit the enemy, instead puncture comes out. So if you, let's say that you had 10 hits.
I'm playing Heartseeker.
And you just one-shot the enemy on the first hit. You get 10 punctures just flying around to other enemies. So that's kind of that's basically the only node inside the skill tree itself that builds like AoE.
Yeah. I'm so excited for this last
Epoch thing about the basic functionality. If the target dies, it will just find a new target to hit with the remaining recurves. I think that's really important. So it doesn't just like vanish. It'll seek another one to do damage to.
And this is screen wide, or
you can shoot it.
It's a very large
like the
range.
Recurve retargeting.
Yeah, the retargeting is very long range.
Okay. It'll just keep hitting the same target, and then if it dies, I think the retargeting it's probably like half a screen or something. I don't remember exactly how far, but it's pretty far. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if we could probably go find out by going into an area with some normal monsters that die, then I can actually show this or two. But yeah, some other stuff. So obviously we have some just base, recurve chance.
Yeah, Rainmaster is really cool. I love him.
And then we talk about the volatility. So this is a cool node because this just sets it so that it'll never go below 66%. Mm-hmm. So this allows it to potentially go for some crazy amount of hits.
Yeah.
And then obviously we had to put a deck scaler there. So stack decks and you get more recurve chance. We got
training dummies are available to everyone.
Conversion, and we mentioned about the frostbite. So there's some frostbite support on Rogue there. You can convert it to.
They don't really sell any quality of life updates, which is kind of good. But I do wonder, I wonder if they would have done better financially if they I wonder what's the like better. Is it better to sell the game or to sell stash subs? Cause like monetizing of hoarders is pretty smart, realistically. And there's so many things you can like. You're more incentivized to give those features then too, because they can't really sell stash subs or anything, right? So
Fire, obviously. We have decent amount of bleed.
yeah, like I don't know how, but I'm feeling more stash tab pressure in Phrecia League than in fucking Necro. I did not think anything was going to press me for tabs more than Graveyard League, but this league is. I am like almost full. And Graveyard League was intense. And do you trade? Yeah, I know. It's not even the idols. It's not even the idols.
And poison.
But it's not just the idols.
Like for example, here you can convert your armor shred into
I
poison
3 to
chance.
1 my idols.
Kind of reminds I think Rune Master has armor shred to frostbite chance. So
yeah.
we got that there. Yeah, obviously we have the crit hit based stuff here, and then you can combine these. So you can go gold crit, you can go fire crit if you wanted to. For example, Dragon Song with the crits, or you could do Rhino Winter.
What?
As you can see, they're proccing there.
What?
They're proccing a lot. Gold crit, you can go fire crit if you wanted to. For example, Dragon Song with the crits.
Wait, is that cast on critting? Like, is the Heartseeker proccing that? What is doing the cast on crit? I missed that. It's from the bow? Is that from a... Oh.
Or you could do...
Rain of Winter. Chance to cast Icicle on hit.
Rain of Winter. As you can see, they're proccing there.
That was very
they're
cool.
proccing a lot.
Do you know, I wonder... The thing I'm worried about is, can I get this tanky enough for hardcore? Can I get this tanky enough for hardcore? That's the main concern I have. I don't really know enough about building enough tank in hardcore. I always do Primalist or Ward. I'm a bit worried about that. Rogue is pretty tanky. Okay.
A lot, yeah.
You can do some fun stuff here. You can make it into mana generator. Because the base mana cost, I have a bullet.
80% of characters are going to be rogue.
I'm so excited for this skill.
Yeah.
I don't care that much about what anyone else is playing, personally. I don't care that much. It's pretty low on my list of caring.
It has a pretty low base mana cost. Obviously, you can increase it.
It's the same with like PoE 2's update. Like literally 95% is going to be Huntress.
That Rogue has, but you can just also turn it into the mana scaler. There's some cool stuff here. You can change how.
I hope he shows the puncture thing. That sounded fun.
As you can see how the
visual pattern.
Yeah, it changes the visual here because this was another thing we debated a lot. Is how should it look like when it recurves back? Because this looks really cool when it goes like that, but not everyone liked it. So that's why we just put it into a node instead. And it has a slow chance there, so it's not entirely just for the theme, but. I really want to show you this, so let me.
yeah, knock yourself out. I mean, it's fun. You got a handful of more questions before we're done. Just take your time. Don't worry about it.
We got time.
Yo, we got plenty of time. Go for it.
Just want to show you the page function right there.
The leak.
Yeah, maybe running in.
I should probably do.
Specialized puncture too, even.
I don't need to do that, but. So you see some punctures are flying off here.
Christ.
Obviously, this is pretty weak enemies, but this is a way to build it.
Oh my god.
And then I guess another cool thing. There's a unique quiver that I don't currently have here. That
It's nice of Carve to showcase what I'm playing.
converts puncture to cold currently in the game. What it does not do,
Hand check? Nope.
it doesn't convert the bleach chance
I don't want to show my hand.
the blood
You guys are
thirst
seeing from here up to
frostbite, but it does in season 2. So you can do a
like
frostbite,
I get that this is like a
puncture
level
plus
30 zone, but like that looks fun.
hard seeker stuff if you want to.
Feels good.
So how are
I
you gonna
should
make
show how the
other?
conversion here.
How are we gonna make other builds compete with this type of click speed?
Well, I mean, to be
There's-
fair, we are in like the lowest.
So here's the gold converted one.
Oh, so when you don't have a target to hit, it's just gonna bounce back and forth where you aimed.
Yeah.
Okay. So you could actually stack up a bunch of arrows before a boss becomes attackable.
Yeah, and then there's a fire.
That looks
You can
fantastic.
Wiggles.
Yeah, you can also turn this into a throwing ability. You actually show that on the trailer. It comes from a unique that I don't currently have.
It's a triggered throwing ability at that point, isn't it?
Yeah. So you don't actually throw it yourself. It just comes from the unique. But you have some interesting support here for throwing and spell builds. For example, the dragon zone that I was showing earlier. And this is interesting because this scales with how many times you recurve. So there's a reason for you to stack the recurve as much as you can, because you just want the buff to go as high as you want, right?
Yeah.
And it also keeps throwing, so this is where you could also use this as support kill for some throwing marksman build, maybe that those exist as well. So there's a lot of cool stuff in Heartseeker.
And it is
really
important to
excited
note that this is a marksman specific ability. You cannot use
Yes.
this on Falconer or Blade Dancer.
Yes, this is only for marksman. Yep.
So it's past the chain, basically, is what you're saying.
I think it's a 30 point.
It's 30 points,
I would look at the game, but then I would show the skill tree, and
Yeah, you don't.
I don't want
know.
to.
It's all good. I
I
did
don't
have
think
a
there's a lot of
question.
changes for the
nice
passives on
intro.
marksman though, but yeah, it's looked.
That sounds
Let's
fun.
not get you sued. We appreciate the showcase. I did have a question though regarding like extra skills past the chain, right? We know there's one lacking for the Lich, and we know there was one missing for the Paladin. Is that still the case for season 2?
Yes, the only brand new ability for season 2 is Heartseeker, and it's a doozy. There's Volatile Reversal is essentially a new skill because it's so heavily reworked. But yeah, the only new one is Heartseeker. We are still looking to I know what the as a team, we know what the I love this build. Sorry, getting distracted by card playing.
It looks
We know what the abilities that are going to go in those slots are going to be. And
Do you know what I really want in an ARPG? That, like, you know how a Herald of Ice feels really good and Occultist Explosions feels really good? Did anyone play Fallout 2 and Fallout Tactics? I wonder if I can find it. Where do I can find it? I can't find it. But in Fallout, there's a really cool effect when you use a plasma weapon that you can melt an enemy. I really wish that like Essence Drain or something, like some skill, some acid skill would literally melt enemies into like small debris. I get that it would probably be laggy, but that would be so cool. I would love that in an ARPG where you're just like green grouping the enemies. Yeah. I've always wanted that in an ARPG, and no ARPG has really done it. Is Last Epoch good if I don't like Pee-wee too? Yeah. It is very good. It's like a really good middle ground between Diablo 4 and Path of Exile. It's easier to respec, it's not as punishing like Path of Exile 1. But it still has depth and oomph to it. It's a really good middle ground. It's really good. Do you think there will be a sale before season 2? I don't know. I don't know if they're gonna do a sale. I love when they do a sale because people can buy through me with Nexus, but I don't know if they are.
And we have started working on some of those new abilities for future updates.
That sounds amazing. I mean, right now we have like this electrical theme going on for the Paladin specifically. Would it be a far stretch to seize another type of minion archetype for that? I'd have to ask. I'm sorry, it's just me.
I think we're going to be leaning more into the Holy Warrior side of the character than the minion side because we want to keep minions more a focus on Forge Guard than on Paladin. So I think that's unlikely.
Okay.
But, you know, the ability's not made yet. You know, what happens in development room?
Last Epoch has switched to calling them seasons now, by the way. Yeah, so good. There are some things that just don't need to be different. There's just no need.
You know.
Yeah, you know, I got some ideas. Just hit me up.
I love minions.
Yeah, I think it's time to for me to close this, so to not keep Mike distracted. Sorry, my bad.
All good.
So, yeah, I'll close the stream.
Let me get that out. Let's do it this way. There we go. We're back on track. Let me get this.
You got some more questions? I heard.
No, I kind of covers that part. On the topic of minions, though, I do have a couple of mini questions that lined up, so it's a pretty good segue into that one. Especially after seeing the Heartseeker as having, you know, clear speed is obviously going to be depending on, you know, the difficulty.
They are weak to beat? Wait, what do you mean? My minion build was literally the strongest build like 3 leagues in a row. Like my squirrels. My unique. I made this and it was like super strong for like many seasons. Wraithlord was better. That's true. Wraithlord was better. But this was very strong until Wraithlord came out. Mostly because it was bugged? Wait, mine was bugged or Wraithlord was bugged? Wraithlord was bugged, right? I don't think my squirrels were bugged. Oh wait, there was some bug with squirrels. The IRL one you have is awesome. Yeah. Well, this is basically based off Arakali's Fang. Yeah, I have the helmet IRL. I'm too lazy. It's like under stuff at the moment. It's like my room is a bit fucked. But yeah, I can show you the video from the guy that made it. But yeah, I have this IRL. It's very cool. This is the guy that also made the helmet for Wraithlord. He's really cool. So this looks like a it doesn't look real, but this is a picture. This is what it looks like IRL. I have that in a chest. Yes, but not due to minions. What do you mean? It is due to minions. This was super strong for several seasons. What's it made out of? Cosplay materials. Like I think some of it's plastic. These are chains. This guy's gonna give Mariki a headache. I can feel it. Druid minions are actually so strong. Like they were like literally the strongest build for like 3 seasons. It needs armor over the teeth. So that is the tooth. That is the tooth. So this is a squirrel head. So that's the tooth of the squirrel. They could loot it over my dead body. I need to go toilet. The business conversation earlier today? Oh, yeah. But yeah. I'll be right back. BRB. BRB! Isn't that how loot works though? You're right. Okay, be right back, and then we're gonna finish the video, and then we're gonna play Titan Quest. Titan Quest. Titan. I'm back.
The damage output you can do, of course, but the area coverage is clearly very, very vast.
Let me do something. I want to change screens. I just want to check my boats in PoE.
And this week's back both to the melee question we talked about earlier, but also specifically melee minions. And the first question I have on the minion parts is actually Minion AI can feel, or very often feel, a bit frustrating. So my question is if there are any plans in making them more aggressive to begin with.
Oh.
Yeah, so every minion right now is its own entity, its own thing. It thinks for itself. There's no hive mind effect happening.
No, but we're not talking about right now. You were talking about it like ever. We're not talking about, we're not saying that minions are the strongest right now. We're talking like in general. Like they have been really strong. It's fine for things to like fall in and out of metas. But there were like 3 seasons or more in a row where literally Herald of the Scurry was the strongest build. That's what we're saying. We're not saying that it is always going to be the strongest build no matter what. Those are obviously different concepts. Right there. Did not even get divines. Wait, oops. I just closed the video. Fuck me. Good job, me. Revelio.
It's actually Minion AI can feel, or very often feel, a bit frustrating. So my question is if there are any plans in making them more aggressive to begin with.
Yeah, every minion right now is its own entity, its own thing. It thinks for itself. There's no hive mind effect happening here, and I think that in there's a few ways we can tackle making minions more efficient at like target acquisition and all that sort of stuff. And it's I think we don't have a ton of changes for season 2 coming for this. I think there's a few things that are getting added in specifically as far as like items and new balancing things that can make them stronger. But there's behavioral wise, we don't have any big changes yet for those. I really want to do that minion stances thing we've talked about a few times. So players can be like, I want mine to be more aggressive. We have tried turning up the aggressiveness of minions a few times, and it doesn't always work the way you want it to work, especially with how minions, I guess, with the way their AI works in general. The other approach is making a hive mind of some sort, where something was like, okay, well, I've got 8 minions and there's 8 targets. I'm going to send 1 minion to every target type thing. Right now, and that naturally happens a little bit if the enemies are spread out, but if all the minions are the same distance, have the same closest target, they'll all focus that first target right away. And so yeah, we are really happy with the ability to target to force targets on with the A key by default. You can be like, okay, attack this target, and that does work really well. But we know a lot of people don't want to do that or need to do that, and sometimes it's nicer if they do spread out and attack multiple targets, and that doesn't allow you to be like, okay, spread out and attack multiple targets at once, because that's that coverage that you're talking about. So this is something that we are looking at still, but it's not something we have big sweeping changes for in season 2.
That's fair.
Sorry.
Like I can continue a bit. So
yeah.
I think one thing, there's a couple cool things. Like Dreadshade now is permanent, so that's gonna help your acolyte summoners a bit.
Wow.
Okay.
And then you know how you have a crazy amount of like movement speed for some minions, and they start sliding and skating. You know.
Yeah.
There should be some improvements to that.
We're not talking about now though, PDA.
So they don't just like slide right across the enemies that they were supposed to stop to hit, hopefully. What else? Mana costs on some of the acolyte, I think, skills are lowered a bit. Like, for example, Volatile Zombie. The bear, the summon bear on Primalist. We are reducing the cooldown on the swipe a lot, and then we are giving it a strength scaler, so the bear just gets additional melee damage from strength. I think it's like 1 per 3 strength or something like that. So, it's strength stacking Primalist. The bear might.
I'm really excited to see what someone does with Pebble set.
Let's leak all the set changes here, but yeah, the Pebble sets might be pretty good.
What does he say?
So there's
Pebble
some set
set?
changes happening as well here.
Oh, Pebbles.
There are some Sabretooth fixes coming too. They now.
I'm worried they'll make
sets
too strong.
They use their own ability to leap.
There was some bug with Sabretooth that was fixed, and then we gave it a couple new nodes, I think. Yep. So it's actually pretty good now, I think. Yeah.
Okay. So I was still doing the rounds as I explained earlier, talking to some creators that mainly make content for Last Epoch, and Obviously, I have some mini questions which I kind of baked in, but one question that myself was very interested in hearing was also coming from actually RPG Aaron as well as Dreadful. And it's a 2-question part. So I'm going to start with one of them, and that is that the weaving back to melee issue, and that is that they feel lackluster for both from melee minions as well. That they feel lackluster in terms of clearing
Yeah, hopefully,
compared
Eli.
to range because of area coverage. And so I guess one of the big questions there is there going to be improvements on melee minions to allow them to hit a wider target with their attacks? Like basically, will they have bigger AoEs? Is what I'm asking.
I don't think we have any specific changes to that. I think the bigger problem for melee minions would be just like how easily can they like engage with the new pack of enemies. Like they don't have the run there, so maybe giving them some dashes on stuff like that is gonna help a lot. But like I don't think there's an almost like any skill in the entire game, like a melee skill that is just like a actual single target. They all have like a small AoE. So as long as the enemies are close to each other, it does help.
Okay.
There are the little changes that we mentioned just a second ago with Bear getting swipe and Sabretooth getting better, the Fury swipes happening more often with its leap engagement. And so yeah, there are some little things, but there's not like a huge systematic change to like all melee minions getting more AoE or something like that.
Yeah, we also just have, yeah, like Mike said, all the minions, like they're their own thing, and we have a lot of them. We'll every now and then we'll find things to buff. So yeah, let us know what needs to be buffed, and we'll buff them.
Do you know?
in the
I think
future.
that's always the correct way to do it too. Like, an ARPD should never be balanced. You should always have things in cycles where it like literally cycles out what is strong and what is. It's like you are always going to feel. Well, a lot of people that play RPDs are always going to feel like almost forced towards some skills. So you might as well force them towards different things. Like not everybody. Obviously, a lot of people just want to do their own thing, but people will always gravitate towards metas. So it is healthy, I think, to like do what they're doing.
So yeah,
I got you.
a
Another
good way to
part of
balance.
this question that was talking to these creators as well, which I'm curious about as well, is build diversity when it comes to minions. Now we have the unique
Wizard!
playstyle of Forge Guard with their type of specific minions. But if you look at the Acolyte, for example, due to
Can Marksman be tanky enough for hardcore? I really want to play Heartseeker. Yes? Well, I'm asking Lizard. Lizard knows everything. For small hits, yeah, but not for one-shots? Ooh. Well, I want to farm Uber Ambroth.
the strength scaling and power of the
Twitch
double
chat
shade
lawyer,
by
what a great
Infernal and
name.
Dread Shade. We're now getting permanent Dread Shade. That sounds fantastic.
Can I link it clip? Yeah, go for it. Link me a clip. Did he quit PoE? Well, he works for 11-hour games now. He's a developer for Epoch. Carvarusco. A lot of streamers have been recruited by game companies. Like Badger works for Path of Exile. Octavian works for Path of Exile. Did any other streamer get recruited for ARPGs? Bloodshed? For Blizzard, right. Turkey Cat wanted to work for GGD? I know he did. Yeah, Badger works for GGD. Oh yeah, and Leviathan. Neversink was offered, yeah. Hubu! Hubu also works. Remember when I was there, Chris asked me if I would ever work for like a games company or GGD. It doesn't really make sense at my size. That looks scary. So is it basically a leech tank? Hi, Sadojo. How you doing? So the answer is yes, but with gear. Okay. How is it without gear? Like, how is it a league start? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I'd ever work for a gaming company. Like, directly. Like, be an employee. Like, my consulting angle. My game is that last Epoch. Rogue has a lot of layers on the talent tree, so it's pretty good. Without gear, it's bad? Oh, okay. That's scary. Man, I don't know what I'm doing then.
Like, but due to the power scaling of those, it's been very often more favorable to put them all, stacking all the power onto one minion, like an Archmage or an Abomination, more so than actually having an actual army playing for you in terms of actual performance. So I guess the question for season 2 or beyond, are there any intentions in addressing
I'm probably gonna practice on softcore though.
Diversity problem of actual in-game performance of minion builds with that in mind?
I remember at least a couple minion builds that were army builds and they were absolutely crazy, and we had to nerf them multiple times because they were so crazy. So that it's a very fine line that needs to walk, especially.
Do you have the Power Rune Craft unlocked? Hello, my PUBG friend. Who likes third-person shooters? That's fucking weird. No, I don't, but Snattat does. Oh, nice, Adoji. Snattat has it. Do you have him on Discord? You could start softcore for funsies and then reroll on hardcore. Softcore is less fun, not more fun. I hate softcore. I only play softcore for practice. I despise it.
For something like you have a minion that does everything.
You could also start on a Blade Dancer or Falconer and then swap when you have enough gear. Ooh, that might be a good idea.
For you, and you just run around.
We can swap now. I'm so happy that went through.
So yeah, it's it is. We don't have any. Like, it's like we are not targeting specifically so that single minion builds are better than the others. It just when people min-max complicated game, something is always better, and sometimes
I'm so happy they did that.
Single minion builds.
Years of winning.
It hasn't always been the case. Yeah, it hasn't always been the case. So I would expect that eventually there'll be a minion army build that's gonna be crazy good again, and then we have to nerf it. So yeah.
And this is not what we're seeing in season 2. That might be something we'll talk about in the season.
Yeah, I don't think we have. Balance changes and itemization changes might make that the thing. I don't know. We'll see.
Okay.
We don't have any crazy changes to minions. Specifically targeting
has so many tattoos
to be better.
Okay.
Answer, yeah.
I do have one last mini question. I don't want to take
the
video off with too many mini questions. I know it's me. I have to ask some of them. So the last mini questions I have specific for minions at least is Golem specifically. It feels more like a consistent utility option for minions builds rather than having a performing option as an actual offensive addition to a minion build. I believe this is from Frozen Sentinel actually. And that said, will we see some specific changes to minions in general for the season, which you already covered, but in this case, we're talking about the Golem. One of the best references I have for this is the Pyre node that the Golem has, which consumes minions to do fire damage. Like, it charges up, it's taking all of these minions and consuming them only to light the little tiny match and hope that does damage. Like, what's up with that?
So that specific node, I don't think there's any changes coming.
Okay.
But yeah, these are just where we have so many nodes in so many skills that some need more love. That's it. We just need to get the feedback, and we need a couple more devs to just hire some devs for us to fix skills and buff them. You just need it takes a lot of time because
well, I have to hire more now, right? Because Carv's getting fired.
you could just make number go big, and then things die, right? That you could make a Vengeance literally one-shot to the entire game with a single thing. But
If you cover the lower face of Mike's face, you can see the bloodthirst in his eyes. Is that true?
we generally want to be a bit more involved with the buffs and changes, so that it isn't just a number go big kind of thing.
I like that approach, and I think that you especially seeing the Heartseeker, it seems like that's really the theme of it, to have more interesting mechanics and options to play with, so it's not just big number go up, right? I think that's a really good approach. Stepping aside away from minions, for the most part, not entirely. In the trailer, there was images showing. One of them showed a lot of new unique items, and it was really cool. But there was one in particular that stood out for myself and a lot of people in my chat, and we talked about this. And it is Nest of Nightmares. Now, we don't get to see much of it, but what we see in the teaser is a line of text saying, applying spiders on melee hits. Now, there's a wording in the game that says summon this, summon that, like the bee gloves and stuff like that. So we've already come to the conclusion this is not a minion stuff. But we really want to know, what is applying spiders on melee hits? Could you elaborate on this?
Yes, I can tell you exactly what the ailment spiders does. So spiders is a new ailment.
Okay.
It lasts 4 seconds and can stack up to 4 times.
Do you want some spiders, chat?
It gives the afflicted actor 5% flat added chance to be critically hit.
Oh.
So it is 5, 10, 15, 20% chance.
Is that multiplicative?
Crit.
So basically,
if you've got 4 stacks of spiders on something, you only need to hit 80% crit to always crit.
Oh, okay, so it's additive.
Does this stack with acid skin?
This is just its own added Fenny on top of whatever else they might have.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, I like the sound of this. That's good.
And because it's applied to the target, it does affect other people hitting it as well. So like, if your minions hit it, they get that as well. If other people in your party hit it, they get that as well.
I wonder if Steel would want to play multiplayer last Epoch.
All right. Another question we have is idol crafting. We talked about idols before. You're removing the flat HP from the stout idols?
Yeah,
that's only on stout? Does this include the big idols?
Only, yeah.
So the big idols that can have double life.
I think there's only one big idol that can have double life, and that's on Acolyte, I think.
It might
and
be,
there's a lot more pressure
one,
from other stuff now. You won't want it as much.
Yeah. I think it's one of the 3 PS. I think that might still exist.
Do you ever play with other people?
So Season 2 is introducing Weaver's Touch craftable idols with 4 modifiers rather than 2.
What's going on with Steel?
So I guess the question here is if you could share some information on what type of modifiers we can expect from this.
I'm not supposed to say, but he is, the reason Steel's on holiday is he is undergoing vocal surgery to get rid of his Australian accent. He's been very self-conscious of like not living in Australia, but still sounding Australian. So he's it's just a holiday for a few days.
Or are we going to sit and expect us to go for trying to Weaver's Touch our way into double life and armor and a rest roll, or is there any just more offensive scaling? Could you elaborate more on the modifiers we will see on these?
Yeah, I don't think we can do specific. I don't have a list of specific ones here, but yeah, there'll be more interesting things rather than just like flat stats.
Yeah, that's
quite so much.
A while ago.
So you'll
still
start
Australian?
See,
yeah, well soon.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say specific ones or not.
That's why I took them out from my inventory when I was looking at.
I mean, are we talking more offensive, mechanically changing modifiers, or are there also including like baseline stats such as life, resistance, armor, stuff like that? I guess that's a better question.
It's a mixture of both for sure. The ones that do call out specific skills are, I don't think they ever call out like offensive clearing skills as specific ones. So it's like there's if a idle enchantment does ever call out a specific skill, I think it only ever calls out defensive skills or utility skills, and then they can call out specific classes, like one of them's like something for fire skills, things like that. So the categories of abilities that it'll do sometimes.
I think the important takeaway about the idle things is that there's new power in idols that did not exist there before. I think that's
hence the curiosity. Yeah. That said, though, when you say that the flat life and stout idols were removed, the follow-up question are there any improvements coming to the baseline idols that exist in the game now that we are not going to see double life stout idols. So are there any other changes happening to the baseline idols besides that?
There is new power in idols that you haven't seen before.
Okay, that's it.
Yeah.
So that's not just the
those are
Weaver's
new-
Touch. That's how I understood it. So this is baseline. All of them gets new added modifiers that can roll.
That sounds fun.
Specifically, the size 1 and 2 idols. There's a bunch of new ones for that.
Okay. Perfect. Next
Turn into a
question we have
squirrel.
is champion modifiers coming to the game, and we have 0 information of what type of modifiers they can be. Can we get some knowledge on this?
Are you sure it's 0? I'm pretty sure I saw some of the trailer. I think.
Yeah,
I think
it's
we show a
very
lot of-
minimal. It's borderlining 0 then.
Rounding down.
Those ones are generally more specific for they'll call out individual abilities really frequently. So those ones are they're frequently more specific
Hi, Minnie.
and
How you doing?
narrow
You
and
having fun?
niche things that you're going to be getting out of those. So those are designed to be more specific.
Yeah,
Alright.
I think the important bit here is that they are always sealed, which means that you cannot put any of the champion affixes into legendaries. That's the you can make set items with them.
That's funny.
because
Is
you
he asleep
just
now?
Craft the set affix in there, but you cannot
Hope
make
you're having fun.
a champion affix into a legendary.
Right.
So a lot of people have been having a different takes on this with which modifier was
That's good.
sealed. So champion modifiers are sealed, so they cannot go on unique items. Set item, craft shards can become an actual prefix or suffix modifier on the item and affix. But so the set item can be put on a unique. Because my understanding was that
No.
was not possible. Okay.
Those
So
are
with
also
that
not
item-
going to be able to put there. Yeah.
Okay.
When a set shard gets applied to an item, that item becomes effectively a set item.
Okay.
And set items cannot be combined with unique items to make a
Okay.
legendary.
Good. Then we got that cleared for everyone because so many people have had different takes on this, and I'm like, Mike said it's not possible. But what about
Yeah.
the sealed affix? I'm pretty sure that was champion modifiers. Let's just get that out of the way so we have that clearly stated here in the interview. Perfect. We are
QE,
running
Mage
really
plan.
tight on time right now. But one last question before I'm going to jump into some Q&A. You can tag Mike, sorry, not Mike, but Wick or Photon in the chat here if you have any questions. He'll pick them out. He's already spammed me up on Discord with some questions. But before the Q&A, we have a question from yet another Last Epoch creator. His name is Frozen Sentinel. I call him the spreadsheet god at this point. And his question was, with more items and item types being introduced, how is balanced approach being approached when it comes to Merchant Guild versus Circle of Fortune?
Do you know, I really just hope they make the auction house better because it is an awful experience.
Well, specifically, it's talking about like, so this is like an additional layer to the itemization hunt. So, I think most of the Weaver tree stuff should work with Circle of Fortune, so that you'd still have that's extra multiplier there.
I'm
So it's
definitely
not
going Circle of Fortune.
suddenly that everyone plays MG because there's no reason to play the COF anymore.
And there's some
So-
stuff in the Weaver tree that we'll get into another time that you can influence the item types you're getting a little bit better.
Wow.
And the COF does scale off of that as well. So they play off each other and it gets amplified as a COF player.
Okay. So we know we have some new glyphs and runes. For example, the whole shifting.
Kyle's
the
very smart. He has like
modifier
400
tiers on-
IQ.
sorry, the tiers on the modifiers
He'd never admit to it on stream, but he can actually lift things by looking at them.
can shift, right? Is this something we'll see, not constellations, but prophecies for in Circle of Fortune? Is that something we can expect to see moving forward in Season 2?
Or getting the new runes, the new crafting materials.
One of the new ruins will have a prophecy, yes. But COF
I'm sorry, my headset
perks in.
died.
The Merchant Guild doesn't. You can't trade. You can't buy and sell those
Poor
things on
Ghazi.
Merchant Guild anyways. But yeah, COF does get a little bit of a boost of one of them.
Is getting back. Is this
Now I
our
can hear
stream
you.
now?
I didn't hear shit there. Can you say that one more time?
Did chat here? Because that's all that matters.
I think so. Did I miss it? I think I missed it all. They're saying
Someone tell me we
poggers.
can watch it later.
Yeah, you were asking about the prophecies. So, one of the 3 new runes will have a prophecy.
Yeah.
I think it's rune of weaving. But the rest the COF players will get more of those through just the COF perks. and the other prophecies. Like if you have a rune prophecy, that could potentially give you the other new runes. But there isn't a specific targeted prophecy for Havoc or Redemption.
All right. Since we're running a little low in time, I'm just going to dive straight into the Q&A. Again, you can type at EHG_Wick or _Photon for any questions. He's picked them out. So I'm just going to go from the list he sent me here. He's been picking the questions out. And the first one is, how do you plan to handle patches/bug fixes with the new cycle?
Season.
In the new season.
Yeah, we're like, I don't understand. Like, handle them. We're roll them out as soon as we can.
Yeah. Hot fixes. Yeah.
No, Shizzle.
Yep.
Hot fixes.
Yeah.
I'm
Fix
sorry,
that are
I don't
broken.
really
Yes.
question.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Q&A.
Yeah.
We'll do some rapid fire with them.
Push them out fast and furious.
Yes, for family. So the next one is about family. It's with minions falling further and further behind in the overall state of balance. Is there plan changes in the upcoming release to help those archetypes out?
Yeah, there's so much being shaken up by item changes coming this season that it's going to be. I wouldn't bring any preconceived notions like that into the new season.
All right.
Yeah, let's throw it away.
Are the time rot nodes additive or multiplicative with each other?
They are all 3 different multipliers. If you're talking about the rot creep.
Yes, but within itself, right? With itself.
Yeah, they're all multiplicative with each other.
Yeah, the time rot chance is its own like a bucket of a multiplier, and then the other 2 are also. So you get 3 different multipliers there.
All right. Will arena prophecies still appear if you have removed arenas with the new Weaver tree node?
I don't know.
The answer is yes.
I think so.
Yeah, but you can just block arena prophecies. I think there's a new lens coming in season 2 that should make your life a bit easier.
Okay. Next one is, I feel like for ARPGs, the history is better told through end of chapter cutscenes. Any plans on expanding that front?
I know we've talked about having better cutscenes in the game, and that's something that people have been pushing for a lot. Me amongst them, for sure. I think that those are improved cutscenes. Yeah, storytelling. It's a huge way. We've been talking about this for years about how like you can get the story from like Diablo 2 by just watching the cutscenes for the most part, and there's not that many.
You know, I'm always surprised because there's a lot of people that care about this, but like I am surprised that people care that much about this, like, or that much about the campaign being finished and stuff. Because like for me personally, I'm like, I don't care. I just want to play and grind and improve my character. So I was like surprised, but there's so many people that care about it. It's very important to a lot of people.
Cutscenes there.
I was shook.
And you know, like I think adding in those would be really hugely beneficial. We don't have any major ones expand because there are those little cutscenes we do have for them, which are great.
Yeah, sure does.
But yeah, getting more, I'd love to have more. And as we add more chapters.
All right. So here's another question, which is from Mike. It's a bit personal. I was very curious about this. I even wrote to Photon about this, saying, what happened to Mike? Like, is this good or is it bad? I don't know what is happening. And the question is, when are you releasing the workout routine and diet plan? You look amazing. You've lost a lot of weight. You look fantastic. And I was like, what is happening? I don't even know how to answer it or ask it. But here's the question.
Yeah, thank you very much. It is all good. It is, it is a lot of hard work.
That could have been so awkward if he was losing weight from a disease. Right? Like, that's such a risky question to ask live as well. It's like, yeah, I have cancer. I have 3 weeks left to live. Like, that could go south so fucking fast. Holy shit. I would never ask that. Holy. That's rolling a die. Thanks, it's the cancer. Yeah, like, that could go, like... You're right. It was curated. You're right. That's a good point. You're right. It was pre-approved. You're right. I have worms.
Work and eating less and working more. Working out more. It is, yeah. There's no secret to it. You gotta calculate how many calories you need to maintain your body weight and eat less than that and
I'm
track
bad
them
at math.
rigorously. And that's literally all I did.
All right, it's definitely
yeah.
paying off.
Thank you. Yeah, feels good. Just got the home gym set up
Ozempic.
next door.
Yeah,
and,
a lot of people are on that.
starting to
That's
get
a
into
good
that
thing,
pretty
though.
hard, which is great.
Perfect. Next question is, can we be able to trade mats?
We are not. You're not able to trade mats, and that's not something we're currently looking at doing. It's possible we could in the future, but right now it is nothing. No trading on mats.
Yeah, this is the one thing that we mentioned earlier, is that it would require very major
It's the
changes
scurvy.
to how item factions currently work.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Any improvement / changes to localization coming?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah.
Okay,
We
yes.
want the localization to be good. Yeah. So yeah, it's
Yeah.
it's always.
We're we either just expanded it or are expanding the languages.
I don't
I don't know
know.
if that's out yet or not.
I wonder, like, how important localization is, like, how much more reach it does. Like, I'm sort of, this is maybe a hot take, I'm a little bit, like, anti-localization and anti-dubbing, because it was such an important factor for me, myself, learning English, that everything was in English. And I feel like it's very, very noticeable, especially, like, if you go to a country that has a lot of dubbing, like Germany, that their, like, level of English is, like, significantly worse, right? Like when me and my wife went to honeymoon in Greece, there were so many Germans there that were like 25 to 35 and they did not speak English. So it's like it's so crazy to me. Like I love not localization, I guess.
All right.
There's a lot of languages now.
Fair enough.
Same
Will
with
we be able
France,
to
yeah.
control somehow the Weaver's tablets via the COF Observatory Prophecies?
There is nothing specifically interacting between COF and like the Weaver stuff like that. There are things that naturally just work together, but there isn't a very specific interaction like that now.
Yeah, so if you have something in COF that says like you just get more of this thing, and then the Weaver stuff drops that thing, you get more of that thing from dropping it.
All right.
Very excited.
What about making it easier to actually pick up items from the floor without having to click precisely on it?
UI scaling's coming, so you'll be able to make them bigger if you'd like to be able to have a bigger target to click.
Nice. So that's just loot filter improvements. Is that my understanding of it?
No, like we're scaling the entire UI.
It should be focused on the loot filter. You might not want to scale everything. Depends how they've done it. I remember being baffled that they were teaching Spanish kids how to speak French instead of English when I lived there. Huh. Fascinating. In France, you could be the person who knows English but is an asshole to pretend they don't around Paris. I had that experience in Paris. I know, definitely. I did have that experience.
Now. So you can crank the size of everything, the whole UI up or down. Yeah.
Player agency again. I've said this before. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah, I think here's also like a pickup radius, or like how far away you can click to pick up items to not run to it. I don't remember if we have any changes to that. It is something we discussed at some point, and I think it was overall just yes, we should do it. I don't remember if we did it.
It's one of
so
those.
Little things like that
I guess we're gonna bring it up now and see if we can. If we didn't, maybe we can. Right. I don't know.
That's good. I mean, that's also one of those. You can only make it bigger. You can never go back once you made it bigger. So it's a very touchy topic, right? Next question is plans for seasonal objectives.
That's something we're very interested in down the road. Season 2 does not have seasonal objectives with like the whole thing. I think there are lots of great examples of that where there's like complete these bosses and finish this challenge in game, and you get this like cosmetic thing for the season to so you can remember having completed that challenge in the.
As a French person, I can say fuck Paris. Honestly, yeah, Paris is like the worst place I've ever been. No, second worst, but like it's pretty up there. I really disliked it.
These are all awesome stuff. You get achievements.
This is just the same interview. I've used 5 hours watching this tour video.
Don't have them for season 2 yet.
We have time into making the game better instead of keeping you playing more from giving you free MTX. Basically, is currently it is something that we definitely want to do. They're really cool. We just have other priorities being on the game right now.
That's fair. Is the Uber Aberoth fight accessed through the same method as the normal one?
No, kind of. You need to kill a normal Abaroth to get to Uber Abaroth. It drops
Okay.
one echo that you put into your echo web if you have a high enough corruption on it, and then you'll fight Uber Abaroth. And important to note is that even though it is in the echo web, modifiers or corruption does not affect the difficulty of that. It's a static fight, and you will have access to it way before than your character is ready to fight it.
Yes.
So similar to the Abaroth. All right.
Yes. It is a lot harder fight than normal Abaroth.
So a good follow-up question to this is actually what corruption is the Uberoth balance around, and what do you expect players to be at when they can clear him?
Can we tell you when you can access it?
Have we been to Poland? No, I would like to go.
Yeah, I think we can say when you're able to access it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 500 corruption.
500, and that is
you need minimum 500 to access it. But even if you're able to farm 500, it's going to be a very difficult fight. Fight.
All right, so you should be significantly higher for it to be a comfortable fight, is what you're saying.
I have a pimple on my nose.
The interesting bit is that once you put it into your echo web, if you fail, you can just you can go again.
Ah, that's
there
nice.
There might be some stuff like maybe not giving you the loot. I'm not sure, but we probably do need to do something there. But yeah, you can just keep fighting it.
Okay. Next question is: can woven echoes items change the corruption of the echo it is applied to somehow?
There is one woven echo that does.
Was localizing Defender's quest worth it post on Fortress Doors? Has the dev give some numbers on how much it cost to localize to 5 new languages, how much it increased the cost? TLDR, Germany was worth it, Russia was close, Czech Republic and Korea and probably would have been worth it at launch, but there were fanlations by the time it was patched in. In other words, voice acting would be way more expensive. Yeah.
Change the corruption of that timeline. We already talked about that one.
Yeah, the one that copies the highest corruption of that player. Yeah. So that's the only one so far that is fitting this question.
There might be one more.
I don't think there's any woven echo that.
It bothers me that his cursor is over Carve's eye.
No, because the corruption is based on the timeline. So whatever the timeline
very annoying.
Is, what the corruption is.
It's really bothering me.
Following this up, we have: can there be more
there's two
for rare materials?
Oh,
so that is yours? No.
I mean the. Well, one of the rare materials is going away.
I told them enemy of day.
The
nice.
ones that are there are, I think you're going to be wanting to use them up on your items, because I think you're going to get more opportunities to craft good items, because there's going to be more base types that are potentially awesome because these new crafting materials are available for you. So I think, just the existence of them is going to make you use more of them.
Okay, fair enough. Can you guys talk about how much better arenas are now? If at all. Sorry, I had to add that.
Go. Yeah, you can influence them through the Weaver tree. I mean, one is you can just not do them at all, but you can also just add some other stuff to it. And the base functionality of it is also, I think the enemies are faster. I think they come to you much faster if you stand in the middle. I think
the time between waves, I think, is reduced as well.
Yeah. We did a bunch of small adjustments to it. Okay. I've heard that at least few people say that who hated them say that they're kind of fine now. So
okay, that's a good sign for me. I was never a big fan of them, so I'll have to try them out.
There's more mechanics, of the side mechanics.
Yeah, his resting happy face
as well.
I have resting bitch face.
All right. Next. I think
previously there was no way that any of the extra mechanics could appear in them, but I think at least champions can now.
Well, that's kind of big though.
I think.
If it's true, since you said think.
Yeah, I'm 80% sure on that one.
Okay. Next question is: can you guys talk about? No, sorry. Are portal charms consumables?
Yes.
I believe you guys covered this in the last interview.
Yes, and it's a good refresher is that you can trade any of the 3 existing dungeon keys.
I've had a lot.
Machelka in Divine Era. I think there's a NPC there that you can trade up those keys for portal shards.
Like, from what I'm hearing, they're adding a lot more items to chase, a lot of new builds to try, a big balance change and shake up, and something new to grind your teeth against with the Uber Aberoth. So, should be really interesting.
So let's say, yeah, if you only care about Temporal Sanctum, but you have a lot of the other two, you can just trade them up for portal shards.
All right. Is the damage taken increase from dual wield being changed?
I don't think so.
No.
This is a very interesting, like, both the designing and balancing topic, because it's like, okay, do we want dual wielding to be like, so we have a sword and board.
It's one of the timelines. I can't remember.
And then we have dual wield.
It's
Where
like the bottom right
should
one.
the dual wield fall in, like, that in the middle? Like, should it be
There
doing
was
the most damage? Should it
Rasputin.
be doing more damage than a sword and board, but be slightly
I'm assuming it's
tankier than
still
with
there.
a shield or with a two-hander? And I think we fell on that. It should you just take more damage, but you're in most cases doing more damage.
Fair enough. Are Forge Guard minions robots? I have no idea what that means. That was the question I got.
Yes.
And no.
Okay. Yes and no.
They have
I mean,
feelings.
I think I can make a robot out of Lego. Come
My
on.
manifest armor has feelings, okay?
I mean, that's coming from a true summoner perspective. I didn't know you were a real summoner, Carve. What
do you mean?
changed?
I've been a summoner player since forever. What do you mean?
Well, not always. Not always.
He's played a lot of
how
SRS.
happy you were playing Heartseeker. I'm just saying. There we go.
Yeah.
Speaking of Heartseeker, what level is it to learn Heartseeker with passive
Thank you,
change?
Raz.
How many points in? 20 for
Appreciate
the base
it.
class,
Thank you for
and
the
then
prime.
how many points in for the marksman?
30.
I think it's 30.
And dark.
I can
Dark
confirm.
Abyss
confirm.
firing Ziz's laser. Hype
Okay.
for last Epoch. Prepare the
Thank
squirrel
you for the 23
army.
months.
So around level 50 skill points
Yes.
in, which means
Regards 30, yes.
yeah.
correct.
So the level then would be depending on how many skill points you got from the campaign, right?
Yeah.
And that kind of summarizes the Q&A. Before the little outro, two more things
Yeah,
to cover there in the outro. I'm curious,
We are.
Mr. Minion Lover, what are you playing as your starter for Season 2 yourself?
Ooh, I don't know.
It has to be Minions now, I'm just saying.
I mean, does Falcon count? I could play a Bow Falconer. I don't know. Who knows?
Falcon
No,
does
I'm
not
not
count. No.
Okay. I think
Bow.
I'm gonna play either Heartseeker or I'm gonna play something Sentinel Void Knight probably.
What about you, Mike?
I'm on it.
I've been saying this for months now. I'm going full Heartseeker. There's no question in my mind. It is my favorite class has always been Marksman, and it's the first time I've had a new skill point since
Shit.
it launched. It is Marksman for me. I'm playing Heartseeker.
Fair enough. So the last question before the outro, we're going to wrap this up, is obviously the common question that we've seen on Twitter when we talk about Bex many years ago. You all know what it is, and that is patch notes when.
When they're ready.
Just don't give us a patch note 3 days before launch. So give us at least a week.
You will have several days to read through all of the changes for sure. But I don't know. I don't think we can give you the actual dates.
We asked. We're not allowed to say the patch
Yeah.
notes date. I'm sorry. We did check before this.
Okay, a follow-up to that. When you say several days, can we as a collective then say that we would prefer to see them around a week before and not just a couple of days? Is that something that is more in line with what's going to go down, or we're talking literally a couple of days? Give or take.
I think we're staying on the several.
Okay.
Yeah, we
Okay.
we just can't. We asked, but we weren't. We've already done too much damage anyways, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, come on. Let's keep our jobs here.
Avoid the suing process. We're going to wrap this up by thanking Mike and Carl for coming on for this interview. It's been a blast. Thank you so much for the, putting your job at risk and everything. Appreciate that very much. Next week, Friday, same time, I believe, right? You guys will be having a friend of mine, Talkative, try to talk about itemizations. I'll be sure tuning into that. Hope you guys that are watching will tune into that as well. And just enough for last Epoch, and very excited for the launch on the 2nd of April.
Cool.
Thanks so much for coming in, boys.
Good shit. I'm gonna link that in chat for those that haven't seen it. Cassie does really cool content. That was good. That looks fun. I'm very excited. A lot of cool leaks. Wonder what Carv's gonna like apply for now that he's getting fired from last Epoch. That's sad. I'm gonna go get some water, and then I was gonna go play more PoE, but apparently the Titan Quest demo is so short that I think I'll do that and finish that today, and then we do PoE all day tomorrow. They have not said whether they're delaying or not yet. Yes, change over to Titan Quest. I don't know if you can do YouTube. Titan Quest 2. I'll be right back. Can you play ads, Matty? I'll be right back. We don't know. BRB. Chat! It is time! Blah. Right. Were you able to do YouTube? Do I have to do that myself? Myself. Oh, Dragon Quest 2 playtest. To change the game, but that's fine. Thank you. By the way, I found this chat. I don't understand, how is this different from the rest of the world? The Scandinavian washing. But I assume this is what it, like, how everybody washes their clothes. Looks pretty normal so far. Oh my god, look how red her hands are. Oh yeah, her hands are pretty red. That's pretty normal. Same thing we do in Canada. There's some sort of trailer playing that you guys can't see and I can't hear. Titan Quest. Titan Quest. Loading. You just requested on Steam. Enable camera shake. Hell yeah. I'm excited for the last Epoch stuff. That was pretty pog. Oh yeah, Lizard, did you answer? How often do you ever play with other people in multiplayer?
Robbie010 is firing.
Thank you, Robbie. Audio. SSF only. You never played with others? Wow. That's crazy. Oh. Hello. What the fuck? Was it just loading in? Did her eyes look really fucking weird? Oh yeah, it was just like a load-in thing. Wonky part it was? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. No, the eyes is definitely weird. There's no WSD in this, right? And Immortal. Oh. So I have 2 dodges and then there's a CD. Oh, that's an enemy, not just ambience. There is WSD. Can you move while attacking though? I think without that, I probably wouldn't. I don't think I like WSD when you can't move while attacking. Is there no fucking middle map overlay? I'm actually molding already. Is there actually not? Is there really not? I'm actually mad already. How is that possible? Literally, like, I honestly, that has already lost 4 points. It is now a 6 out of 10. Literally so bad. Why? Just like, I'm mad. This is mad. This is angry. Ragey. It pisses me off. I just don't know why you wouldn't have like a basic ARPG feature in every fucking game. Better for watching?
It's time we hunted it
Don't
good.
kill me.
Time has come for you to prove yourself. Today we hunt the griffin, but before that,
I'm
remember
mad.
the shrine
I'm
at the
really
end
mad,
of the
chat.
beach? Let's go.
Voice acting seems good. Reminds me of Baldur's Gate 3. She sounds like the drow. It's a bit laggy. I don't know if that's just like loading in assets. I can't see my FPS anywhere. I really appreciate the mouse button 1 is not garbage by default. That's nice. Fuck this game, a really bad game. I actually unironically feel a little bit like that.
You've been training
My least
with me
favorite thing.
a long time.
Wait, is it the same voice
I
actress?
have just one more thing to teach you.
Wait, she sounds exactly like the Drow in Baldur's Gate 3. Drow, Baldur's Gate 3. What's her name? What's her name? Minthara. It has to be. Minthara, voice actress. Emma Gregory. IMDb. It sounds literally, it must be. What's this girl's names? Aristono was actress. 2 minutes in and crying. What a crybaby. Titan Quest 2 is still better than your Diablo 4 trash. Wait, but I hate Diablo 4. I think Diablo 4 is garbage. Man, I don't know. I must be the same voice actress. She sounds identical. That's so funny too, because I was like, oh, this like is giving me Baldur's Gate 3 vibes. The voice acting's really good. D4 bad. D4 dog shit. Wait, the performance is actually really bad. Can I do anything about that? This is off already. Maybe turn on illumination. We can turn shadows to medium. Don't really want to do anything else down though. It looks so pretty.
Panda Quacks just resubscribed for 4 months. Hello.
Yeah, I don't like D4. And you know what? I am crying. I will cry about thingy. I just like, I really like the middle map overlay. I'm an old dinosaur.
UB3 Airby
And I have a hard, I don't
just
really, this is
resubscribed
really
for
laggy.
2 months. Less than 3 love
Is it
goes out
laggy
to
for
Mr.
anyone else when they play it? Bingo, thank you. Yeah, very laggy. Okay. How can D4 be bad? Doesn't it also have no middle overlay? I hate no middle overlay! I want no middle overlay. I want to... Oh, wait. Is there a drop-off? That's neat. I've never seen that in an ARPG before. Wait, really? It's kind of interesting. Yeah, there's a drop-off. Huh, never seen that. I mean, I'm assuming they'll optimize it better. Do you think it's when something loads in? I can't tell. But yeah, that has to be Minthara. Has to be. So I guess now it's just showing me different weapon types. Never seen gravity in an ARPG? Yeah, me neither. Fascinating. Ooh. My arrow went right up. Owie. Owie. Stop it. Stop it. Bardish? I guess it's just showering me with different weapon choices to let me try things.
New Lunduscore just resubscribed for 88 months.
Brother, is there no
Drink
healing
all
potion?
3?
Q, 1. Oh god. D. Oh, that was very unintuitive. Why D? Can I rebind that? Can I have that as 1? No, 1 does something else. So does Q. Oh, that's weird. Oh, that's odd. Okay, I guess I'll just get used to it. C. 4 stats, agility. I'm kind of vibing with ranged already. Speed, sports light armor, fast weapons, cunning. My power and aggression. Is that generic damage? Fitness and cunning. Strike damage and pierce damage. Poison and lightning. Vigor. Okay, we'll do agility. And skill seizes 1 to 4 and QWR. I'm sure I'll get used to it. It's fine. Auto equip. The graphics are nice enough. Honestly, very, very similar vibe to last Epoch, don't you think? Like graphics wise? It's nice.
You've never fought the likes of a griffin before. But if you are victorious,
Way prettier? Oh, I don't know about that after the last updates to last Epoch. It's very pretty
You
now.
know what to do.
There's no way that's not Minthara. 0% chance. I don't know, I'm enjoying it. Away! Yeah, actually, as Baldur's Gate 3 wipes just because Minthara. I hit her, she's immortal, I can die. Time Quest 2 looks a bit better.
Here we are. The heroes of old received the gods' gifts at this shrine.
Yeah, there's definitely a 0% chance there's not Minthara.
Here we are. This place was built ages ago by the Mycenaeans, the heroes of old.
Yeah. Oh, I was expecting this to be instanced. Smooth. I can't unbind scroll to zoom. Yeah, I love Baldur's Gate 3. I think it's the literal best game ever made.
Priests of Mycenae protect their shrines, even beyond the grave.
Like, I think PoE 1 is my favorite game of all time. Maybe Darkfall Online, but I do think Baldur's Gate 3 is the best game ever made. Am I supposed to have skills and stuff already, or am I supposed to be auto-attacking? I feel like I should have, but maybe I missed it. I feel like I missed it. Did I not pay attention? Can you move camera to bottom left? Yes. Repository. K for skills? No, C. How? Stats. I guess I don't have any yet. Maybe it's just auto tech central. I feel like you really want to introduce a skill before now, but skills are later. Odd. Odd choice.
Doors sealed. Give
Oh
me
my
a
god,
moment.
these lag spikes are annoying. Wow.
Fight them off while I unseal this door. There.
The dodge feature is very snappy and nice. One of the flaws I had with Quest 1, you level so slow and it feels bad. Yeah. I definitely think they should introduce skills earlier. It's a bit weird to be completely auto-attacking. I don't know, maybe I'm crazy. Alright, Medikit, cool. Straight edge dagger. The item hover being all the way to the left is a bit weird. Yeah, a lot of ARPGs have issues with that. PoE 1 doesn't do particularly well with where it wants your eyes to
Ancient
be.
Mycenaeans called
It's
this
why
the
I've always found
shrine
it a
of
little bit
divine
odd that all
master.
ARPGs are so against letting us customize anything. Like, I've always found that slightly weird, you know? It's like they really want to force you to be like, this is where you're going to look. It never lets you change.
Only those
I always find that kind of weird.
You have been measured. Rise and accept your blessing.
Not having sensible defaults? Yeah. Okay. Storm. Man, I'm in an ice mood, but okay, let's go Storm then. Second best. Primary attack. Wait, is that something I can level up? Ice Shards, Cold Lightning. Can I do like a cast on crit kind of thing? But this is just my default attack, right? Wait, is that locked in already? Wait. I'm a little confused. Is this like... Okay, there's no like right click out of it. I think I've just committed. Okay. That's fine. Respec bottom right. Okay. Rip. That's fine. It's fine. And it's 12 builds, yeah, I know. Okay.
No. You saw how the shrine reacted. No matter. I have must slay the griffin. You can do this.
No, god damn it. What is Q? Oh, barrier. Knowledge. We'll do agility knowledge build. It's probably not good, but we'll find it. Okay, the ice skill feels pretty good. It's very like snappy and good like start casting time. That's really good. A lot of ARPGs get that very wrong with that it doesn't feel like this until they have way too much cast speed later on. So that's nice. Now it's a new game. It is very clean looking. It definitely has some performance issues already though. But it is very clean. Oh.
Oh, I know how terribly quickly things can change. Thank you.
Oh.
Patricus would have liked.
Cool. Randomized gear already. Health potion. Do I have a limit?
Patricus would have liked
Oh,
this.
reduced.
Patricus would have
Where's
liked
my health
this,
potion
but
gear?
I
It
think
is gear. Energy restoration. How is my mana regen right now? Oh, very high. I can spam already.
Patricus would have liked.
MS boots. 10 knowledge. Okay. Oh, I see. I have 30 per second. Brother man.
Kill the wolves!
He's inside my head.
You useless meatsack! Who taught you to fight?
Did that pierce? No. Can I? Can I not? I can. Excellent. Are you dead?
What? Yes, I'm stuck in this jar. No, you can't open it. But you can take me to the Shrine of Hermes in the cave southwest of here, so that craven card can fix this.
Okay. My health regen. Huh. Fire triad staff. Fire damage. How does this work? Ah. Okay. Cool. I'm okay with dropping normal items at this point. I don't mind that. Ancient Greek got their culture from Titan Quest 1. Yeah, that's actually how it started. Yeah, I have been using my barrier. Hello? I feel backseated. I like the ragdoll death. Like, the spell feels really good. At least the bow didn't feel so good this early, but the spell feels great. Oh no. How do I... Oh, here. I wonder if there's any other synergy I can do there. I love when games lets you do like synergies. Wait, what? Augment your spell? Playing the icon itself? When you hit a frozen target, it causes an explosion. Oh, penetrate. Oh. +2 projectiles. Penetration. Oh, this looks fun. Holy. Huh? Oh, cool. Oh, that looks great. Okay. Very nice. Seems like a really good skill system.
Ah, this is the cave.
Oh, that feels great.
You're a better fighter than the last guy.
Oh, gold ring. Very small. Cold weapon damage. Passives? Didn't I just do passives? Am I blind? Oh! Oh, I thought this was a different tree. Oh, I see. I am blind. That wasn't even memeing. And I get a feat at 6. Okay, cool. No, I didn't see that. That's funny. Thanks.
Here, put me on the shrine. Go on.
Yeah, we got feat at 6. Oh, this feels great already.
I suppose you're expecting a reward now. Fine. Now get out of here. Your job is done.
RPG vet? True.
You're fine. Let me out of this jar.
Sounds like Leonidas. And now I get a feat. Caspian. I'll go for phrasing. There seem to be a lot of things with phrasing. Oh, I can freely respec this? Oh, that's nice. Requires torrent. This could be fun. This heal system's coded? Yeah, that's it. I think I need more skill points to make torrent work, and I need a lot more points into the homing thing. But that's what I was going for, like. That's so cool, though. You ran the skill. Well, I think what I wanted to do will work once I get 2 more points into the homing. Oh god. I think it'll work better. It feels like I got gear, yeah. Homing's cool. I really like the skill system. Do you know, actually, this is a feature I'm very against in ARPGs. It always ends up annoying me in every game I play. Whenever they try to make me feel like I'm inside a fucking dungeon. Will it have an game or just campaign? I don't know. The skill system is very promising. Homing, same for me based on projectile speed, so slower projectile, the better the homing work. Yeah. But I think I need a lot more skill points, because I think I want the max amount of projectiles. I want a lot of reduced speed, like you said. And also like a lot of the homing strength. Maybe it was just range. This feels good though for the points I have. Mana cost is pretty low. Do you know, it's very refreshing. Mana is my least favorite thing to solve in games. Most games make it such an issue.
No! The village!
You're not a moment early. Where's Aristino? The Griffin's cult is attacking. Oh, they want gold again. So selfless. There's nothing left for them to take.
The houses! They're
Oh. It was hard to freeze. I'm mostly doing freeze build up. Wonder if crit will make it easier to freeze. Odd. This is a traitor whenever there's not things on fire. I like them so far. I really like the skill point system. Don't like the performance. Performance has been pretty bad. I'm still not phrasing. Honestly, maybe for now. I do like how easy respecs are. More power speed per penetrated target. I don't reserve anything yet. Yeah, you can Lily, true. Try the other skill? I will later. I'm enjoying this a lot right now.
God's cursed Griffin.
worshippers. Good riddance.
Pretty good graphics. I'm gonna take that in case there's any form of crafting. Oh, attack, cast, and cooldown speed. Very snappy casting. No, I just clicked apply on Steam and I got it.
This is the third. Well, look who's grown. Not another attack. I'll protect the villagers. You take care of the cultists.
It is no longer available to everyone, right?
That griffin is not me. The cult take. Don't forget to destroy the griffin's
Did I
nest.
level? No.
Too. We can't risk another griffin moving in.
It was limited to 10,000 players. Wow, I got lucky then.
Cult took most of it.
They did reach out to me with a key afterwards, and I was like, way ahead of you. Already got one from requesting it. Ailment chance. And attack speed. Attack speed must affect me then, right? Surely. But that's cast speed. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't then. I don't know. You stole the key? Well, I said I already have one. I told them I already have one. Ah! I don't know if this is gonna have multiplayer. Yeah, the performance is definitely pretty bad. To be fair, it's okay most of the time, but it is pretty jarring to just suddenly get like a 2-second night spike. Maybe it's just loading shaders though, like it's gotten slightly better. Very cool level up animation. I like that a lot. Equal to 2.2% of reserved energy. I have no reserved energy. Okay. What's the feats here? Okay. Magos Titan. How's the endgame? Well, so far I've been playing for like 10 minutes. I think if I could answer this question this early, it would be worrying. Don't think it has an endgame. It's a small demo. Oh! Oh, that's neat. Where are Diablo 4? Is that ants? That's how you get ants. Somebody left sugar cubes out, chat. You are. I gotta say, the icicle spam feels really nice.
State your wish. You have a brew. You have been measured. And you have been found. Worthy. Found. And receive your blessing.
Oh, but now. What'd she do? Oh! Oh! Really? Interesting. Okay. Fascinating. I just like somebody, Foxy actually, that told me, so I just requested it on Steam. Foxy of all people. If you can believe that. What do you mean with that? I don't know, you did something positive in the world. It's weird. It's not like you.
Rise, twice blessed of the gods.
So no implicits? I don't know if cold weapon damage actually works. 12 to 21 or 20. 12 to 20. It doesn't seem like it works, eh? No. Weapon damage, I guess, is only with the weapon. Getting bullied here? Hey, you talk so much shit, you cannot complain about getting bullied. Dude, it's so jarring to me to not have the overlay in the middle of the screen. Because that means I have to do this instead, and it tilts me. It makes me mad chat. Ah! Oh no! I have fucked up. That's a cool spell he's got. Fall lightning is so much stronger than the cold skill. Oh, really? It's so fun though. Guess I should try it. Oh, but this is not cheap to respec. Oh god. Repeats. Probably can't spam this as much. Wait, what? Why am I live training? Did I make it cost life? Am I dumb? 30% more, 30 more cast speed. Take 1 maximum health per second combined. Oh. I see it. What about this? Works really well. Giga damn. Hey. Good night.
No one's crazy enough to go through the ruins.
Yeah, I'll make a video about this. Oh god, there were way too many range bombs. so much damage with the delay. Holy. Fire damage, cooldown speed, energy barrier. Oh, cool. Let me try. What about that? How's that feel? Cold missiles seem more viable. Less damage, but it's pretty cool. This is more damage. For sure. I did like the cold one though. Oh, I almost died.
Not enough energy.
Also, I probably want more mana instead. I wish just during the early access they had free respikes. It's free energy restoration. Let's try that. How's that work though? It's so warm in here. I need to open up a window. Because you're so hot, chat. $30C? Unlocks the Ether Shield. How do I get that? I don't see it anywhere. Unlocks Ether Shield. Well, oh, it's just the thing. Well, above 50% and 10% damage. Oh, okay. It's like, okay, I get it. L for Lordle. Storm, earth, and fire, heed my call. Hello, Griffin.
Well,
oh,
if
you
it
speak.
isn't the hero of Proti Village. Come to bask in my presence, have
I've come to bargain.
Be warned, my servants were weak, but I...
Take the L for portaling home.
I am
True.
as terrible as I am beautiful.
Not actually that pretty. Oh! Oh! I did not see that coming. Am I bleeding? Yeah. Oh no! That's a lot of mechanics for early boss. I like it. Way more single target with this delay. Oh god. So much damage actually. Oh. Oh no. Oh, my barrier helped. Owie. die. He died. Loot explosion. I don't think there's any crafting. You have earned divinity points. Oh! Core divinity 6. Cool. Storm Nimbus. I made an aura. Ice Nova. Can I completely spec out of this now? Hey Moxie. Oh, okay. I mean, yes. That looked fucking sick. Why did you kill it first try? Why would I not? ARPG God, hello? The fuck? Just can't read. Instead deals 120 weapon damage. Ooh, cool. Initial projectile does not penetrate. I want it to penetrate. It's like dotting. On hit, gain rage. Attack speed and attack damage. I guess that's with that. I don't really understand the difference between, like, it's something every ARPG could benefit more to do, because some games attack speed works for everything, and in some you have attack speed and cast speed. And this you do have attack speed and cast speed, but the spell is telling me I get attack speed. Also, Null, are you still here? Just saw you resubbed and I think I missed it. Hello, Varo. 10% chance to trigger a lightning strike on here. What's lightning strike? Is that a different skill? I like projectiles. Lightning Fury. Sounds cool. Huh? I'm confused. Yeah, it's a bit confusing. That's a cool looking boss.
At last. Do you know?
Thank you, Sarah.
No, I didn't think so. You're oblivious to your fate. She did a good job hiding you from me. Aristono, my priestess. But she couldn't hide.
That's very cool. Mother?
I am retribution herself.
Sin and Veritania's love child.
Punishment long ago.
Goddess! Stop! I beg you! There's no justice in this punishment.
Justice? Ha!
The Dark Justiciar.
Lies in the spider web of the fates. Blame them, not me.
Arayan! Now!
Oh shit!
Go! Run! I'll distract her. Get to the caves.
It's not gonna end well for you.
The cliff! Hurry!
Oh! I actually have to hurry. Oh god. Ah!
Run as far as you like. I will always pursue.
Ah!
The fates have cursed us both. I am showing you.
Ah! Ah!
What will you do when
Woo!
she's no longer there to protect?
Ah! She's very fast! Okay, I'm safe.
It's my fault she found you. When you used the mastery shrines, it must have alerted her to your presence.
Can't we just L for Lordle?
It bought us some time, but we need to move. Nemesis's servants will be close by.
Okay, it looks cool. It's not as good though. It's so cool to be a lightning thrower though.
Now you know.
Yeah, it looks
The goddess
amazing.
Nemesis. The truth is, she's wanted to destroy you since you were a baby.
Oh, look at that branch off. Oh, that looks amazing. Fuck me. Did you retake the 200% damage on it? No, because it had like the crazy mana cost. Plus 80. I can't really deal with that.
I was a faithful priestess. When she demanded I bring you to her for punishment.
That thing silences. I was just pressing D. You're not fated to die here. Okay. You were overpowered with the fates so decreed. It's not your time. Interact with the rebirth. Okay. They do crazy damage and silence me. Well, I didn't die. It's not a real death chat. I wasn't destined. That's beautiful. Oh my god. Why do they silence, brothers? It's a very cool looking skill. I wish it was easier to respec for the test. Cool but useless? Yeah, it's not as strong. Honestly, like, I don't know who told me to switch off Icicle. Icicle was cracked in my opinion. Especially with the chill stuff. No, I didn't take the benefit from weapon damage thing because I don't really have a good weapon. Lightning damage, weapon damage. I mean, we could try it. Oh, requires a spear or ranged. Oh, it requires 2. Oh. Way more damage.
It was madness. I couldn't do it.
Oh my god, it actually disables my attack when I get silenced.
Eternal punishment.
Maybe not way more damage, it was just one of the smaller ones. Storm Nimbus. No, this isn't that strong. So far, the strongest I've found was Ice Charge. Okay, now that we have a few more points, this actually might brick us though. Please work. Okay. Okay, please work. Okay, if this doesn't work, I'm gonna be very sad. We do need more points though. Please work.
There, the boat. As long as you're on this island, Nemesis is a
I think
threat
this,
to
once you get
everyone.
enough, will be really cool. I just don't know, like, the damage penalty seems really hectic on it.
We need to sail from here. Nemus here.
I'll play Sunset. This is the end. If this is the end, I'm gonna be mad.
Judgment!
Go!
No, that's not the end, is it? Oh, shit. Is it really?
So brave Aristano perished.
Yes? Aww. Thank you for playing our demo. Wait, are you one of the developers? No. That's really promising. They need the map overlay though. That's fucking cooked. I don't know why D4 doesn't have it. That's fucking crazy.
For a protector.
That was... I'm really excited now. I was very uninterested and didn't care that much about Titan Quest. This looks fucking great. That's a great start. I hope you had fun. Yeah, but I wanted to try my skill. Can I go again? No. Oh. Oh, I can. Load game. Hell yeah. Alright, any enemy. Oh. Oh, that's gonna be so cool! Oh, that's exactly what I was hoping for. Oh, that is so fucking sick. And I only have one pierce and you can have multiple. Hi, Zizaran here with my new Icicle Pierce build, and I want to show you how you can farm 20 whatevers per hour. Ah, that's sick. Oh, isn't that so cool? That's exactly what I was hoping for. Like, they don't really do that much damage, but then when you get like loads of them piercing and re-piercing the same target. Ah, that's sick. And then you want a lot slower projectile speed, so maybe you can get that on gear as well. Because right now you can see that they're like struggling. I'm only getting half of my projectiles, but imagine that we had so slow approach speed that all of them hit right now. That's very cool.
Judgment!
Very cool. Try the return mode. Oh, do you mean L? I tried that. Oh, that's fun. You're right though, that was very, very short. That was a very short game. No, on Icicle. Return node. There's a return node? Projectiles spiral outwards and circle you. Homing projectiles return to circle you. Oh, Blade Vortex? Oh, that's cool. That is very cool. I don't think you need it though. If it doesn't really, I mean, it's just like a precast that gets you a bit more, but. Fight areas are gonna suck, yeah. That's super. Oh my god, look at that, dude. They don't disappear as much when you have the homing. That is actually huge. That is actually huge. So it is actually a really good thing. Because you don't lose the back row. It is a lot better. That's very cool. Yeah, we should level to level 100 during this little demo. Like just this little part. We are leveling up. I could be the first level 100.
Judgment! Go!
I saw some guy level 18. No shot. Somebody has grinded here till 18? That's fucked. I guess they maybe like didn't enter this part and reset it earlier. Oh, that's fun though. Honestly, this has a lot of potential. That skill system is really cool. If you don't pick up the feather, you can stay and farm XP, right? And see people grinding highest level in demo just to see the limits? Yeah. I don't know if I want to try more. I kind of want like, I kind of hate that it's a demo. I wish it was more out. I really hate early access. Okay, we can do a melee run. That's fine. I want to pee though. We're gonna do one more. That's fun. That was a lot of fun. Didn't like the performance. Didn't like the thing with the stuff. Yeah, I'll make like a little first impressions video. It's like not really enough to make a proper video on, but we'll do a small one. A cheeky one. You're requested on Steam, but they're full. Release date 2026, actually? Wow. That sucks. Alright, I'm gonna pee. Be right back. Alright, let's do a melee run. It looks a lot like last Epoch. Do you know, I just assume that every RPG is gonna look similar. Yeah, it looks like me.
One is firing Ziz's laser.
I'm just kidding, it doesn't look like me. Alright, I'm that months. It definitely looks like that month. Alright, chat, I'm that months now.
Of faith and the mortal.
The mortal. I wonder if it'll lag less now that everything's loaded.
Where the story.
Wonder if it was just shaders loading in.
Tell of the mortal's victory.
Mortal. Right.
Tell how brave Aristono prepared him for the hunt.
Hephaestus or Dionysus?
A griffin. The griffin. It's time.
It's funny, me and Steel were going for a walk. And I can't remember why, but we were both singing that like AI song, like D for bad, D for dog shit. And like, I was sitting there thinking like, if people ever ask us like, Sis, what do you do on walks with Steel? And Steel's like, we just like, we like a cappella sing D for bad together. It's just so funny. We were literally walking out for like a minute, just singing it. That's what we do in our walks, chat.
You've been training with me a long time. I have just one more thing to teach you.
That's what true friends do. We hate silly things. Friends that hate together, stay together. Is it a catchy song though? Tried just turning off DLSS. Oh, so right now I'm actually not having any lag. So it might have just been shaders loading in.
You've been practicing.
Because I've had similar experiences in PoE right after you reset Vulcan or something. Not as bad, but like noticeable still. So now I'm not having any lag. I'm not having any lag right now.
You've never fought the likes of a griffin before. But if you are
I don't know why they're not telling
us
us release. Well, apparently it's 2026 release date.
Crabs. You
I haven't
know what-
seen advertising for Titan Quest though. Oh! Have they advertised much? Yeah, I finished the demo already.
Here we are. Here we are.
Yeah, there's ragdoll physics. It's full. I applied as a normal gamer, I didn't apply as a streamer.
The priests of Mycenae protect their shrines, even beyond the grave.
I said normal gamer. No wonder people hate streamers, chat. No wonder. Is that early winter? Oh, early access starts winter 2024 and that ends in 5 days. Right. Yeah, maybe we will have early access soon then. That'd be fun. No, I didn't want to play WSD. I don't really like WSD when you don't have movement with your skills. I only like WSD when you move with your skill kind of thing. That's the only time I've had it feel good. Oh, motherfucker. It's been saying coming soon since September 2023. Well, relative to the heat death of the universe, that is soon, no matter when it comes out. If you download the Epic client, you can play it. Yeah, but then you have to have the Epic client. Bardish. far as cunning? 81. 81? Oh, just one more.
The ancient Mycenaeans
The
called
ancient
this
ones.
the Shrine of Divine Mastery. Only those you
Only those over there.
rise and accept.
Now they're no online. I don't think so. Man. Class is this? I don't know. I'm about to choose.
Warfare.
Okay. Sweeping strike, heavy attack. I'll go for sweeping strike. Well, I'll try one in both, I guess. Bleed. Quinn's gonna love this. Oh, holy. Verlvinda. Projectile penetration. Oh, this is a mistake already. You see that? They're doing loads of like negative attack speed plus
How the
damage.
shrine reacted.
That's never a good sign, chat.
You can do this.
I believe I can do this. Wait, how do I get cunning +1? Oh, I see. Oh, that looks nice. Oh, it's not even draining loads of mana? Holy. The sound though? What's wrong with the sound?
Oh, and how terribly quick. Thank you.
This vendor is kind of irrelevant. It vibes with 2006? No, it does not. You guys have forgotten what games look like. It's like going with a chainsaw through a steel panel.
Kill the wolf! You useless meat sack! Who taught you to fight? Damn it! Well, yes, I'm stuck in this jar. No, you
I said it in a positive way.
can get into the Shrine of Hermes in the cave southwest of here.
Wow,
So
that's a damage
Raven
difference.
can fix this.
Wow, it uses a lot of mana.
Not enough energy.
Wait, spells are way more powerful. As it should be. Spells should always be better than melee. Have you seen the No Rest for the Week trailer? No, I would like to, so if you link it, I'll watch it. How do you get beta access? I clicked request access on Steam. It's a bit long. Wow, okay. I'll watch it. We can turn it into a video. Why not? Pretty much won't be that much here anyway. A fish spear? What are you playing till April? Well, I thought there was more to this. I thought this would be a few days, but it's very short. So I'll be doing PoE and then last Epoch practice. I'm still enjoying PoE 1 a lot. Thank you for the link, Navia. So I'll be doing a few more days of Path of Exile 1, and then I'll be doing last Epoch practice, I think. Man, I almost need something more as well. I don't know if there's enough. There's a long time. Man, I don't know. We might have to do a little bit of variety. I will ask Steel if he would be down to play Split Fiction with me.
I suppose you're expecting a reward now.
I don't really like him done.
Fine. Now get out of here.
I would like to play Factorio, but I want to play that with someone. Ah, why do you give me a shield, you bitch? Give me a rare weapon. D2R modded. I would only play D2R modded if it's multiplayer. Blizzard is too greedy to ever do. Alright.
So much POG.
Thank you. Appreciate it, my dude. Oh, I see. Oh, that's cool. If you get an onslaught skill, use heavy attack after 10 seconds to delete mobs. Cool. Oh, that just feels nice. Yeah, we'll play PoE 2 when it has a new patch. Not gonna play PoE 2 now. When it has a new patch though, for sure, yeah. I'm very excited for PoE 2. Very excited! Is the test open for anyone? It's full already. But yeah, it was. Definitely need to make melee attractive, yeah. Animation looks very good, yeah.
Patricus would have.
Honestly, the game looks a lot better than I thought it would. To be completely honest. 800 gold. I'm so close to getting a decent weapon. I wonder if attack speed affects Cyclone. It looks worse than the trailer. Yeah, everything I've seen of this game, I did not think it would look this nice. It also just feels nice. It feels really nice. I have no idea. Single player only. I am that mods. I like the little after wind effect. The graphics look better than PoE 2 to me. I mean, if you don't have eyes, maybe. It definitely doesn't though. Like that was inappropriate. This look good though. It is your right to be wrong, yeah. Like, we can put that to death real quick. Let's load up PoE 2. We have both. We can just see and compare them side by side. You could like the art style more, but it's objectively worse for sure. I'm on pretty low settings on PoE. I'll turn it up, so I'm on pretty high settings in Titan Quest. I have to turn down something on Titan Quest. Video. What did I turn down? There, put everything up to high now. It does have very nice sharpness and clarity. So I figure having both on high will be the best way to go. Alright, let's go Act 1 maybe? Will be the most similar. Huh? Why is what enabled? I don't know, what's upscale mode? What should I have it on? Oh yeah, that does look a lot better, doesn't it? Oh, that's visibly a lot better. You shouldn't have it on. Yeah, apparently. Let's go... Freythorn is probably the most similar. No, not Freythorn. Hunting grounds. No, I think this is a good example. It is surprisingly close, yeah. Although, I would say PoE is prettier. This is the really good lighting in this too, though. Honestly, they both look amazing. I don't think lack of graphics would be a game that either game would fall behind. Like Titan Quest looks really, really good. Right? I think we'll just agree with that, right? Both look really good. Just different art style. I think this is different art style. You now have DLSS 3 on quality. If you had 4 enabled with DLSS settings, it would look super clear. Oh, is that one? Oh, wow. Wow, look at the ground. It's moving now. It wasn't doing that before.
Funnyman just resubscribed for 3 months.
That's kind of nauseating. Why ground moving? Okay, we'll conclude with that. Both look good. Both look good. Lack of graphics is not an excuse for like either game. Hello, Noshe. Do you know what I'd say though, that I think a lot of people would prefer about Titan Quest? It's more simplistic in a way, like there's not as much stuff. I think there's a bit more stuff in PoE too. It's a bit cleaner.
The houses! There are people.
The obstacle fading? Yeah, I hate that in games, personally. Impenetrable Iron Ring? What if you want to be penetrated? Not really.
This is the third time in a... Well, look who's grown us. Not another attack? I'll protect the villagers. You take care of the cultists.
The animation's so clean, you can actually see him twirling the weapon. Yeah, that does look very nice, doesn't it?
That griffin! Not the cult. Don't forget to destroy the griffin's nest, too.
Griffin cult.
Can't risk another griffin moving in.
Deadly long axe of haste. Crit chance, attack speed, and weapon damage. There doesn't seem to be much like flat, except on like jewelry. I'll buy the weapon though. I don't know if that's better than just getting that. Cold weapon damage, 1. That probably is better. I'm Datmods, if you didn't see. My name is Datmods. I even look like Datmods. Ting, 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 ting. I think there's a lot of potential. Yeah, I mean the demo's tiny, but it's made me very excited for the game coming out. The worst thing about the game is no map overlay. Wow, I'm dying. Rage on here, plus 10 energy cost. Oh, that's a bit rough. 40% more damage on the edge. Okay, we'll try that, I guess. Ah! I'm no tank though. The skill sounds rough. Yeah, it is actually a bit jarring. Oh, what are you? Per chance. Well, the gust is nice, but yeah, the hit sound is a bit rough. Honestly, now that you pointed out, I think it's the nicest looking cyclone I've seen in a game. With the way the character like spins and twirls the weapon. That actually does look amazingly clean. And the way that it ends with like a little gust is really nice. I just like the visual of it, really good. Oh. Oh. Does that affect me? 9 damage. 9 to 10 damage. So yeah, it must do. Wow, look at that. That's very pretty, actually. Do you know what? The game is extremely pretty. It could have a dizzy meter. That'd be funny. That's... You can see him twirling his weapon, yeah. Yeah, it is really nice. My damage is pretty good now. Well done to the studio. I'm very excited for the early access now. I could definitely see this being something I will play regularly. If it has like some form of endgame and grinding and shit.
State your wish. You have already proved. You have been measured.
And?
You have been found. Worthy. Come. And receive your blessing.
I came. Steam is full.
Storm, earth, and fire, heed my call.
Rise.
Save them for later.
Twice blessed of the gods.
I'm glad they didn't set a release date so they don't get sniped by GGG. That's so fucking funny. I think I would keep this character before clicking the feather, just so I can level this up to like level 20 and check stuff. Let's see. What if you get enough mana regen? Yeah, it looks like you can. It is regening well. You can probably get enough mana regen too. The second one is so nice. Excited to see that skill late game, yeah. Mana regen might already do that. Yeah, true. True. I need more. I think he's right that we can probably fix it with gear. What? You what, mate? Have you noticed it in like every game and video ever? Simpleton bandits always have a British accent. I'm sorry, Britain. But it is everywhere. You what, mate? Give us your wallet, mate. We were talking about this the other day. It's a lot of life. I wonder if it's gonna have any crafting. You what, mate? I'll shank you. Give me your wallet, mate. Love, mate.
Give that griffin a good throw. Give that griffin a good...
Rider is firing Ziz's laser.
Attack speed, vigor, health, cold damage, health and vigor. Knowledge. I don't see anything that has like mana regen. I'll buy this then. Apparently someone said on Epic you can get it still, but somebody else said it was full. Oh, this might be... There are a lot of them now. Oh yeah, resist capping in last Epoch is super easy. You do that in the first hour or two. Pretty easy gearing. Way too many resists, terrible system, and a mediocre game. I'm not wasting 50 hours to resist cap. So, first off, the game is very different than Path of Exile, where resist capping doesn't work the same way. It's not like, you don't take like 1 billion more damage if you're not resist cap. And also it doesn't take very long to resist cap. I don't play it, Dur. Why are you being rude and mean to people? There's no reason to apostrophe. I don't know why you're being like this. It's really weird. Especially if it's a game you haven't played.
Zero Psych Zero
Really
just
weird.
resubscribed.
Zero, I think, for the 5 months. I played it for 40 hours and it's a waste of time. But that's already like, if you played it for 40 hours, you already got way more than your money out of it, right? Like imagine if you spend 30 bucks going to the cinema, you get 2 hours. Here you get 40. But I don't understand why you're so resentful and mad about it. That's weird. That's very odd. There's a waste of time where there are 20 of them. There's 8 or something. Actually, let's look. How many are there? Hold on, I'm loading up the game. 7? Oh no, I'm loading up the game now. Yeah, Google. 6? Let's see, enter game. Alright, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And Path of Exile has armor, evasion, because physical is one of the resistances in Last Epoch, right? So physical is the same as armor, basically. So in Path of Exile, you have armor, evasion, energy shield, fire, cold, lightning, chaos. So it's the same as PoE, effectively, right? Because like Fizz is the same as, like, you know, Fizz. So. Oh, and you have ward in PoE as well. So it's I don't know if you've played Path of Exile Apostrophe, but it's very, very similar amount. Counting armor, evasion, and ES all at once is a bit disingenuous, sure. But I would argue there's 6. I would argue there's 6 in Last Epoch and then 4 in Path of Exile. So there's 2 more. It's not 20. Down mods! Don't look! Caught! Caught! I'm Florida man. They're spinning and winning. But yeah, I don't know where you got the fact that it was 20 apostrophe. It's fine if you struggle with the game and stuff, and if it's not for you, but like, I don't know. But like, the resentment was a bit much. What does that character look like me? They stole your identity. Yeah, I agree with that, man, with that.
Well, if it isn't the hero of Proti Village. Come to bask in my presence, have you? Be warned.
Don't click the feather? Yeah, I'm not going to.
Servants were weak, but I am as terrible as I am beautiful.
Ooh. Wow, the damage is insane on melee. I have mana issues though. Like 6 kills, I think. Not too many. Oh, that was close. Alright, see ya. See ya. Well, that's pretty good, yeah. It has a lot of potential. Did you try it yet, that mods? I don't think Sis knows he has a mana pot. No. He did not.
Give that griffin a...
Raiding is not my strong suit. It's official, I'm worse at Titan Quest 2 than Ziz. Can you just replace Titan Quest 2 and just... Can you just remove the at as well? Can you just go, it's official? I'm worse than Ziz. Strike damage. Apex? I don't know, are you good at Apex? You carried my ass? Okay, cool. So what happens when I relog? Oh, Foxy, that's fair. Alright, let's try my divinity points. Brrr, stomp. Everybody stomp now. Oh, that sounds fun. Hold on, hold on. Huh. Let's see if everything respawned. I did! Everything respawned. Pardish. So how bad is it, Sis? Are we still at a 6 out of 10? I might give it a 6 out of 10 just because of lack of minimap overlay. But I'm actually really enjoying the game and I think it has a lot of potential. It does lose a lot of points because of that though. Oh, I missed. Very cool. I'm enjoying it a lot. My wife distracted me. I blame her.
What?
I'm just kidding.
What?
You're not fated to die here. Chat, I'm gonna take a quick break and then we're gonna watch the No Rest for the Wicked video. I'll be right back. Be right back. We can stay in this category though. Be right back.
Hello?
That's...
Sis didn't have his cast when Wi-Fi road. No, she wasn't Irish. She was just asking if I wanted Indian. Thank you again for the resub that month. I don't know if you're still here. Alright, chat. Boom, Alta 4. Dead game. Sis, did you quit Titan Quest? Where's the video? Here's the video. It's really 25 minutes. Fuck me, dude. A long time. Fuck, maybe put me in the nose for the wicked category, I guess. Man, this is long. I wonder if Sky's gonna want to make a video for it. Fuck, I don't know. Yeah, why not? We should make a video. Hi, Zizaran here. No Rest for the Wicked has a trailer coming out. It's a long one, but I'm gonna react and watch it. There's a lot of ARPG stuff coming out in April. I just finished trying Titan Quest. I'll probably make a short video on that, but I figured I'd react to this as well. Rest for the Wicked is like Dark Souls ARPG. I don't think this is 1.0. I think this is early access still. But it's like a Dark Souls RPG.
Hey everyone, I'm Thomas.
I did an interview with these guys.
Welcome to our second Wicked Inside.
We know a lot of you have been eagerly waiting to hear more from us since we shipped our last major content update.
Right after early access launch, we spent weeks listening intently to your feedback while putting out numerous hotfixes and patches.
Then, after we felt that No Rest for the Wicked was in a good spot, we launched our first big content update.
The bosses are really fun.
Yes! With the Crucible, we introduced fresh enemies, brand new systems, and a fun mode to keep everyone entertained while we began work on our next major content update. But it's been a while since then, and today we'd like to explain why.
Our publisher for No Rest for the Wicked was Private Division, a subsidiary of Take-Two Interactive.
Take-Two decided to sell off Private Division, which was unexpected news for us. After some deliberation, we saw an opportunity.
After months of negotiations, we reached an agreement to buy the publishing rights for No Rest for the Wicked back, so that Moon Studios could become fully independent.
Wow!
This legal process took time, and we couldn't say much while it
Wait, what? That's the opposite of what normally happens.
But today, we're excited to announce that it's all done, and that Moon Studios is now fully independent. We believe this will give you even more confidence in our vision.
I think I saw somebody mention it in the chat once, but I don't think I really processed it.
That's pretty cool. To ever go silent again.
We've used this extra time to create something truly special.
I'm watching it now, Chavdar.
At the breach.
That's very cool.
The breach represents the biggest content update we have ever shipped. We have heard you loud and clear. You wanted more out of our campaign. You wanted more story, more zones to play in, more enemies to fight, more bosses to test your mettle against. In short, more of everything. And that is exactly what we have been focusing on.
Cool.
Our story continues immediately following Ellsworth's return to Sacrament.
Pretty big.
He summons his daughter Odessa from her prison cell, and their exchange reveals more about their relationship.
The art style is very fun. It reminds me a little bit of Darkest Dungeon, in a way. Do you know what I mean?
Take the upper passage out, then leave by the northwest gate.
What are you doing?
God Bennett often sleeps on duty, and the ramparts above him will be unmanned. Head north to Ermgard and Merrin, or west to the Glades.
No?
Anywhere but here.
Maybe it's not. I don't know.
So that's it then.
I don't know. That's to me.
You have to go.
As a serum, players will have to venture forth into new areas we're introducing for the breach. These are massive zones that essentially double the size of the world players got to explore
features?
so far.
Yeah.
A lot has changed in the Sola Sacra since you've last visited. Southeast of Sacrament lies the Lowland Meadows, a once idyllic haven used by Sacrament's hunters to gather food and supplies. Ellsworth requests our presence on a secret mission, but a faction known as the Harvesters has taken over the region.
See? I told you this serum would come, and here they are.
Indeed. Your presence is welcome.
No rest for the wicked.
My friend is convinced that some threat awaits us at the Weeping Sisters.
As always at Moon, when it comes to level design, we deliberately craft every single inch of our world by hand.
Very cool. I played
We do not rely on any procedural generation, and we believe that ultimately that will allow us to create an insanely expansive, interactive open world where every inch actually matters.
Base.
Throughout your journey through the meadows, you will encounter all new enemies. We have also introduced 2 new weapon archetypes, gauntlets and wands.
This is
Let's
not.
take a look at how.
This is not like a clear speed ARPG though. For those that are looking for that, this is more like people that enjoy Dark Souls but also enjoy ARPGs. So if you enjoy Dark Souls and you enjoy RPGs, this is the game for you. Like I like both, and it is. The bosses are super fucking cool. Like they're rad. If you're looking for a clear speed ARPG, don't play this. Like if you're looking for like Torchlight Infinite and PoE 1, don't.
How these new weapons can be used to take down all new foes that you will encounter.
But if you like Dark Souls, you fucking love it.
The Timberwhite here will try to take your life with his ginormous great axe. We know some of
and it very much is its own game. It very much is its own game.
you already loved being able to suplex.
Is there a crafting system? Yes. Yes. Yeah, there is. There is. Yep.
Enemies in Wicked.
And the items are really cool. And I've like somebody mentioned in chat that the items got even cooler with this patch.
It was only appropriate we introduced a dropkick.
Oh, that's cool. Wow.
Wormwood wretches and limseed archers will keep you on your toes with brutal range attacks.
It's a very difficult game too. It's very Dark Souls-y.
Our tremor wave will make quick work of them. Rust Reavers present an even greater challenge. Equipped with 2 huge saws, your best bet is to keep your distance and counter when you find an opening.
There's also some items where I can't remember were they called cursed, but I remember some items had downsides, and some might not be downsides for some builds, and you might not care about them as much and stuff. So like it's very interesting itemization.
Deeper within the meadows, the Copse Treader will try to block.
Search Dark Souls and tell me what it says. Oh, okay. So yes, like games like Witcher and Dark Souls are action role-playing games, but they're not ARPGs. That might seem dumb, but when we say an ARPG, we are not talking about action role-playing games. It's super counterintuitive, but we're talking about PoE likes. We're talking about PoE likes. Hi, Tinos. But I mean, if you're not on the same page, but anyway, you guys are just you're just debating semantics, right? I don't think you guys really disagree. It's also, it does not make any fucking sense. It makes no fucking sense that Witcher 3 is not an ARPG, but it's an action role-playing game. It makes no sense at all. But when we say ARPG, we mean a PoE-like. It's fucking wild, honestly, about the genre titles. Yeah. It just makes no sense. But yeah, isometric ARPG.
Block your path forward.
Not necessarily hack and slash, just isometric ARPG.
Study his movement patterns and keep a cool head. You might just prevail. Obviously, we are also introducing all new bosses for the Breach, but we don't want to spoil everything just
yet. I love that.
We know a lot of you already enjoyed how much love and care we're putting
That
into
was
all of
actually
these
really nice. That looked really cool too. It looks really creepy. Maybe it splits into multiple things. I like that. Don't spoil things. That's good. It's on the spring sale for Steam.
Enjoyed how much love and care
I'd recommend picking it up. I don't know how much it is on
Once
sale,
again, we didn't shy away from really using verticality and hiding secrets.
It's very fun.
Even though you'll often fight for your life in all of these zones, every now
I'm also definitely going to play the next update. I don't know when, because there is a lot happening in the ARPG world. So I don't know. It's $28 or euros now. Cool. I don't know when, but
now and then you'll get to enjoy a serene.
Yeah, but I don't know if I'll be
scene
able to
of
play it
beauty.
when it comes out. There's so much happening. I will play it though.
Things have changed in
Isometric Souls
Sacrament
game?
too.
Yeah, it is an
Caretaker
isometric Souls
Alden
game.
has arrived in town to plead for help.
Well,
dealing
it is quite different from Souls too, though. Like it really, it is, in my opinion, very much its own game. I would say. It really, it is like similar to other games, but it very much is its own game. Because like it has like more similar loot to Path of Exile, and it has that isometric view, but it has survival aspects. It's got Souls aspects. It's a bit of like a lot of things. It does a
with the
lot of
blight,
new things.
a
Town
plague
building.
infestation destroying his
They have
home
King's
as
March.
Marin Village.
Excuse me, is it true
It
that
is very
Governor
cool.
Ellsworth has already
Yeah, it has
gone
housing.
north with that madrigal? The guard said as much, but I wasn't sure. Many doors in Sacrament stay shut to us, Dasha.
And if you exit Sacrament through its northwestern gate,
I called it
you'll
King's
find
March today as
yourself
well. It's
in
funny.
the once majestic Marin Woods.
But yeah, apparently it's on sale right now, so. It also has like a roguelike mechanic.
Recently, the Marin Woods have been befallen by the
boss?
Blight. It festered all throughout the woods, and players will have to find a way past it in order to advance.
It looks like it was about to speak to me.
Belektar are ferocious fighters. The Stalkinche here knows how to wield a club, and if you're not careful, they might just call in reinforcements. Our new wands build are surprisingly effective. We can cast ice darts to freeze our enemies. Cold Sling is a powerful ice evasion attack.
Oh. That's very cool.
For the Heavy Feather, we'll use some more powerful spells our wands provide. We have since learned how to perform the Riven Twins Plague Explosion.
Is it only a story game, or does it have an end game where you can grind for loot? So the end game is the Crucible, which is a roguelike mechanic that you can grind for loot, levels, etc. It's pretty cool. Very hard. I was not able to kill the last boss.
Focus, Lightning Bolt makes quick
I
work
did try.
of any enemy.
Wow, that was cool.
Halfway through Marin Woods, you'll encounter Marin Village, a peaceful woodland community of the
very
Solar
cool.
Sacra.
First traveler I've seen in
She's got a really nice art style.
You made it to our village at all, stranger. Hardly anyone comes here anymore.
What's the main chunk of this? The
10,000
breach.
blessings,
Okay.
Sarah.
Oh, the next topic is
returning us to
replayability, the
ourselves.
systems, quality of
The
life.
villagers in Marin
Cool.
provide new services and sell
Good video.
different items than the ones in Sacrament.
30th of April.
My clod of a cousin still hammering away in Sacrament. Figured they would have run him off by now. Chased them out of town with their crooked pitchforks and bent spears.
So everywhere, Ledidor.
Might as well give it here.
You gotta go down, though.
In Marin, we will also meet Odessa's godmother, Irmgard, a connection to her Dasha heritage.
I remember when my mother used to sing me to sleep. You did too. Same lullaby.
Will I see you there? All of us at one table again.
Grandma looks like she has
I'm not
mad
welcome in
spells.
Sacrament.
And in a return to the Nameless Pass, we'll explore new areas within it, learning more
No,
about
this
the
is just a
forces
patch.
of the mainland.
This is not like a release patch. Just an update. So the reason they said at the start of this video, the reason that they'd been silent for a while was because their publisher got sold off and they bought back the rights to their own game. So they don't have a publisher anymore. They're doing everything themselves now, from what I understand. So they fully own their own game now.
Any more doubt within your ranks, Primus?
Kind of based.
Not while we knock on salvation's door.
Discipline takes time. It's earned, not bought.
The born god disagrees. Discipline is forged. It is a tool, molded in flame.
Meanwhile, we'll continue the story of Madrigal Celine and her vanguard, who seek to liberate the lost city of Kalen.
We're incredibly excited about this new chapter in our campaign.
Me too.
But we don't want to spoil everything just yet.
Good. No spoilers. I'm very excited about this part.
Our intention for No Rest for the Wicked was always to provide players with an insane amount of content, even after they finish the campaign. After the events that unfold throughout the Breach, our Spilled Blood questline continues as any area within Isola Sacra can now be overtaken by the Pestilence.
Play mechanic, basically.
Once an area is infected, you'll suddenly have to fight enemies that you never encountered before in these areas.
That was a cool little teleport. See
Never
that?
encountered before in these areas.
That was a nice little blink.
Defeat these enemies, and they might just drop all new Torn resources. Torn resources can be burned at any fire in order to further increase the challenge within an infected area. You will need to heavily upgrade your gear and perfect your build in order to succeed.
Man, that
But
little
greater
lightning
challenge
was so nice.
also means greater rewards. Notice that with every enemy you slay, the pestilence spread meter at the bottom of the screen reduces. Slay enough enemies and you will have to overcome only one more obstacle.
Boss? Ah, pestilence summon.
Getting
Cool.
rid of the infection means ripping it out at its root. If you manage to
Very
defeat the
cool.
plague boss within the infected area, the entire zone will be cleansed of the pestilence once more. Our life system has also gotten a huge update.
Wonder if I
You
could
will now
refuse to
find
kill the
many
boss and
more
just farm it.
factions being able to take over the various areas within
It's a
Isola
cool
Sacra.
animal. Does it have a snake
Our
around
goal
it?
with all of this is to change the way players think about retraversal in video games. We ultimately want to make every
I'm confused on what this game is trying to be. A story game or an ARPG like PoE? It's more like a top-down Souls-like game with some elements from Dark Souls, Path of Exile. It's very much its own thing. It's very cool.
return feel
I enjoyed
as
it a
fresh
lot.
and as exciting as it was the first time you played. And as you can see, we also introduced entirely new levels within the areas you're already familiar with.
Cool.
In order to
I
aid
think multiplayer
players
is
in
coming.
achieving the perfect build, we introduced quite a few changes that will make progression
be
a
ranged and
whole lot
spells.
more streamlined and fun. First off, we have revamped the way gear drops. We replaced the tiered approach and came up with a formula that takes the player level, the area level, and the enemy level into account, which results in an experience where any gear that drops will be approximately within your level range. Now, gear that used to only drop in earlier zones might just
I'm
drop
scared of
again,
scaling.
but at a higher level.
Okay.
We tried this out, and we ultimately see a much higher variety of gear throughout our playthroughs. We think it's a much more enjoyable looting experience.
Another big aspect that defines your build is, of course, the enchantments. So far, if your gear didn't drop with the enchantments you needed, your
Yeah, so you can see like there's a lot of different like stats on the items that are pretty cool.
item would never reach its full potential. But we came up with a solution. If an item dropped with less than maximum possible amount of enchantments, you can now use a Fallen Ember to add another random enchantment to it. And if you have an enchantment on one of your items that doesn't quite fit your playstyle, Fallen Embers can now be used to re-roll that particular enchantment. Of course, Fallen Embers are also still used for respeccing your character, which makes Embers insanely valuable.
The character model's pretty ugly.
We also introduced a new weapon rarity, Masterworks.
Oh.
Any Masterwork starts out as just a common item. If you decide to forego the RNG aspects of Wicked, you can bank on gems in order to fully customize your item. Gems will now show you exactly what effect they'll have depending on which item you slot them into. In our case here, we want to craft a build that heavily relies on and synergizes with focus.
Okay.
The benefit of common items is that we can completely customize them. Once we've fitted the maximum amount of gems into them, they now become a masterwork.
In general, we've introduced a whole slew of new weapons, runes and armor sets. We've also iterated on our list of enchantments in order to enable the creation of entirely new builds, while ridding ourselves of the enchantments that led to overpowered builds. Given that and the new loot drop algorithm, the sky is the limit when it comes to build variety.
That looked really cool. The last one.
We also conducted a major balance pass on our stats, and we noticed that quite a lot of you didn't use shields all that much.
So now shields
So we
are OP
changed
or
the way
what?
they work. Instead of draining stamina, shields are now based around poise and stagger, and we try to ensure that each shield archetype feels unique. So we can't wait to see all your new sword and board builds.
Thorn's shield, right? Purple.
Last but not least, if you've become a master at playing No Rest for the Wicked, you should try our new hardcore characters. Permadeath is enabled for these, so once these characters die,
that's very hard.
They
I
get
died a
downgraded
lot.
to non-hardcore characters that can
I
only
died a
be
lot.
played on regular
I can
realms.
definitely not play on hardcore yet. It is hard, by the way, but I'm interested. That would be really fun.
I wonder who will be the first player to slay the Econite with a hardcore character.
Oh, that is so cool. It is crazy hard.
Naturally, we also spent quite some time introducing a wide range of quality of life features and polished up what we've played so far from Rest for the Wicked. For example, we've noticed that a lot of your houses looked similar to this one. Storage has always been incredibly important in any ARPG. On our current live builds, players can stack all that many items, and sorting hasn't been ideal yet. Let's switch over to our Breach update. We fixed that right up, and now allow players to stack a whole lot more items within their chests. And items now also get sorted in a beautiful way.
While we're in our home, we can show off another cool feature we added. We've added Whisper Stones, which enable fast travel to and from your house. So if you just want to quickly drop off items and gear while you're out and about, instead of having to first warp to Sacrament and then run to your home,
so much
you
good
can now
stuff.
save that one step.
This is really good.
Remember that you can place one Whisper Stone per house, so if you own multiple ones, you can even fast travel between them.
Wow.
Our next change regards food cooldowns. We've removed the classic cooldowns entirely. Now you can consume meals instantly.
Okay.
However, your stomach is no longer a bottomless pit. You have a limited number of meals you can eat during combat.
That's gonna make it really hard.
You'll
I
be
ate
able
like
to
10
upgrade this limit
times.
through Plague Ichor, letting you extend how many times you can heal or buff yourself in battle. This new approach aims to make combat more engaging and dynamic rather than forcing players to just wait for a timer.
Time to
This is looking really good. I'm excited.
We know timers and project wait times have been a major discussion point in our community. We're adding a new feature so you can contribute food and ingredients to make Adana's workers, speeding up whichever building project they're currently tackling.
Huh.
We're always listening to your feedback, and we will keep iterating on the system. If you have thoughts, please keep sharing them.
Cool.
And of course, we've been hard at work meticulously optimizing performance. If you notice any poor performance in a machine before, the Breach update should drastically improve your experience.
I feel like I had really good performance in this game.
Speaking of improvements, our DLSS implementation has been updated to a newer version, which results in much crisper image and even better performance. And these are just a few highlights. In total, we are counting more than 11,000 changes since we shipped the Crucible update.
Wow.
Before we dive deeper, we'd like to clarify how you'll access the breach. You will need to replay No Rest for the Wicked to fully experience this update. Old saves remain in a legacy build, but this approach ensures the breach is integrated as seamlessly as possible into the game. We realize this might be a surprise for some. Ultimately, the scope of the breach and the underlying changes led us here. But don't worry, you'll discover plenty of fresh content, quests, and loot to make restarting your journey worthwhile.
It's good. Every game like this should have leagues anyway. 100%. 100%.
Let's discuss our roadmap next. It goes without saying that we will heavily support the breach for the upcoming weeks after launch. You will once again see us react incredibly quickly to all of the feedback you guys might provide.
But we're also already hard at work on our next content drops. We've received hundreds, if not thousands of pleas begging for the co-op update, and we know that our original roadmap had co-op before the breach. Rest assured, it will be the next thing we launch after this update.
The reason we ultimately decided to switch these updates was because we wanted people to have more content to play once co-op releases. With the Breach update, there will be now a lot more content to explore with your friends.
After the co-op update, we'll be following up with more improvements and new systems. We'll expand Sacrament, improve housing, introduce farming, expand the Crucible,
That's really
and
good.
of course, finish the campaign with more story and more quests and bosses. We're very much aware that a lot of you finally want to play No Rest for the Wicked on all major consoles.
We have a ton of things planned to further improve on the foundation that we've laid so far, and we're excited to keep discussing all of these new releases and changes with you as we go along.
Wow.
Also, today marks the 10th anniversary of Ori. We released Ori and the Blind Forest on March 11th, 2015. It's been a wild ride for all of us here at Moon.
I've never played this.
We'd like to use this opportunity to just say thank you.
Thank you to all of our fans who have supported us the whole way through. We would not be where we are today without you.
This is the
We're
devs that
now
made
hard
Ori.
at work on the final bug fixing and polishing stages of this massive update. We want to make sure we get it just right. But before we wrap up, there is one more thing, and this one is near and dear to our hearts.
Hello everyone, I'm Gareth Coker. My story with Moon Studios began more than 15 years ago when I received a message on an internet forum from them asking me if I'd be interested in composing the music for a small indie project.
The music's so good.
4 years later, that small project blossomed into Ori and the Blind Forest. Now, we were all very young and just getting started, so for our second release, Ori and the Will of the Wisps, we set out to perfect everything about the original, and I couldn't be more proud of what we were able to create together. But our journey is not yet over. I'm happy to announce that I've been hard at work crafting an unforgettable score for the story, the characters, the locations, and the boss fights of No Rest for the Wicked. And you will finally be able to hear some ambient music while out exploring in the world too. I can't wait to see where this journey leads us once again. it leaves me to invite you to experience the all-new music in No Rest for the Wicked with the Breach update, launching on April the 30th. It will be well worth the wait.
The music makes me emotional. It's so good. Wow. What an absolute banger of video. Do you know, I was wondering why they'd been quiet for so long. I thought they'd have like a bit more like often updates, but that makes sense with them buying back their company and stuff. That's awesome. I'm very excited for this. Definitely going to be playing it. That looks banging. I'm very excited for that. Very cool. Ori playthrough tomorrow? No, it doesn't look like my type of game. But either way, I just wanted to make a react video about that. That's really cool. People in chat were asking for me to watch it, so well worth the 25 minutes to watch. That's really cool. Very excited for it. It has bosses? Shit. The PoE 326 release is gonna be April 32nd. Oh shit. I'm excited for April 32nd. That sounds awesome. Anyway, we'll end the video there. I'm very excited for this. If you haven't tried it, it is like if you like Souls and you like PoE, you would fucking love No Rest for the Wicked, and it looks like it's only gonna get better. So either way, if you're watching on YouTube, thanks for watching. So if you liked the video, but more importantly, try to die less than I do. I probably should have recorded that. Wait, oh god. Oh, thank fuck I watched it in Opera. So that it's in the VOD. That could have been bad. Very cool. That looked sick. That looks sick. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. I definitely might have to have some variety or something. I'll see if Steel wants to do anything, or someone else I know. I don't know. I guess I don't have to only play games with Steel. I love playing games with Steel. I love playing games with Steel. I don't think my boats are ready. But we'll see. I don't know if he's done. I would like to play Split Fiction with Steel. No! Motherfucker. I'm so fucking dumb. Yikes. Alright. I didn't know gold in my fucking town. Alright. I think I'll end there, and then Path of Exile tomorrow, so Maliki can put us back to PoE. Oh, I peaked? I'm sorry. Who do I not hate? Everyone. I hate everyone. Let's ride Mathel. And we'll give Mathel some love. I'll see you guys later. Thanks for watching. Try to die less than I do. See you tomorrow. Path of Exile tomorrow. Probably a day or 2 or 3 or 4. I'm really enjoying Phrecia League right now. Like, I really don't want to stop playing. But I know that people aren't as keen to keep watching PoE, so I'll see about doing something else. Might do last Epoch practice. We'll see. But either way, love y'all. Try to die less than I do. Let's raid Methel with a bunch of hearts. He loves hearts. He's all about the love. So spam hearts in his stream. I want to see some spam when we raid chat. You ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 2.5, 3, 1, 0.